No, it didn't work.
Let's see if Twitch lets us break TOS. Idiot.
That should work.
SpongeBob.
The boomers and Gen X have
They took our jobs.
just took our tubes. The boomers and Gen X took our gerbs. Now we must revolt.
I'm scared of my own shadow.
Sending data. And we are live. We are live on everything. One pure fun day. Alright. Ready when you are. Play the video.
Baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back.
Pitch it down for barbecue sauce, please.
Barbecue sauce.
Oh, what? You gotta kill me when we're live. Hey, guys. Hey, guys. Welcome back to the show. Let's get serious, guys, okay? Guys, come on.
Cut your meat.
Guys, come on. Cut your meat. We'll be right back.
I don't know how you do it. On
Me
top
either.
of that, I'm seeing people like every day are, because we can track analytics and YouTube actually shows you what your subscribers are watching.
No, you
and I
can't.
know a lot of people don't want to admit it, but y'all are watching AI content.
I do admit
It's
it.
just true. So
Okay.
so if every day
Yeah.
people are less inclined to watch this or be involved, and because there's an expansion in very entertaining AI stuff,
Yeah.
well, what do you do? So
Make better content.
a bunch of podcasts,
that would be the
AI
solution
podcasts
for
are
real.
popping up.
Just
Oh
make
my
better
God. Watching them.
content.
Oh, my
Like,
God.
I feel bad for Rudyard. You know, he does What If Alt History, because particularly
I
with
have
what he
no idea
does
who that
is
is.
being crushed by AI.
What if alt history would, like, anyone who would be into that slop would probably have crossover with AI slop, because like
Yes.
that channel is literally already basically what I imagine AI history videos to be like. But I love this take that Tim has where he's like, I'm being replaced by AI.
Yeah, well, that's because your job is literally the job
No,
of
I
AI.
think that just people don't want to watch him. Because he's so like brand protective of himself that he'll never have a take on anything. And that's not what people want. And he can't own the libs because he's fucking cringe. That's why nobody likes Dave Rubin. You know, you have to admit, what would you rather watch? A new Tim Pool video or an Annette video?
Annette.
Exactly.
Not even a question.
And, like, that's not to say, like, every Annette video is good. She's had a lot of big misses for us, you know? But I guarantee you, if we randomly picked an Annette video, we would have greater odds of being able to make content on the spot unprepared than if we just clicked a random Tim Pool video.
That's true. That is true. A lot of the videos I'll look at and just move away because it's just the same bullshit.
Yeah.
Whoa. Who is that? I got
that
no
is,
idea
like,
who that is, man.
Politics.
And what's happening is we're looking at utilizing AI so that we can compete in the space. Otherwise, we cease to exist. But what's happening is a lot of videos are
What
popping
does
up.
that mean?
I even watched one. It's probably some Indian guy, to be completely honest. Like in India, they make 15-minute long videos, and they're not bad. They're interesting. Some dude in India says to ChatGPT, write me a script breaking down, survival after a nuclear apocalypse. They'll do 100 of these, survival after nuclear apocalypse. They're spam blasting these videos. There's 50,000 videos a month of just AI generated news, documentary, everything.
Junk.
And so even if the majority of people are like, I won't watch it, it doesn't matter because it's diluting the algorithm.
Oh, hell yeah, man. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, you guys all know this is one of my favorite content creators. That's how I refer to the things I like. This is some of my content made by the content creators I enjoy.
Come on.
This is one of my favorite content creators right here. He goes by the name Tim. He do like this right here.
I'm such a pathetic, scared piece of garbage.
Piece of garbage. This is funny. This was making me laugh out loud. I listen, when there's a new Tim out, I mean, that finger goes into click mode. That finger is like on that thumbnail. And this was making me laugh out loud because he's been doing all these videos where he's like, oh man, these people are uploading AI podcasts. It's going to replace me. It's going to replace me. There's even videos where he's like, I don't know if I should even do this anymore. I think this is a little bit of a clever, as much of a goofball and a goon that this guy is, he is sort of a cyborg when it comes to like getting clicks and money from the vulnerable. He's like, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. Please help. I need your help. I need more money and subscribers because of the fact of that I'm in trouble. In other words,
I'm having a hard time.
And it's probably some Indian guy, to be completely honest. Like in India, they make 15-minute long videos and they're not bad. They're interesting. Okay. Some dude in India says to ChatGPT, write me a script breaking down.
Oh,
I love this. I thought this was so funny. I was laughing out loud. I was laughing at this. Doing that. Because he just brings this up out of nowhere. Like in the first video I saw about this, he was looking at some story about some lady who got shot or something. And he's like, I think AI might replace my butt. I think AI might replace my little tuchus.
I'm having a hard time.
He's like, these guys in India, man, they're making these podcasts. This is what I imagine he actually wants to say. They're making these podcasts, these Indian guys. They're better than what I do. Because many people say this. I don't think this, but that this guy just makes slop, That's what slop sounds like. He's just like repeating stuff from Fox News or whatever weird website, some Barry Weiss website. He's just reading it, basically. I felt a little sorry for him because I'm like, man, AI, you're one of the people that AI could replace, actually. Like the people that are watching your stuff, also, no offense. But, there's probably a lot of memas and peepaws watching this.
Pretty low.
They can't tell the difference. They can't tell the difference.
Our mic's, my mic is super
we did
low.
a Charlie
It's
Kirk
so
one,
blown out
and I just had, and it's obviously before everything happened, and I just had Charlie saying like funny stuff, and then I was sending it to him to just mess with him, but we were just doing it as a proof of concept, and he thought it was hilarious. He's like, when did I say that? I never said that, and but then we explained it to him. He's like, this is really cool, and he was super into it.
Yeah,
and he was like, we can do. He's like, this could be a time maximizer. Like I could type something, it could record it, it's like whatever.
Well, guys,
but I didn't have to verify it.
Here's my problem with it.
Calm down.
that it can't replicate my speech patterns, cadence,
Very unique.
or sound of my voice, because if it could, I could just have Tate do everything for me forever, and I could just leave with my chickens, and he could literally just go on Grok and be like, write a Tim Pool script, then he can upload to 11 Labs and click send.
The hell, where are you gonna go with those chickens? And we're gonna start our own dance company. What's that, Tim? Nothing. Which part? This is kind of funny. I love this. This is great. I love that they just upload this stuff. Did I hear that guy wrong? Because he's like, I did like a little voice emulation thing of Chuck Kirk. I showed it to him. He was like, I never said that. I never said that. And then it sounded like he kind of said, like, this is another disrespect to Charles Kirk. But he's like, yeah, and then he said, like, hey, we could really maximize our time with this. But you could just, like, do my voice. I could get the hell out of here. You could just do my voice on that thing and get the hell out of here. It sounded like that's what he's saying. But then Tim's like, oh, yeah, we could just do my voice or do some kind of AI. Me,
Charlie Kirk's middle name was E for entertainment.
I go run around doing this. I go wander
That's a little
around
Chuck E.
in,
Cheese
know,
joke
woods
for
in
the
a
kids.
field
That's
with my chickens going like this. This is sort of funny because like this kind of content, you know, Tim, Megan Kelly,
Is
whatever,
Chuck E.
Ben
Cheese even still
Shapiro.
around?
A lot of this stuff, I'm like, oh, yeah,
Yes and no.
AI could replace
Yes
these
and
guys.
no?
In fact, might actually be
I can't-
better.
you gotta-
regional thing
I'd
now?
actually
Levels
be more
gotta go up.
human. But this is
I'm
like
doing mine right
this is
now.
kind of a funny
It's like
little
regional?
self-report because they're kind of like
Turn the
you
video
know, he does
down.
one videos where he's like,
I already
these
have.
guys in India, man. They're just spamming out all this AI junk. They're just spamming out all this AI crap all day. I want to do that. I wish I could do that. I wish I could do that and I didn't have to do this humiliating crap anymore. But people have some kind of a problem with watching robots do shows. So I gotta keep doing this crap. Like that.
I'm just
Right.
going to launch Timcast AI as a channel and just see if it works. I'm going to be like, hey, look, you know, your choice. You want to listen to it or not?
2 hours of just AI IRL.
Well, I told ChatGPT, so I don't write scripts.
And then it gets better views.
No, it won't.
Really, Tim?
And
You
then
don't
what you
write
do
scripts.
is you
Couldn't
use
tell.
a video generator and you just say,
No, you don't.
I got to be honest. You could get one of these agents like Phil's talking about and say, I need a 20-minute long video.
Oh my God.
Based on this script. Show examples and articles. It will pull them. It will do it for you.
No, it won't. That is like a hilarious admission, though, you know? Because you basically are saying, a robot could do this junk. I should outsource this crap. What do you mean, your show? Is that what you, when you say crap, you mean your show? No. Yeah, actually, yeah. Just get a robot to do this absolute junk. But, yeah, man. Yeah, man, it's amazing. It's amazing. Technology is amazing, man. Technology is amazing because people can use it to do really creative and amazing things, man. You don't get it. You don't know. Check this out. Here's an example.
We were screwing around with Project Genie earlier, and we made the Ice Agent Minneapolis video game.
Yep.
We
Amazing.
literally,
Great.
you can't beat
Why
the
did I
prototype or
say
anything
that? Why
like
did
that.
you say yep like that?
Agent Minneapolis video game.
Yep.
We
Hey,
literally,
calm
you
down.
can't beat the prototypes or anything like that.
Tim tried to give him a sword,
I did.
a wooden sword.
Shut up, man.
A Boken.
So yeah, all these people have been talking about this thing. There's some, I don't know, Google
Check.
crap.
Check,
Some
check.
Google thing.
Still is
where
not
you can generate
as
like
sensitive
a
as
little
it
bit of
was
a
the other
game or
day.
something. I don't know
It's
what
still
the
a
hell
little
this thing
blown out.
is. So you can
Well, I
generate
just
a
turned it
little
up
bit
to
of an
100
interactive
now.
Thing. And Tim Pool goes
But
on
like,
there. He's
oh,
like,
the other day,
make a game
I
where
had
I
to
can
put it
be
back
an ice
here
guy.
and talk in
Let's
this
make
voice
a
to
game where
sound
you can
like
be one of
this.
these ice guys. I imagine the Google software went like this.
So,
Okay. Okay, Tim. This is Tim, right? Okay, there you go. There you go, man. Even the Google software is like annoyed. Okay, I gotta get the hell out of here now, man. Bye-bye. Oh, who would have guessed that this is the game you want?
it's because I
Okay.
unplug it when I'm done with it,
amazing.
you know?
Yeah, it's astounding that you are so afraid of being replaced by AI with total curveballs, unpredictability like this.
I don't need, I could, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just
Calm
going to go
down.
in 11 Labs and I'm going to be like, I'm Tim Pool, here's my voice, hit me. And then I'm going to take this and I'm going to be like, write a 20-minute long script. And then I'm good. Here's the issue. There are channels already doing this.
Okay.
They'll generate
you do it too.
40-minute long
Check.
news reports.
Oh, this channel's
They'll
already
take
doing this.
like 10 news
Then
articles,
it's okay.
load them into an AI and say, convert these stories into
I
a
don't know
single
why.
news podcast.
Thank
then
God.
they'll do one
It's
of these
just random every
People
time.
love this.
generators,
People
and they'll
love
get like a
listening to
young-looking
this.
woman.
This is so funny
It's-
because
it does
like,
something with how
you know,
it
honest subtext
sets
of
levels
this,
or
if you were just
something.
like just cutting through the nonsense.
Maybe
Basically, what you're
opening
saying is like, look, you know, these people,
program
these people
fixes
are
it.
uploading a bunch of this crap. It's junk. No one wants it. He basically said, no one wants this crap. No one's watching it. You know, basically what I make is junk.
Tim's a bit
crap
salty, I
too.
think.
So, you know, why am I not doing... Can anyone please explain to me why am I not doing this? If I were there, I'd be like, honestly, you should be doing this. You're right, exactly. I agree. You're making crap just like all that crap you're talking about. Right, it's junk. No, I agree, it's junk. I agree with what you're saying, which you don't realize you're saying, which is that you make junk that can be done probably better by a junk machine. He's writing the junk machine thing. Yeah.
Just from me tweeting stupid things.
You don't tweet a lot.
down.
I don't tweet a lot, and sometimes I tweet stupid things. And then what
Always.
happened?
Not just sometimes.
Indians got on X, created a bunch of
Okay,
accounts.
that's a drop. That's a drop, man.
Indians.
What about him?
Indians.
Okay.
Come on.
For you, I'm good. And you, I'm fine. And the replies are what generates revenue. All of a sudden, people noticed their payments were dropping dramatically. People then found this network, complained to X, and said, these are fake accounts, not making real content or engagement, and they're pulling money out of the pool for actual creators. Indians said, okay, we're going to fix this. The problem we have right now, YouTube needs to ban AI-generated content like this.
Okay.
There are places where it's good. Like there's that YouTube channel, shout out to Skybrowse, who made that Elon Musk song. That's great work. He used AI video and AI music to make a great music video, and that's good, and he deserves to get paid for that.
Yeah, this is great because basically what he's saying here, and this is true, is he's like, he doesn't realize he's saying this. This is what's so great about this.
He's
Yeah,
like,
look,
we need to
I'm
ban low
competing
effort
with all the
content,
other
is what he's
slop.
saying.
They should ban that other slop because it's cutting into my slop revenue. By the way, I wish I could just have a robot make this slop. I love also that, like, him and his audience are the most, like, vulnerable to AI slop crap. He's like, oh, this sucks, man. They should ban this crap. Here's an example of some good slop. Some guy who made an Elon Musk anime music video. I went and watched this, too. All the comments are like, Tim told me to watch this. I'm here from Tim, and this is amazing. It's like this thing, if you go watch it, is like the perfect example of garbage. Just absolute AI dreck.
I mean, yeah, it is.
And he's like, that's awesome, man. I wish I could be replaced by that, which I can.
Indians.
By the way,
Tim Pool is
let me just put a
pre-AI
button on this whole thing.
Indians.
There's this AI Scott
Well,
Adams
that's what I was saying.
show,
That's
which has
not
been
how I feel with
running,
the What If History
and
guy.
people were, I shared it once because...
Oh, they're like making videos of him or something?
Well, so it's like they're keeping the
let
show
that guy
going.
talk, man.
And he had said
Indians.
a number of times that he had wanted his
look,
his
a
likeness
fascist.
to be
Right.
used publicly. And he said a couple of times, like many times over the years,
Kinda
that
weird,
I want
man.
to be the first AI entity that goes on in perpetuity.
forever.
And so someone actually took him up on it. However,
Kinda dumb.
what's crazy though
Is it on X or something? Or?
it's if you just
Let that guy
AI
talk,
Scott
man.
Adams on X.
Okay.
And it's
Give that a
very
look.
realistic.
Wow.
It's very, very realistic.
Okay.
Dazzling coalition of sharp-eyed skeptics and dawn-patrolling idea warriors. Welcome to the radiant hub of ruthless clarity, the prime locale.
Oh, man. No offense. No offense. Rest in peace. It's the guy who made Dilbert. No offense, but how could you possibly model that? Okay. There is a funny part. I guess the story is some guy or something. He's uploading AI-generated videos of the Dilbert guy just in his office. That's funny to need a whole office to make Dilbert. Anyway, that's a side note. I need an office for that. Anyway, so this guy passed away, and somebody's uploading AI-generated video. That's a little... the person doing this is like, hey, said he wanted this. So it's kind of a tough one, but these guys are like, oh my god, it's uncanny. Why aren't we doing this? But there's a funny part with this AI stuff. Watch this.
Where incisive logic, Steving Joe, and a healthy skepticism for the absurd
Right,
come
robot
together
guy.
like a well-orchestrated conspiracy.
Okay.
And if you want to rev this ride up until you're razor-tuned...
Turns way away from the mic. Voice still at the exact same level. Oh, man. It's like I'm there, man. This is funny. This is a very funny admission that they're accidentally making here. Because most people, for me, I'm an old fossil, and I'll be watching some video. It's like, I'm like, wow, that dog's eating a hot fudge sundae. It's really amazing what they can teach these dogs to do. And then somebody will be like, you're watching a fake. That's an AI. I feel like everybody has the same reaction when that moment happens, which is you go, God damn them. You tricked me. You know, that's every reaction to finding out that you're watching an AI, but you son of a bitch. You look at the account, you go, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you back for the, you know. But these guys are like, man, we're already making crap. Hopefully our audience will be okay. Or they're old enough and disconnected enough from their younger family members where they won't point out, hey, you're watching a robot. Robot made that. You know, so hopefully we could do that. That's basically what they're saying here. Yeah, we're already making junk. Crap. Just repeating stuff from Fox News and all this crap. Yeah,
also, like,
our audience would put up more of that.
Like,
crap. There's no young.
Why did these fucking conservo slop creators fucking hitch their train to AI to because it was
strange.
Like, why would you fucking get political around this just because the libs were saying AI sucks?
Yeah, well, they're reactionaries.
Yeah, well, that now the thing is, like, if the people who have promoted AI the most here are the ones that could easily be replaced by it because it's so low effort slop that they're making to begin with.
Mm-hmm. It's the catch-22 for them, which is hilarious because they're going to drive themselves out of the industry.
And, like, look at how much you'll see them just be, like, posting their, like, weird race ideas. Like, they'll show, like, black people killing babies and stuff because they have to make an image because they can't access that image because it doesn't exist, right? So it's like their fucking propaganda and fascist slop is already fucking been AI.
Yeah.
People around to show them that that's fake, and then they do one of their, what? God damn it. They tricked me. Okay, let's watch some of my man Tim right here. He goes like this.
Indians.
Let's watch some of this. Let's see whether or not, let's try to judge whether or not a robot could do this. Let's see.
Why?
I'm curious, because, like, obviously corporations fucking spend on conservative media, right? So they can capture such a political audience that will continually fucking buy a president's crypto scams just because he's that guy. You know? Like, he thought Steve Jobs had brand recognition with Apple. No.
Yeah.
Like, nobody's got it on lock like these people.
I am now friends with everyone except Georgia. Georgia does not like me. I don't know why.
Georgia
Everyone
loves
else is
me.
my friend.
It's still very low.
Yeah, I've been turning up the gain. I don't know what the fuck is happening.
Just turn it up in the capture. Maybe that will help. Sometimes switching microphone feeds even helps me. Anyway, I'm curious how much they didn't even actually care about this, but it was made an issue because, like, brands and foreign actors know how easy they are to capture. So, like, Russians are like, yeah, we should get these people to push the AI and bot nuts, you know? We should get these people to vote away their own freedom. And fucking return the world to more hegemonic power so nobody will stand against us.
Imperial spheres of influence. We're back, baby. Colonialism is back.
Like, they always existed, but, like... And, like, a lot of these China defenders would be like, well, the U.S. did it. Great.
Yeah, great argument. I mean, that's China's
I'll
entire
put it like
argument.
this, actually.
Okay.
I was making this point the other day that
Well,
criminals
America
are
did it,
criminals because they're not smart
and
enough to make money in
I'm
other ways.
pretty sure
you know
in
what I mean? Like, if this
unrestricted
lady was
warfare,
smart,
they
Indians
talk about
wouldn't
how
try
they want to
burn down
replace
a warehouse
America as a
because ICE
hegemonic
might be
power.
operating in it. She would actually not hate ICE at all, and maybe have a calm,
Like people
rational
say,
discussion
oh,
on the
China's
merits of
so
immigration
peaceful.
enforcement
Nah,
and
bro,
law
they
in this
literally
country.
are
Indians. So you look at somebody who's trying to burn down a
megalomaniacal.
warehouse, lighting
They
glass on
want
fire with an
this
accelerant.
position of the United
man, so
States.
he's already doing it. He's already AIing himself.
And they're not
What's
going to
that?
do the world
Hold on, my
police
producer
role.
said
They're just
something.
going to
What
let the
hell did he say?
world
Goddamn you, Dal?
go
Oh,
into
it's not.
chaos because it
Okay.
benefits them.
Okay, man. Wow. Oh, that's interesting, man, because it's very predictable. Does seem like you could kind of just type in, say the same crap. Say all the same crap about all the same stuff all the time. So this is not. Did we confirm that? Hold on, Jamie? Okay, it's not.
So I'll give you an example. Like TikTok got bought recently, and that was a major move in the culture war.
Okay.
And now we're starting to see a shift.
You know,
I've had people reach out to me about TikTok saying the game has changed. You're not going to be banned anymore. Even today,
Yeah?
it is very much back on this train. But X sort of changed the game. Obviously, they let Alex Jones back and Nick Fuentes and many others.
Also very predictable.
This is where the
yeah.
culture war is.
Wow.
Powerful, wealthy
my God.
interests started buying up these platforms in different ways. You got, I think it's like what, like the Ellisons bought TikTok, and all of a sudden, Israel criticism is on the way out, and like we're pro-Israel, and that was a big reason. They're politically at odds. And so then Elon buys X, changes the culture. This unwinds the clock like crazy. YouTube is now propping up wackaloon anti-Israel and faux conservative liberal types. And these anti-Trump people are getting millions of views just saying Trump bad and bashing their faces.
Okay. Yeah, man, let me look at this. Oh, okay. 170. Wow. 170,000 views in 2 days on this. But that is slop. That's slop. I'm actually kind of shocked that this is not AI. Like, I could totally see somebody putting in a prompt for this. He should be AIing this. If you're not AIing this, you're wasting time, actually. You just put in, like, say that I support right-wing billionaires, but in a way,
In a way where you can't really.
like, don't be too upfront about it. Like, you know, and do a little pro-Israel thing, but not too much. Leave some plausible deniability there. There you go, and enter. And there you go. Why would you actually do this? Why would you actually record this?
In this video,
Russia
a man
really
loses
do have
his mind at a bar
doesn't.
owner for playing
barbarian
the Turning
camps
Point
just above
halftime
them.
show. And I'm largely just over the whole halftime show
Not my
arguments.
concern.
Then why you
I'm just here for the tribal
sure, whatever.
villages.
This video exemplifies something else within our culture.
That's a great way to do a video to another 175,000 viewers. Whatever. Look, this stuff is stupid. This is garbage. Whatever. I'll still talk about it. I got one more thing to say before I get started with this, though.
Indians
Okay?
culture. And at first I thought the video was fake, which exemplifies something else. Everything is fake now.
More
I
content,
kid
right.
you not.
Right.
The videos of, there's really funny videos. There's one where it's like an old bald Indian guy, and he's
Yeah,
using
enough with
AI
this,
to
man.
render himself as like a young girl, and he's like, I got
Obsessed
1.3
with
million subscribers on OnlyFans or whatever. It's fake, but it's fake, so it's funny. But you got to watch this video. It's a minute.
You don't have to do this.
Okay.
But it's fine. I don't know. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. It does seem like he's thinking the whole time, why am I not just AI slopping this garbage? Whatever. Who cares?
Indians.
Super Bowl experience.
Okay, what's your tab on there?
All right, I came here for the full Super Bowl experience. Are you the bouncer? Are you the manager? Are you the bouncer, the manager?
He's the manager.
All right.
I'm gonna pause real quick
Calm
and
down,
say,
man.
like,
This actually is like a banger video from my man Tim, who cannot be replaced. He will not be replaced by a robot, as if I have anything to say about it, which I do.
Indians.
This is a funny video. I mean, he found some video where some guy's at a bar and they're playing the whatever.
I'm
the
Wayne the
Charlie Kirk
Chinchilla,
halftime
so-
show thing, and he's like,
Just let it play.
Where's the real one?
Where's the real one?
It's kind of an interesting character, this older guy from the Bronx or whatever. I don't want to watch this. Put Bad Buddy on.
I love Bad Buddy.
This is not the real halftime experience.
Oh.
All right. You might look like a racist.
So do you.
Why?
You're a racist.
Why?
You're complaining about the show.
This show right here is not
All right,
the
can
show.
we do me a favor, Mother
things that we have to
Came
do.
here for the Super Bowl experience. This is not part of the Super Bowl.
So don't come back.
This is what's not promoted.
So don't come back.
A part of me just is like, did this bar? He names the bar. I'm like, is this staged, guys? I think it might be staged. I do. But I am impressed by Indians. If it is.
This is a good video. This really supports his theory that he could just AI himself. Because you could tell he doesn't even want to do this video. He's like, whatever. Who cares? But if you look at the chat, they're like, Bad Bunny sucks. Bad Bunny should be in jail. Like, they're really worked up about this. But he's like, this is probably fake, man. It does kind of seem like these two guys got together and they're like, hey, these people on social media, they get all pissed off about stuff. Maybe we could get some attention off of this. Hey, you're a racist. No, I'm not. Shut up. Put the Bad Bunny on there. What is that? My daughter watches that. Shut up. You shut up. What's the name of this bar? That's Shooters on 38th Street. Got a really good happy hour deals. You shut up. This is sad because this could be fake, you know? And then the audience here is getting double tricked. They're falling for some fake promo video, and then Tim, like, half awake, trying to muster some enthusiasm for their own in the comments. Bad Bunny sucks. That guy's right. That other guy sucks.
Let's be completely transparent. The reason why I'm saying I think it might be staged is that, in all seriousness, I actually lean towards this is a real video, but I am scared that it's going to come out that this is a staged stunt to play to the outrage, and then I'll have fallen for it. So that's literally my thought on videos.
That's a funny admission. Okay, no problem. Hey, look, I think this is real, but I might be embarrassed if it's fake. I don't know. Who cares? Honestly, who cares?
Indians like this.
Did you see that Drew got denied entry and then claimed that he got deported and is blaming Billie Eilish?
We know these people exist because this is all the media is right
Pretty
now.
funny.
I think it's real. Well, you comment below.
He's like, I got deported.
If it is real.
He literally planned
AI, all this stuff.
an appearance on Crowder,
out less.
which means he needed a business visa. And guess what he didn't get?
I think this is fake.
And now he's like, I'm a big victim. Billie Eilish got me deported.
Hey, guys, I think this is staged.
No, I'm a big victim. Where?
I'm just saying it is because I don't want to feel like a dummy. But it's
fucking.
But it is real.
Hilarious.
I guess it's real. Word to
Indians.
Yep.
Kid Rock had the better show.
Absolutely.
He just really did.
Yep.
I'm explaining to you why, for the 800,000th time.
Thank God.
And why this poll wins. A variety of reasons. But first, let me say why the show is better.
Okay.
I know Kid Rock. I'm not a big Kid Rock fan.
Case closed. Case closed. Look, let me explain why this is better. I know who that is. Cat, take a wild guess. Who else knows who Kid Rock is?
Indians. I don't hate Kid Rock. I just don't really listen to Kid Rock stuff, but I've heard the songs.
Okay.
I've never heard any Bad Bunny stuff ever. It's not an American thing. I don't understand what they're saying or doing.
Right. Yep.
It's rap, like
Tim.
reggaeton rap.
Okay, airtight.
Tim, he literally said,
Kid Rock had the better one.
God bless the Americas, and you're mad because he included the other American countries. Shut the fuck up.
Or as I call him, Kid.
He literally called for the American unity. Literally, Western hemispheric unity. That's what he called for. I don't understand Spanish, so I don't like the message. Shut the fuck up, you ignorant Gen X fuckwit. Retire. Actually, retire and replace yourself with AI. Please. At least you might have good takes. I actually think that AI would have better takes than him. I genuinely believe that. Absolute dumbass. Imagine actively being this stupid. Like, I'm stupid, but good lord. That's just next level. Open borders with city-states, yes.
What? What does that mean? I think I've made my point on this one. Okay.
And I'm like, I don't hear anything.
Right.
With at least Kid Rock,
It's
there's
called
a melody.
Spanish, Tim.
And so that show
totally
is
different.
better.
I think like 30%
I'm
of
not saying
America
you have to like
speaks
Kid
it.
Rock. By all means, you could
More,
not
probably.
Like him. I'm saying functionally, with melodic music that Americans are familiar
Entire
with, you are
American
going to get a better product. And
territories
what I mean by that is more
speak
people are going
Spanish.
to like it.
Everything
Now, here's
under
the
the southern
important thing
border,
here.
Case
half
closed.
of Texas
Case closed on that.
speaks
But
Spanish.
it's just a melodic talking. I got a
Right.
girlfriend today, and then a girl.
Unlike Kid Rock.
When I
right?
stayed in
like
Los
doing this. He's
Angeles,
like, look, I
I
don't
stayed in
really-
East
Kid Rock
LA.
had a way better show. People
Everywhere
love that.
around there,
And I don't really like
Spanish.
it. Look,
You know
not
what
even
language I don't
am gonna
speak?
Say that
Spanish.
That goofball
You
is
know what I
good.
was able to
I
do?
can't- I can't-
Navigate.
I can't do that. But you know, anyway.
You know other
Anyway,
language I
gotta get
don't
the hell out of
speak?
here.
Girlfriend to mom.
Japanese. And you know where I stayed for 6 months and navigated perfectly fine?
A pretty great
Japan.
documentary, is well produced. With
Oh no,
with
they're speaking a
very-
different
they had
language.
tremendous
What,
access
you
to
don't
Trump and
understand?
Melania.
God bless you.
And then all these liberals are going to Reddit and they're just like, "Wow,
Fuck
this
off.
is the worst movie ever." And it's got a bad
It's
critic
fucking
score and a great
reggae.
audience
It's
score.
like he's
And
literally
they're like, "That's
the
because
entire
mega chuds are
performance. He's
pretending
talking
it's
about
good."
how
I'm like,
reggaeton
bro,
comes
you
from
can
the
get a bad
Carolinas
review too.
and how this is
You're
literally
right about
American
everything.
music.
I'm not right about everything,
And
but
you're
its
mad because
conspiracies
it's not
are bad
white
and
American
1,000.
music.
Okay,
Shut the
congratulations.
fuck up.
Okay. What was all that about? Oh man, yeah, come on, calm down, man. This poor guy. If he's
Like,
watching
what
this,
could
which
be
he is,
more
calm down,
American
man. It's okay.
than
You're
black
not gonna
American
be replaced by
music?
robots.
You're not going to be replaced by these robots, man.
You're a real person. You're a real human being.
Spanish,
There's no way they
unfortunately,
could just put into a
was in the
prompt,
Americas
"Man,
before
whatever the president
English.
does or anything related to him is good, and anything
You know,
he
they were
does
second to the punch.
not related to him is bad." There's no
So
way you could
realistically,
model that with a
Spanish
program.
should be the main
Calm
language of
down.
the United
I wonder if he
States.
was saying that like on the show, like, what if I just did an AI?
Yeah,
you know,
considering we're going by,
because he's already doing it.
yeah,
you know,
what do they say?
Be okay with it.
Conquered,
Doing it. I wonder if that's what's
not
going on
stolen.
here.
Should we play your commercial?
Yes.
All right,
Well,
let's
the
get it.
Spanish were here first.
We got this. I think this is your commercial, right?
Yeah. Running for Congress. Hey, it's Vince. I'm running for Congress against this guy. Stop having a politician that's worse than Biden. Right?
That's a discretionary funding.
What is
Vote for
happening?
me, a guy who's not half dead. I'm gonna soak up the swamp, clean the house, and pick up those liberal tears at the same time.
Oh
I'm gonna slice out the
no!
nuts
Oh
out
no!
of
He's
the
a
vote.
fascist.
Just learn about this?
More red-blooded Americans. Vote for me. So
Oh,
I can
no,
represent
he's
you
a
and the
Nazi.
ones that can't stand up for themselves.
You didn't know about this?
I offer Vince Shamrock Shlomi for Congress.
Hey,
Did something
put
happen to you
Shamwell
where you
in
got
the
hit
title.
head that made you decide to run for Congress? Because I don't understand how anybody would want to be in that building. You know, it's weird.
Vote
It's like
for the
I think
ShamWow
because-
guy.
I thought he was just gonna stop at the "Did you get hit in the head" thing.
You know what would
This
be
is
really
funny,
cool?
this-
Well, like, I
I
think-
guess I kind of recognize this guy.
Like,
This is
I-
the
If
Sham-
the what's
I
the
think
what's the
with
tape
him,
guy?
the ShamWow
right?
slash.
Like he's like nobody's gonna care what I did to that prostitute if they're already not caring about a guy who is unconsensual sex with minors. Like that was like I had consensual sex with a prostitute and beat the shit out of her. Nobody's gonna care about that. I can run for Congress. I think that's literally probably what went through his head, and he said, "Fuck it." Like I have name
Yeah, maybe.
recognition. I could win this shit. Fuck it.
Yeah, I mean that's all
Nobody's
it is,
gonna
right?
care. Nobody's gonna
What
care
I-
what her face looked like after that.
What I hope happens is the flex tape guy goes, "Nah, fuck you. I'm progressive anarchist." Bam.
My politics are flexible.
Very
like
flexible.
Flex Seal. You can put me anywhere.
Clean
I'll
this
get
up
the
with your
job done.
ShamWow.
There's a
That would
reason
be
why
awesome.
he only has 2 commercials under his name. He beat up a hooker. I shouldn't say beat up a hooker, but it was funnier for the punchline.
I actually didn't know about that.
Bro, look up the
fucking
fucking pictures of the
crazy.
girl's face. It's fucking brutal. So allegedly, what happened is that she bit his lip too hard, and his lip is
Okay.
fucked up. But I think he was already getting rough with her, and she probably bit down or something. But you can see his booking photo. His lip is clearly inflamed.
Damn, he looks awful in that picture.
Probably because he was doing drugs and fucking hitting sex workers.
Gorka says Sham Wow guy beats up cannibal hooker? What? I'm glad Gorka shut down.
It's because she bit his lip.
That is
like she was trying to take a piece out of it or something.
Horse shit sentencing. Jesus Christ.
Well, I mean, it probably got clicks.
Oh my god. TMZ's title, Sham Wow Pitchman beats hooker to the punch. Oh my god.
Jesus fucking Christ, bro.
Jesus fucking Christ. Can we not? Fucking hell,
like,
TMZ.
it's funny that they were so okay writing joke headlines like that back then, but, like, it was still enough for this guy to be brand unsafe for any advertisers.
Yes.
His advertising career was dead. Like, nobody cares about brand safety more than advertisers.
Yes, that's true.
There's a movie called Cannibal Mukbang, too. I haven't watched it. Don't
Chop?
plan on it.
There's something where you give it a little one of these. You give it one of these.
I have an exciting life now. Breakfast to go. You're gonna love my nuts. Watch this. You can do everything in the cover. It's so easy, one finger.
You're gonna love my nuts.
And it like chops your food or something. He's an infomercial guy. He's got a headset on a lot of the time. But I think I started watching this when it was live, and they were. I was like, wait a second. The Tim show has gotten kind of good because Tim was just like, I like the ShamWow and I like the slap chop. I used to have to cut all my food and now I just slap it. I was like, wow, he found his voice. This actually does seem like kind of genuine, like the stuff he cares about. ShamWows and slap chops. But then this guy, the ShamWow guy, is trying to, I don't know, be in the government or something. He's like, I'm gonna ShamWow the woke out of there. So I don't know. Who cares? AI the rest of this. But he almost found his voice for a good show. Just interviewing, like, infomercial people. The ShamWow guy, he is quite the character. Check this. This is, like, right at the beginning of the video. Here we go.
Some of the platforms weren't showing it because the algorithms don't like me making fun of trans.
Right.
So they weren't showing it.
Shut
Like,
up,
look,
Tim.
this is like persecution. This is like discrimination. It's like a black guy in the back of the bus in the 40s. Like, what, you're not showing my content? But here's why.
It's exactly the same. Exactly, ShamWow guy. That's
You
his
nailed it,
actual
bro.
name. Exactly, ShamWow guy. ShamWow McSlapchop. Yeah, that's a very apt comparison, my man. Aaron, do you sell a lot of those slap chops to
Indians.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't understand the question, actually.
You're gonna love my nuts.
Oh, there we go, guys. An absolute fire, another one.
An absolute certified fire, another one.
The reviews are in. The critics are saying it's not a fire, another one, but the actual audience, they're going like this. Before we get the hell out of here, a lot of people have been asking me about the Dusty Boys. Getting a lot of emails about the Dusty Boys. What are the Dusty Boys up to? Who are the Dusty Boys? What is that? If you don't know, which how do you not know the Dusty Boys? The Dusty Boys are a group of dogs, you know, that roam around in a very dusty dog park near me. And a new Dusty Boy has dropped. We're calling this the Circular Boy. This is on the ground reporting, by the way. Let's check out that Circular Boy. Okay, this is Circular Boy right here. He's just kind of doing that over and over. I think he might have an injured paw there. So thoughts and prayers in the chat for the Circular Boy. He's still going. All right. There he goes.
He's still
doing
spinning.
that. Oh, okay. I think he might have a snow-related injury on one of the paws. Okay, there he goes. Prayers for that Circular Boy. Okay, one more person of the day before we get out of here. By the way, that Dusty, what is it? Circular Boy. That Circular Boy was a person. Person of the day. Here's person of the day number 2. I didn't believe this was real, so I had to go click and find it, and it turns out it is actually real. This is that kid Nick Shirley.
Have you
little Mormon kid who was
have you seen the
roaming
White
around
House being like
Minnesota or whatever?
Look, no. Look at this. Are you a daycare because you are Somali I'd commit fraud with? What does that even mean? That's not even like a good pun.
Yeah, no, that's about what I expect from this moron. Sorry, I mean Mormon.
I don't think he knows how it works.
I don't think he understands how words work. I think we established that. Bro is a bit simple. To say the least. Oh my god, I went on a podcast and
Whatever
it's
the hell he was
edited.
doing.
Why is
He
it
posted
edited?
this on Valentine's Day. What does this say? Are you a daycare? Okay? Because you are Somali, I'd commit fraud with blowing kiss face. But hold on, let me read that again. Because you are Somali, I'd commit fraud with kiss face.
I mean,
Valentine's
if,
heart.
pause it
Okay.
for a second.
I think we need to investigate.
I feel like if you really wanted to make this joke, you could do it, but you would have to be like, are you Somali because I'm a daycare or something like that? You'd have to go because I'm a daycare filled with fraud or something like that. Even though the daycare that they went to was shut down.
Yours was worse. I'm back to thinking Mick McShirley's cool now because of how bad yours is.
I'm just spitballing. Yeah, I'm just trying to help him out a little bit because this didn't work. Like, I think he meant to say you're a Somali I'd commit fraud with, and he's just bad at words. It's probably the best
but even
interpretation.
then, the pun isn't good enough.
Is
It's
bad?
not close
Yeah.
enough to somebody.
No. No. But what did you really expect from this guy? Something logical? I wouldn't think so. Bibbidi bibbidi bib bib.
Yeah, I got pretty low standards for what I expect.
Yeah. Another tribal village.
How far can we go with this?
What is that? Why did I get a great work? That's a relic.
See, I'm also focusing because, like I said, you want to send your trade routes as far as you can because it will build trade depots there, and trade is really essential for culture.
Trading posts, yeah.
So you don't want to repeat routes. You want to get as many posts as possible, basically.
Okay. Well, I do domestic trade routes for food. But I'll start sending them out. I think it's mostly because I had the era score tied to the things. You want Frankenstein? No, Frankenstein is mine. For one... No. Go away. I'm currently working to steal your great works anyway. Go away.
How could you?
Well, she shouldn't have started war with everybody. It's her own fucking fault.
How could you?
Ah. Shit. Oh, there's a little random city-state up here. Cool. I guess I can expand over.
You know, I was just thinking that one kid who punched that ice kid is going to be immortalized forever in meme culture now, and nobody's even going to remember the other dude.
No, that's true. It's a really good point, actually. And that's the best part. He's just forgotten to history. That guy? Yeah.
He's going to...
that guy.
Just wait. He's going to be on podcast soon.
The fat guy?
Yeah.
Mm.
Just wait.
I reckon the right wingers will try and grift this guy into stardom as well. The guy filming.
Oh, the guy who filmed it? I don't think... I think they're avoiding it because of how alpha Chad this kid is.
It looked, yeah. It's a little embarrassing for him.
That'd be like them trying to grift the iconic photo of the Nazi trying to get a guy to stop punching him. before he gets punched. Somebody recently put damage frames on it, and it's even funnier.
Is that the guy with the armband and the black
yeah,
jacket?
Yeah. And he's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And the guy just fucking...
He's like, whoa, whack.
But yeah, somebody fucking
Very
edited
funny.
it to put fucking damage frames like it's a fighting
that's very
game.
funny.
So like the screen like flashes black and he like turns red and stuff. It's like really well done.
I haven't seen
Like
that one.
it
That's
doesn't
great.
look like shit. It looks really well done.
In the 2000s, parks were competing at breakneck speed for all types of superlatives. The fastest, the tallest, the steepest, the most inversions. But now, to the dismay of coaster fans like me, they're a dying breed. Or at least, they're becoming less common. And in their place,
more rides like this, which is great for people like me who can't go on any coaster without needing to lie down afterwards. Thanks to the roller coaster database, we looked at every coaster built in the US going all the way back to 1980 and found two interesting trends. One, that holy moly, we were building so many coasters in the late 90s and early 2000s. And two, that kid-friendly rides are becoming a bigger and bigger proportion of all new coasters. Even though Kyla and I will never agree on what makes a good coaster, we decided to team up to figure out why
up there right next to the AI, huh? They're so bad at finding the tribal villages.
I'm already up there getting them all.
Yeah, I know. I see you.
Get my scalp.
I could have went up there and got him, but I didn't want to bother with the barbarians when there's a bunch of other
amusement parks are seemingly getting more
Yeah, well, I was using a
boring for her.
Horse archer.
Not for me.
To go
this is great
around
for me. So we dove into the wild coaster history and data, visited some iconic parks ourselves.
This is a very competitive
Is she going to talk about
industry.
K2?
And even spoke to some real-life coaster engineers.
We're seeing an increase in parks wanting something that's family-friendly.
The answer?
Lame.
Well, much like the coasters themselves, it's been a wild ride to please evolving customer tastes.
Lame.
It stars money, obviously, an
More
iconic
kids
coaster
coasters
company, and
means
one
I'm
very
not going to
particular
roller
type
coasters
of
anymore.
So the
kid
reason
coasters.
why I think this video is funny, because they never even fucking hint at the reason why this demographic that would be into roller coasters aren't there anymore. The
It's
people
fucking
who would be
expensive.
into roller coasters can't afford to go there, you fucking morons.
Yeah.
So because they can't afford to go there, the companies have fucking changed to be family friendly, because if you can afford to have a family, you can afford to have a vacation.
Exactly.
Like, you fucking idiots. They're gonna go through all this fucking slop about how demographics are changing, all that shit, and not actually... That's really... I didn't even want to watch the video. This is all I wanted to fucking, like, talk about. Is because how stupid this is. That, like, you're not pointing out exactly why demographics shift.
Like,
towards
I'm just gonna...
family friendliness.
I'm just going to do something real quick. Give me a second. Okay, so... Carowinds? Why are you playing the videos? Okay, so... Carowinds in South Carolina, or North Carolina, South Carolina, is $80 at the gate. Okay. What's
That's
the...
not too expensive, but...
No, it's not. So what's the Cedar Rapids?
Cedar Point.
Is that the... Cedar Point entry price. Okay, Cedar Point, Six Flags. Okay, good. Any day ticket is $50. It's not bad. Okay.
Cedar
So
Point
what's
also
the-
has a water park. It's a very good water park.
Okay.
I didn't
Yeah,
go to
water-
it, though, because why would I go to the water park?
Okay, water park tickets are $50 as well. If you want to
But they always had the water park there.
Dude,
So, like,
honestly,
families,
prices
there's
aren't
be
bad.
people in the family that wouldn't want to do the fucking roller coaster stuff. So they had the water park there. So
Like,
that's like
honestly,
when I went,
man.
my brother and mom went to the water park side, and me and my dad went to
Mhm.
the roller coaster side.
Honestly, like, I'm just looking at the Cedar Point thing here. They're the passes, right? Those season passes. So the $250 pass is 15% off stuff, admission to some weekend thing, discount bring a friend, pass perks, 2 pre-K passes. So, okay, so that's interesting. Hotel discounts, access to all Six Flags parks. That's interesting. Early entry to park and water park, free preferred parking. Okay. So if you got kids that really fucking love it, that's probably not a bad option. 250 is not unreasonable depending on how much you go. Just for comparison, right? Let's look up Movie World in the Gold Coast. And let's see how much their prices are for a 3-day pass. Multi-day passes.
Multi-pass.
$170 for unlimited entry to 3 parks for 3 days. So $170. 5 days is $180. 7 is $190. $100 for a single day? Sure. I mean, like if you're going on a holiday, that's not too much of an expense. You have a few kids, you know, it stacks up. You know, it's maybe a $300-$400 day. That's expensive to like dedicate to a day to a theme park. However, I am just sort of thinking like at this point that is too expensive for someone like me, for example. Like even if there were theme parks in Melbourne, which there's not. I think there might be one over in Geelong. And it's like a water park, and I don't even think it has actual roller coasters. They're all in Queensland. So even if I was able to go, I couldn't afford that. It would be a once every 6 months kind of thing. If that. So like you're 100% correct where it's people literally can't afford it, so they're not going. So they're moving away from it, but like make it more affordable. Do a fucking I don't know, do a $5 ticket for people between the ages of 20 and 35. Get people back. Right? Start investing in new thrill coasters that do something. Like Queensland.
Well, why would they invest in thrill coasters when the demographic that would, like, those are expensive investments, and that demographic it's not something you can solve with lower ticket prices. That demographic, like, why would you target a demographic that is going to cause you to lower your prices?
Yeah, that's a fair point. It just seems... It could also just be an American thing. This might just be a problem in America, and that's why they're moving away from that kind of stuff. That could also be a thing as well.
The thing is America's financials have hurt everyone globally. Yes. Like, every time there's a recession, it hurts the globe.
Mm-hmm. It do be a problem. Collectivization. I am a communist.
Okay, this is what I'm gonna watch now. Can we, I don't know why it hasn't full screened it yet on the capture because it's full screen here. YouTube is that shitty.
Hello, I'm the.
But
Hi.
like, what do we think of this guy?
Looks like a wizard, Harry.
YouTube. Broken ass website.
That's
Real life fake wizard. Hello, I'm the real life fake wizard. The He-Man movie.
Okay. So, Jack, do you know why the He-Man movie is woke? Did you know even though there's going to be a He-Man movie?
Is it the animated one where the... No, that's She-Ra.
No. This is a movie being... Because there's no originality. It's just IP properties now,
Remakes,
right?
yeah.
Well, it's not even remakes. It's just a recognizable IP.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And it's also based off of a toy.
Great.
Like Barbie. Right? So, of course, they invested in this.
Of course.
So, you hadn't heard it, right? You didn't know there was a new He-Man. Maybe that's why it's not going to do good at the box office, because nobody fucking cares about He-Man.
Yeah. I don't know why they're even like, oh, let's do He-Man.
What is this for people born in the 80s?
Yeah, exactly. Like, when the fuck was He-Man again?
They were the
80s?
biggest
70s?
toy line, though. Like, the He-Man
I
toys
bet.
were huge. So... But do you want to guess why it's woke?
I don't know. They probably cast a black guy.
Nope.
Ooh, she's losing that city. It's gonna go to you too.
Guess again. Why is it woke?
He saves a woman.
No, it's because it shows him at his office job.
Oh my god.
And it shows his name on the placard. And then says he, him underneath it. Which I saw as like a joke because He-Man is like
yes,
already
that
redundant.
That does feel like a joke.
Yeah. It's literally a pronoun joke. But because he had pronouns on the placard for that joke.
They're freaking out.
It's woke now.
Incredible. Incredible stuff.
But apparently it's based more on like maybe the toys than it is going to be based on the show. Which I don't know what that means. Nor do I care. If it's fucking good and it ends up being good, I'll be all about it. Because like the Dolph Lundgren one, like it's not terrible. Have you seen the Dolph Lundgren one?
No, I haven't seen anything of. I haven't seen precisely zero He-Man media.
I know one of the things that's very funny about Dolph Lundgren. Actually, it's Masters of the Universe, not even He-Man, because they knew, even though it was a huge toy line.
Wait, is this the one in Ted?
I don't know. Is there?
Who's the old guy in Ted?
Dolph Lundgren?
It might be. It's a big, muscly dude. Sam Jones? Flash Gordon. Different movie. It's close.
So, this is what Dolph looks like in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
And he was very self-conscious about how his ass would be out most of the time. So
Amazing.
It's very funny because clearly he was uncomfortable with it. So they like never frame shots that show him from behind unless he has a cape on.
That's very funny.
But the the Skeletor mask. Look at how, can you see that? Look at how good that mask is.
Yeah, that does look good.
Yeah. Like, there he is. There's Skeletor. Like, Skeletor is fucking scary in this fucking movie. You know? And, like, you would think this would be supreme dog shit because of, like, you know, this is like when they're making the Mario Bros. Movie. But, like, it does it. Like, it does He-Man. It's fine. It cost, I know that, like, I think they had an initial budget and it got slashed midway through, and that's one of the reasons why it has a lot of problems. But, like, it's gonna bomb because nobody knows or cares about He-Man. That's why it's gonna bomb. It's not gonna bomb because it's woke. They're gonna, they're clearly gonna try and do, like, a Barbie thing with the humor that Barbie had.
Yeah, like an IP.
Which was a movie for girls, not boys. Come on, executives, can you get it to the fuck together? There's like, there has to be a formula here. We have to just reverse engineer this formula that made Barbie a hit.
Although I am excited for Greta Gerwig to do Lion the Witch in the Wardrobe.
Looks
that'll be
good.
Interesting.
And I think it's probably gonna flop anyway. The Masters of the Universe trailer just dropped, and
You want
many
a hand?
people are starting to talk
Your
about
man
it.
at arms
My
just
first
found a
impression
Bob
is
can.
that this movie is 20 years too late.
I've got a
Lots
guy
of
down there
people
as
are
well.
latching on to the he/him
Oh, I knew it was
pronouns
there.
gag and the race swapping for man at arms, like those are going to be big box office indicators, but I don't think those will be concerns at all. No, there's a lot of other baggage here, because this movie has been in development hell for nearly 20 years. It cost somewhere between $170 and $200 million to make this. And it's releasing
That's
into
cheap.
an era where people are pickier than ever about what films they actually go to theaters to see. And the franchise it's based on? Most people under 30 have no idea what He-Man even is.
That's
so let's
true.
talk about the good, the bad, and the math involved here to see if He-Man still has the power. Today's indie game shout-out is Chef RPG.
Oh, you know
Craft
what?
your
I'll let this
culinary
play.
adventure in a
He does
beautiful
indie game
pixel art
shout-outs? That's
world.
cool.
Manage your
That is
restaurant,
cool.
forage and hunt for ingredients, befriend locals, and grow your culinary empire. What kind of chef will you be? To learn more about this and
That's what we
hundreds of
should
other
do,
indie
is
games,
is
visit
shout-outs.
our Indie Game Discovery Network,
Game shout-outs?
fakeportal.com, or scan the
No,
QR
just
code
like
on your
shout-outs in
screen.
general.
Now back to the video. Let's start with the good, because there is some good here. The trailer looks pretty good. I think it's genuinely solid. Eternia looks vibrant and colorful. Battle Cat looks like Battle Cat, save for some less than stellar
It's very
CGI.
funny,
The costumes seem to be
the
faithful to
loading
original
bar he
designs in
has
a way
here.
that feels respectful without being campy.
The
kid
transformative
playing He-Man,
content.
he's got the look. He doesn't have the Mr. Olympia physicality, but he looks good enough. This is a He-Man origin story. He might be gigantic by the end. Jared Leto as Skeletor is interesting. Jared
That
Leto
is an
being
interesting
a
choice.
Bad choice.
cool. I think there's
Very
a
bad
good
choice.
reason why.
Bad choice. Like, nowadays, I don't think anyone was like, oh my god, Jared Leto. Even in the past, right? But nowadays, you'll see him in the cast, and you'll be like, oh.
Great.
Because, like, he already had a bunch of weird shit about him, and then when you found out the shit about him allegedly, because he's such a method actor, right?
Oh, doing the weird shit while doing Joker.
Speak for yourself. You're a big Jared Leto fan. So, like, he gets so into method acting, right? So, you want to know how into method acting this guy gets? And you tell me this is not some of the biggest tool shit you've ever... I'm not talking about back in the day. I'm talking about right now. You put Jared Leto in your movie, it's a bad call. Okay? So, he's so into method acting. So, you know the movie Morbius? He's kind of like Doctor Strange, right? Where he has a disability and his superpowers kind of take away his disability. Marvel liked doing that, like disability representation with them, right?
Yeah.
So he literally so he becomes his characters because he's a method actor, right? So like when he was the Joker, he sent used condoms to like Margot Robbie and shit.
Oh, good.
Because it's like, haha, it's so funny. I'm the Joker. I'm doing diabolical things, like legitimate like stuff you should go to jail for. Okay, that's his method. Great, Jared. That's awesome. And then they cut him from the whole movie because his method did not produce very good results. So just think about this. So he's so method that they would only like refer to him as like Michael Morbius or whatever, you know, when he's on set. And he was actually walking around with crutches to commit himself to Michael Morbius's limp that much, to the point where it would take 40 minutes for him to get to the bathroom and back. So they started getting a wheelchair to wheelchair him to the bathroom and back.
That's
for
awesome.
What? For fucking Morbius, bro. Are we for real, Jared? So I can only imagine him pretending to be a skeleton on set for 8 hours a day.
That's so awesome.
I said even back in the day.
What a fucking goober.
Well, I meant back in the day, maybe Suicide Squad. I don't know what I said. I'm talking about how Jared Leto is not it. And like before, like he had the allegations come out, and then the Joker condom shit came out right when those allegations started surfacing.
Yeah.
Like nobody wants to see Jared Leto anymore. They want him to just go away. Like, go do your cult at Red Rock and leave everyone else alone.
We didn't hear Skeletor's voice in the trailer. I bet he's doing his voice and not classic Skeletor voice that we all want. We do know he's doing motion capture, which means we're getting a fully CGI villain. And the CGI doesn't look bad on Skeletor here. Whether Leto can pull off the theatrical evil that Skeletor requires remains to be seen, but visually,
I don't know. I feel like Jared Leto could do the theatrical overacting that you
here's
need.
where things get complicated. Number one, and as I said earlier, this movie is 20 years too old. He-Man peaked in the 1980s.
Look, man,
the original
pause it.
cartoon ran from 83 to 85.
You can do
the
it.
Toys were everywhere. It
He-Man.
was a cultural
Okay, so
phenomenon. Kids went
I've actually
crazy for it, and
reassessed.
then-
So
You can do it. You cannot do it for $200 million.
No, He-Man is in the zeitgeist. The fucking memes are everywhere, right? You could easily do it. But this is not it. Like, it's not something that you couldn't do. Like, it would have to be, you would have to make it camp. You would have to. It has to be campy.
Which I think after Morbius is really the only value that Jared Leto might have.
Like,
is just to be a satire of himself.
Like I think if you need to make it like it's a B film, make it with a film budget, but make it like a B film. It needs to be campy. It needs to be fun. It can't take itself too seriously. Like it's because it's a dead franchise, because nobody really gives a shit about it.
Well, that's why I
it's
said, like, I
basically
think
just
they're
meme
trying
value.
to do more of, like, a Barbie thing with it.
Is it Mattel? It's not, is it?
It might be.
Because if it is, that would be interesting, because they have been wanting to do more IP stuff. Like, they wanted to do a Hot Wheels movie as well.
I know that they tried to do this with products before, and that's why we got Rihanna's Battleship.
Yeah.
But
I like that movie. It's dog shit, but I like it.
One of the things that they announced, and it was announced again after the whole like Barbie thing, is this fucking Stretch Armstrong movie, and I guess it's done shooting, and it actually exists.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's got someone crazy like Ed Norton in the role or something.
Awesome.
Chris Pratt is what it's gonna be. Watch. Let me see here. They did a Netflix show for Stretch Armstrong. Taylor Lautner.
Interesting.
So it's dead. But everyone could have told you that. But apparently they shot most of it, you know?
Interesting. It's a little
Here's
waste
an
of
article.
money.
Hollywood's they're gonna Danny DeVito's on here. Hollywood's repeated inexplicable attempts to make a add a Stretch Armstrong movie. Like why? 1994. They've been trying to make a Stretch Armstrong movie that long.
It faded.
That is a
The
long
way
time.
these things do. But Wizard, what about the movie from 1987? Oh, the movie that bombed so hard it put the franchise on ice?
Not only did the movie bomb so hard that it put the franchise on site, it destroyed canon. Like, canon never recovered from that movie.
Interesting.
You probably don't even know what canon is, do you?
Are you talking about law? Like actual things? I have no idea.
No, I'm talking about a company.
Oh, no, I have no clue.
Okay, so... Charles Bronson was Canon's big guy. So, like, a lot of Bronson movies are Canon movies. They were always using Bronson in their movies. Chuck Norris.
Interesting.
Rambo First Blood 2.
Okay.
Breaking Into Electric Boogaloo. But they did a lot of... they also owned the rights to Spider-Man and planned to produce a Spider-Man film
Damn.
mid-1980s.
In the 80s?
Yeah. Let me
That's pretty
go to
crazy.
their page. Face Off? Not the one we know of. It's the Zebra Force.
Interesting. The Sphinxes are a very interesting mechanic. It's like you don't want
Death
to put too
Wish.
many.
Revenge of the Ninja. lot of the crap for the TV. You know, that's really where their market was like, you know, like these are all the same type of movie. Like they had no Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2.
Huh.
Rumpelstiltskin. Sleeping Beauty. Bloodsport. Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Interesting.
That was a big one. But, you know, not Cyborg with Jean-Claude Van Damme. That wasn't a big one.
No, it wasn't.
I mean, people know about it, but it's not one of the big ones. So, you know, their hits are pretty few and far between here. Thunder Run, Basic Training, The Hills Have Eyes 2, Heat.
What?
This is
Like
not
the Heat movie?
Nope. No, it is a different movie. United Kingdom.
I was gonna say.
I was about to say Heat. Wow. No way they made that. Dawn of the Dead. I guess they own it. Because this is like, I think these are home video releases. Okay, so they own the home video release for Dawn of the Dead and Pee Wee Herman, Rambo, and The Howling 2, Your Sister's a Werewolf. So they, looks like they transitioned more into home video.
Mm.
And
money off DVD sales.
Well, this would be VHS.
Same shit.
But they were huge for, not huge, but like in the action movie space. Like you would always know what you were getting with a Canon movie.
There was a revival in 2002, a new animated series that was actually really good. It had a modern edge to it. It took the mythology seriously. It ran for 2 seasons, and then it got canceled for ratings, sadly. And that was kind of the last time He-Man was truly relevant in the mainstream. That was 2004. Over 20 years ago. Yes, 2004 was 22 years ago. Since then, we've had some Netflix animated shows that, at best, divided fans. We've had toy re-releases for collectors, but in terms of cultural relevance, in terms of being a franchise that the average person recognizes and cares about, He-Man has been in hibernation for 2 decades. And okay, I could hear your comparison, perhaps, but Wizard, Barbie was an old property and it made $1 billion.
Barbie never went away.
Barbie never went away.
Barbie has been continuously relevant for 60 years. Little girls still play with Barbies. The brand has been refreshed and updated constantly. When the movie came out, it was tapping into something that was already alive and in the culture.
Do you guys ever just want to die?
Not Barbie. He-Man is a nostalgia property for
Great
people
line.
in their 40s and 50s. The kids who loved it in the 80s are now middle-aged adults. Their kids, their grandkids, they don't know who He-Man is.
See,
They've
I clicked
never seen
this,
the cartoon. They don't
and I
know
was
the
like,
cartoon.
I want to see if this will be
It is for nostalgic
good
fans.
nerd content.
Great, I'm happy to hear that.
Or
but there aren't enough of us
capitalizing
to carry a $200 million blockbuster.
the pronoun.
I know many of you are going to be upset with me
screeching.
for saying that, but when you look at the superhero craze and even Minecraft from last year, right? You had kids, cringe high schoolers, and normie parents with their kids. Superhero movies are applicable to everyone. Normies used to love the Avengers. Minecraft captured children, but was also lucky enough to be chosen like the Claw in Toy Story to be a ridiculous meme. Now, if this movie is for new audiences, which it needs to be in order to succeed, like, yes, this movie is designed to also attract new audiences to He-Man, but you're asking them to care about a franchise they have no connection to. And that's a super tough sell in 2026 when there are 1,000 other things competing for that attention. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying you're fighting an uphill battle. Ask any kid today who He-Man is, and they'll say, Daddy, He-Man is gendered language. You need to be re-educated. And you'll look back at him and say, where's my son, you damn machine? Number 2, the budget is insane. $170 to $200 million, that's the production budget, not including marketing, just production. For comparison, Tron Ares had a production budget of $220 million. Minecraft
that movie was bad.
$150 million. Fantastic
I told
Four
you.
First Steps was
it was real bad.
Million, but
I told you.
Disney is lying, and it was likely more. When you factor
still
in
let 'em take your money.
distribution, which for
I
a
didn't go and
tentpole
say it in
film
the
like this
movies.
typically adds another $100 to $150 million. You're looking at a total spend of somewhere between $270 to $350 million, possibly more. Now, studios don't keep all the box office revenue, right? Theaters take a cut. International markets have different splits, like China. A lot of the money stays in China. The general rule of thumb is that a movie needs to make about 2.5 to 3 times its production budget at the worldwide box office just to break even. I know a lot of creators discuss that kind of math here, but it's worth explaining so that people understand. The access media is almost never giving us the full stack of numbers we need to understand if these movies make money. The reported budget from studios is almost entirely not the truth. It's a half-truth. For this movie, that means $500 to $600 million globally needs to come in just to not lose money. Let's put that in perspective. Dungeons & Dragons Honor Among Thieves came out in 2023. That was another fantasy property trying to tap into nostalgia and bring in new fans. It had good reviews. People who saw it generally liked it. It made $208 million worldwide on a $150 million budget, and yet it underperformed, not making enough money to get a sequel, and killed a TV show in the process too. It was considered a disappointment. The 1987 Masters of the Universe movie I mentioned earlier, the one with Dolph Lundgren, that had a $22 million budget and it made $17 million at the box office.
Dolph Lundgren?
A complete flop.
Genuinely
at the height of the franchise's popularity.
good person. It's crazy when that
kids
happens.
actually knew who He-Man was, and now we're betting $200 million on a reboot of that same property aimed at an audience that largely doesn't exist anymore. The box office predictions that are floating around right now range from 170 million on the low end to maybe 375 million if everything goes right. Neither of those numbers.
They make so many movies. Yeah, that's why the red letter meter joke is what? When did that come out?
Might be on track for a John Aries disaster.
Is that on Tubi?
No one cares
Is
about
that
theaters
on
anymore.
Peacock?
This could be one of the worst summer box offices in a long time. He-Man releases June 5th. Well, let's see what else is happening.
But the thing is like, so because of how the industry is, and because of streaming access and stuff, like, you know how some of the best games right now are indie games? It is similar with film. There's some really, really good, like, I mean, like, that's how A24 got to where it is. You know, there's that Brie Larson Shed movie.
Yes.
Like, that was not even a big one that pulled people in. Green Room was one of the ones that helped them get their place
Makes
on
sense.
the map.
It's a good movie.
Yeah, and like you would think in that movie, like their use of Patrick Stewart would be limited, but he's like they paid him. He was there. He didn't bother doing an accent. I mean, I think he was trying to, but he didn't sound American, you know? But I think he was doing his best American accent, but he did not sound American.
Summer window. The Mandalorian and Grogu comes out 2 weeks before. That's gonna start the whole summer movie season. And personally, I don't see Mando and Grogu doing big numbers. Not nearly enough for people to care about this movie. Then, Masters of the Universe, the second big tentpole summer release at the top of June. After that, Toy Story 5, which is likely gonna be the big winner of the summer. Supergirl follows after that at the end of the month. All four of these movies I've mentioned are kid-friendly and family-inclined, with He-Man being the young boys film. However, other than Toy Story, none of these movies are going to generate big buzz. None of them are set up to make $1 billion. Again, save for maybe Toy Story. And if none of these films are even going to be talked about, then there isn't going to be any kind of compounding theater effect either. Most summers are built on people talking about one film, which then brings more attention to the other films. We spent the first 6 months of 2025 comparing Fantastic Four and Superman. Which movie was going to dominate the year? Which one would be better? In this case, 3 of the 4 films no one cares about. And the 4th one is another Toy Story, and no one was asking for that.
No one was asking for another Fantastic Four, to be honest.
Also, think about it this way.
I'm perfectly fine with rebooting
You've got a limited movie budget
Fantastic
and limited
Four
time. Do you take
to
them
give
to
us a
see the
proper
He-Man
representation
movie,
of it,
a
to be
character
honest.
that even the parents don't know about? Or do you take them to Toy Story 5, something you know is likely safe? Number 4, the Jared
The original
Leto
one was fine.
Jared Leto has become something of a complicated figure in blockbuster filmmaking. His recent projects haven't exactly set the world on fire, and if they do, it's for the wrong reasons. Now, there's a segment of the audience that sees his name attached to something and immediately checks out. Whether that's fair or not, it is a factor here. Hey, this has Jared Leto in it. Grown. Now he's playing Skeletor via motion capture, so you're not really seeing Jared Leto on screen, but his name is on the marketing, and for some people, that's going to be a big red flag. Take note that in the trailer, we deliberately did not hear his voice, like I said earlier. When you think of Skeletor, you're thinking of his iconic voice. Yeah, He-Man, yeah. And even if this film is going to be more realistic and a little more serious, You want classic Skeletor's voice, which is unlikely for Jared Leto to be performing. What I'm trying to say is that a lot of people could walk out of this movie saying Skeletor was the weakest part of the film on a technicality bias of not liking Jared Leto and or he didn't do the voice right. I'm not saying it's a deal breaker, I'm saying it's another piece of baggage this movie has to carry. Number 5, that the Earth storyline is concerning. One thing the trailer reveals is that Prince Adam crash lands on Earth as a child and grows up here before returning to Eternia. Kinda like Thor. Or Enchanted, crossing from the fantasy world into the real human world. The 1987 movie did something similar. Most of that film took place on Earth because it was cheaper to film. They didn't have the budget for elaborate Eternia sets, so they set the action in suburban America. It was a cost-cutting measure that fans have criticized for decades. Now, I don't think this movie is doing it for budget reasons. They clearly have the money, but narratively, it's retreading ground that the franchise has already covered in its biggest failure. There are people who want a He-Man movie set entirely in Eternia, who want to see the full fantasy world without the fish-out-of-water Earth stuff. And those people might be disappointed. Me, I am those people. I'm reserving final judgment until I see the actual film. Maybe they handle it all well. Maybe the Earth stuff is a small portion and Eternia is the main focus. Unlikely, but it could happen. But it's another thing that makes me go, eh? So where does this leave us? Look, I think the movie's gonna be fine. As in, I think people, when they sit down to watch it, will have a good time. They've got a good cast and Skeletor looks really good. It'll probably be entertaining. It just needs to be good, right? Not incredible, just make a good movie, but good enough. Doesn't cut it at $200 million. Fine doesn't break even. Fine doesn't launch a franchise. For this movie to succeed, it needs to be exceptional. It needs to transcend its niche appeal and become a crossover hit. It needs Barbie-level cultural penetration without Barbie-level cultural awareness. And I just don't see that happening. Let's be generous and say this movie hits $350 million out the gate. That's still 150 to 250 million short of breaking even. At that point, it's still a loss. That's a movie that we're going to be talking about if it has legs or not on Monday after release. You can't spend $250 million on a nostalgia property that most people don't remember and expect to make it back. The math doesn't math here. Now, I could be wrong. And I hope I'm wrong. I hope I love this movie. And if I do, I hope it opens to 600 million worldwide and proves everyone wrong. You know, I hope the nostalgia crowd shows up in force and brings their families
pretty
with them.
balanced. Like, obviously a bit chuddy.
But hope isn't a strategy.
But not like
and love is not
on the level of that fucking
and the evidence suggests that
smelly looking cunt that did the Alien review.
Very difficult situation. I'm rooting for this movie. I am. But I'm also realistic about
what's his
what
name?
it's up
Fucking
against.
Nerdrotic
Until
or whatever the
next time,
fuck his channel name is.
Innovate, inspire, and for the love of God, cancel Disney.
I can't watch a movie
already see
because
how this is gonna
brown
end
people
on,
and
like, some kind of
Asians.
cliffhanger setting up for She-Ra, meaning Masters of the Universe is the first film, She-Ra is going to be the second film, and then there's going to be a third crossover film with the both of them. But that's not going to happen if this movie bombs.
That's true.
So it's going to be another after credits setup for another film. That we
Wow,
never
what do you
see.
mean? Are you telling me they're setting up
I
IP
hope I'm
trilogies?
wrong, you guys.
No way. That hasn't happened since
I hope
Star
I'm
Wars.
wrong. I have the power. All right, that's enough.
All right, what next?
But then they also played them.
I added a bunch of
playing
stuff.
Checkers. While everybody...
I told you a bunch of stuff that I in the streaming
but
fun.
There's a lot of shit on the list, so
All right, give me a second.
you can send me links of specific stuff.
Right as I fucking get up.
I mean, it's just Jasmine Crockett here. This is stuff we already looked at the top.
It's not. The first video is literally, are the Liberal Party issues deeper than their leader? Then there's how the West misunderstands the
just
social credit
refreshed it.
system.
Didn't change anything.
Refresh it. And then there's
I
the
just
Pauline
refreshed
Hanson
it.
interview with the abortion psycho who wants to kill women in Australia. You can watch that. There's a few videos here, racism and Australia, and then there's a should refugees come to the country from
Just send me what you want me
1978,
to play next.
which is very interesting. There's also a Four Corners
Just send me what you
investigation
want me to
into
play
the Bondi shooting. The goth girl paradox. The cult of conservative Christianity. There's a bunch of stuff here.
Okay, just send me what you want me to play next. Because it doesn't work for me. The list is not generating.
I'm just going to send a bunch. It's just CTE as a podcast.
Does it surprise you to learn that the oldest story we have, carved onto this stone tablet in 2000 BC, is about a king chasing immortality? From the literal dawn of our species, immortality has saturated
Who likes
our
polls?
stories, and it's for three main reasons. It's a chance to explore the inevitability of death. Voldemort, Boulder, Barbossa, all characters who were technically immortal, but still that wasn't enough to avoid fate. There's something incredibly powerful here. How using all of the dark magic in the world, even that isn't enough to escape death. Take the Epic of Gilgamesh, that ancient story I just mentioned. The oldest story known is of a man trying to become immortal, failing, and having to accept that his life will come to an end. Stories using immortality to emphasize death's inevitability, they can be incredibly powerful. But then you've got the second appeal, wish fulfillment. People want to be like Phil in Groundhog Day, mastering the piano and ice sculpting. There is something deeply appealing about having infinite time to learn all the skills, read all the books, and never worry about that pesky inevitable end. Immortality can really add to a feeling of escapist fantasy. But on top of those two, there's the third appeal, and I would argue it's the most interesting of the lot. Immortality allows you as a writer to explore humanity from a totally unique perspective. If you look at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, you'll notice that those bottom two layers pertaining to staying alive, an immortal never needs to worry about that stuff. They don't need to eat or drink or have safety. It really doesn't matter if they get shot, they'll be fine. These all might sound quite obvious, but what they mean is what would be a higher need for us puny mortals of, a love, esteem, fulfilling one's potential, those become their fundamentals. An immortal might crave companionship as much as someone dying of thirst craves a glass of water. This can create some fascinating characters which let us see humanity in a new light. And when you let them live for a few hundred years or more, this can magnify these aspects even further. When Wolverine loses all purpose in life, when the Doctor feels utterly alone, or Dr. Manhattan becomes apathetic about humanity, they're exploring the extremes of feelings we all might have in small doses, only these immortals deal with these issues with a far greater dramatic intensity. Many stories have explored this third appeal in some very interesting, sophisticated ways, and by the time this video's done, you'll have what you need to make your story one of them. What's so enamoring about immortality is how it is both the greatest blessing one could have and the most terrible curse one could think of. Which leads us to part one, the cost of eternity.
I'm old enough to know that a longer life isn't always a better one. In the end, you just get tired.
Atomic Plan's pretty good.
Tired of the struggle. Tired of losing everyone that matters to you. Tired of watching everything turn to dust. If you live long enough, Lazarus, the only certainty left is that you'll end up alone. That's a price worth paying. Is it?
Of the people who would choose to have immortality, I doubt they put much thought into how unique a form of torture it is. Obviously, no one knows what immortality would be like, but one common through line that pretty much everyone agrees on: if you're the only immortal around, being crushed by loneliness and grief is inevitable. You might eventually stop.
That's right. Just made a religious rock band. We're about to put Ass Eater Rock.
You already had 19 lovers or best friends, and you can't stand the idea of watching yet another die, having your hearts broken for the 20th time.
Immortality isn't living forever. That's not what it feels like. Immortality is everybody else dying.
If things get bad enough, you might end up like Omni-Man, viewing the lives of strangers as worthless and viewing loved ones not as people, but something lesser.
I do love your mother, but she's more like a pet to me.
There are so many fun, heartbreaking ways to do an immortal's relationships. Take Torchwood. Jack
Absolutely
has a
savage.
nephew.
Uncle Jack! Steven! Hey, soldier! How you doing?
Only Jack doesn't have a nephew. That's his grandson. They lied about who he really is because it's far too difficult a truth to burden the kid with. And Jack's immortality is ruining his relationship with his daughter.
I just can't stand it, Dad. I look older than you do, and it's never gonna stop. One day you're gonna be standing at my funeral, looking just like you did when you were standing at Mum's. No wonder she was so furious. You make us feel old.
Then take Superman Unchained. Superman sees a vision of his future. A decade, not long, yet everyone appears so much older, don't they? What about you, though? You don't. Unless you do, because you apply makeup. And Superman does what he can to fake aging just so he can fit in. As hard as he tries, it all comes to an inevitable end. And now it's 80 years from today. Open the door, Superman. What do you see? However you write you're immortal, it's unavoidable that they'll be detached from the mortals around them to some degree. They're not just lonely because all their friends keep aging and dying. After a while, they're alone because there is no one out there who has even vaguely similar experiences, life goals, and attitudes. They become increasingly unique in the population with time, drifting away. People might not want to be friends with them because the immortal is odd and, frankly, impossible to relate to. What happens to the mind of an immortal and how they'll change mentally is a fascinating topic that I'll cover later on, but there's a whole other angle to
Sure,
approach the
you can give me a great work for some coal.
Thinking about how this affects their spirit and relationships is all well to do, but it's often a good idea to treat their immortality as its own magic system. And according to our Lord and Savior Brando Sando,
guess what?
With magic, limitations are more
I got to pat some
interesting than
cows
the powers
yesterday.
Themselves. Barbosa is a way more interesting character.
They're just like dogs.
Because of the price he pays for his
It's very funny.
immortality.
For too long,
They come when called. They like scratches behind the ear.
Too long I've been starving.
They fuck with each other.
And haven't died.
It's very funny. They're fascinating
feel
creatures.
nothing.
And they're delicious.
Not the wind on my face.
It's a shame.
And that's very similar to Boulder from God of War. He's invulnerable, and the price he pays is not being able to feel anything. Not warmth or cold, not sex or pain.
This game is
and
fucking
it's
awesome.
driven him
If you haven't played this game, you should play this game.
Has no power over you now. You would rather die?
We should play it on stream.
Ask yourself this.
We
What
tried.
hardships affect my character because of their method of
We never tried to play it.
Are you writing a
We tried to play
screenplay?
God of War
Then
2.
perhaps your character needs to pay a hefty
Yeah, I
subscription
have it
fee
now.
to stay alive, or the company pulls
We tried to
the
play it.
plug.
It
Perhaps they
didn't
might be
work.
given a new
The
body
stream
for their
lagged too much.
consciousness, but they don't own that
Yeah, it'll be
body.
better
They're
now.
leasing it in return for working a certain job.
I was using
It's
a different
essentially
setup.
A new form of slavery. Mickey 17 is a great
I'll move my
example.
PlayStation down to
Characters like this
the
viewed as
desk
utterly
and we'll give it another
worthless
shot if
because
you want.
If he dies, they can just print him again.
Well, nice knowing you. Have a nice day. See you tomorrow.
No, 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 no! What are you doing? You can't tear a hole in my fucking carpet.
Well,
We'll just shoot him from the side.
Though there's a story that came before with essentially the same concept.
Oh, that was Mickey
Hard
17.
Space Shipbreaker. In that
I'm like,
game,
oh, I've seen
the
that
player
movie.
characters signed a dark and
That was a good
awful
movie.
contract. Well, they become a debt slave.
If you haven't seen that
working the
movie, you should watch that
dangerous job of
movie.
salvaging
I think it was
old
Bong
ships.
Joon-ho.
Every time they die, they're resurrected.
If I remember
and the
correctly.
fee of the new body is added to their
The guy who
already
did Snowpiercer.
cripplingly large debt. It's a great game, by the way, literally an incredible game, and I've yet to meet a person who has played it. But let's look at things from the
What
other
game is it?
side. Are you doing fantasy? Then consider the One Ring. It gives the way a great game, and the fee of the new body is added to their already cripplingly large debt. It's a great game, by the way, literally an incredible game.
We'll just shoot him from the side.
Though there's a story that came before with essentially the same concept, Hard Space Shipbreaker. In that game,
Interesting.
the player characters signed a dark and awful contract where they become a debt slave working the dangerous job of salvaging old ships. Every
No
time
shit.
they die, they're resurrected, and the fee of the new body is added to their already cripplingly large debt. It's a great game, by the way, literally an incredible game, and I've yet to meet a person who has played it. But let's look at things from the other side. Are you doing fantasy? Then consider the One Ring. It gives the wearer uncommonly long life, yet it also corrupts, turning anyone who bears it for too long into something monstrous. The ring doesn't give you extra life per se. Instead, it takes the life you already have and it stretches it out.
I feel thin, sort of stretched, like butter scraped over too much bread.
If it goes on for too long, you'll turn into Gollum, a sad, corrupted thing. The possibilities for Kos, especially
Leave
with
Gollum
fantasy, are
alone.
only limited by your imagination.
He's had a hard
Wheel
life.
of time. He's a reincarnation of an immortal spirit, and as he attunes with his old self, he goes more and more insane. That's a fun Kos. Or take the Hulk. He is cursed like Barbossa, essentially unkillable, but with a Jekyll and Hyde dynamic. Perhaps there's something they need to do continually in order to remain alive. Some terrible price they pay again and again to stave off death.
That's so funny.
It
There's
could
just
be
a
the
little
Emperor in
island out of reach
Warhammer
of literally
40K,
everything
needing 1,000 people
that has some
sacrificed
cotton on
daily
it.
just so he can stay alive. Or vampirism. A lot of depictions involve them needing to feed, else they'll die or degrade.
And it's going to get
Film
submerged in the
vampires
first sea
have
level
proliferated
rise.
and totally taken over society.
Imagine putting your city
Only
on
due
that.
to a mismanagement of the human livestock, the humans are dying out, so they're running out of blood. This is causing all the vampires to descend into rabid monsters because they can't feed. Within all this, there's a character who's forcibly converted into a vampire, but she refuses to feed. She refuses to debase herself and pay the cost inherent with being a vampire, so she chooses to die, essentially. She descends into a savage creature they eventually kill because she's so unwilling to cross that ethical line. That's some very interesting character work made possible because of the limitations in the magic
Suicide
system.
is bad
Another
ass.
banger, the Lazarus Pit. Yeah, it'll restore your health and make you younger, and it can even resurrect, but it exacts a terrible cost. It becomes less and less effective with each use, and centuries of using it has degraded Ra's al Ghul's mind.
He's already dead. He has died 1,000 times. And every time the Lazarus Pit restored him, he came back worse. More hateful. More crazed.
Bootstrap Bill, he's bound to the Flying Dutchman for eternity, and it's giving him magical dementia.
Bootstrap. You know my name.
Every time he finishes a conversation, his memory is reset.
You know my name.
It's pretty grim, but I have to say the most upsetting depiction of immortality I've seen comes from Torchwood. So there's a guy called Owen, and he gets
Who?
shot and killed, only he's resurrected, and while he is now ageless and technically immortal, all biological functions of his body have stopped. He is pretty much a walking corpse. If he gets scratched permanently. His hair no longer grows. He can't eat or drink anything, because if he does, this happens.
I forgot. My digestive system's shut down. That alcohol I drank is just going to sit in my stomach. It won't go anywhere.
Can you just stick your fingers down your throat?
I'm dead. It's just another one of those things. A gag reflex.
Hilarious.
Lost in the crisis.
So he has to use gravity to get the alcohol out. You might be wondering why I find this the most disturbing depiction out there, because it's not actually Owen that upsets me, it's an entirely different depiction in the 4th season. So the premise of that season is that everyone on Earth is suddenly immortal. Only there's a catch.
One of the victims has been, I'm sorry,
They brought me in as an expert, but I don't know what the hell this is.
The catch is, everyone's bodies still work the same. They still age, they can still be blown up or have their necks snapped. Nothing is changed about the body's ability to heal, yet they'll remain alive forever, all the same.
We think this man was right at the center of the blast, and yet he's still alive. Clearly, the skin is burnt. He's not indestructible, just undying.
The whole series is exploring the ramifications of what would happen if this suddenly happened to everyone on Earth, and my god does it go to some very dark places. Miracle Day really went under the radar. It's some damn fine, disturbing stuff. So much so, it's a key bit of inspiration for my horror novel I'm currently revising.
It
But I
is
think it
pretty
goes without
fucking
saying
brutal.
that this is easily the worst form of immortality one could have. Like, give me Barbossa's curse any day of the week, because this one's pure nightmare fuel. So, we've got the costs one has to endure while being immortal, but a whole other way of approaching this here are the costs involved in attaining it in the first place. There are some really fun depictions where we discover the horrific price someone had to pay to overcome that initial hurdle of death. You can die.
This is a very
or
interesting
accept
video.
Davy Jones's offer.
Join my crew and postpone judgment.
And escape
Because it would
death
be
by
very
becoming
easy to
effectively
write a
slave, as well
boring
as having your
immortal
body
character.
transformed into a nautical-themed monstrosity. That's pretty grim. Or take Voldemort and his Horcruxes. He can take a part of his soul and put it into an object, but every time he does it, he has to kill someone.
7. Helen's beard, Tom. Is it bad enough to consider killing one person? To rip the soul into 7 pieces.
And there's an episode of Batman Beyond that is just delightfully fucked up. Ra's al Ghul died, and Talia's been acting all weird, only for her to say this.
I did not want you to find out this way, but I suppose what is done is done.
Detective. And it turns out that when the Lazarus Pit stopped working for him, Ra's murdered his daughter and stole her body so he could keep going.
In order to save my life, I called upon Talia to undertake the ultimate act of loyalty.
You sacrificed her. Your own daughter. Sure, Raish, why not? Anything to hold off the Grim Reaper another few seconds. I take it back. You don't cheat death. You whimper in fear of it.
The Last Crusade. You can become immortal,
That goes
but you
hard.
need to choose the right cup. And it's not a choice you want to get wrong.
He chose poorly.
Here's where the limitations of their immortality become incredibly important, when they add stakes to the story. The threat of your character dying is a staple stake in pretty much every genre if you discount romance. This all presents a tricky question. How the hell do you have stakes in a story when your character can't
Literally
die?
can't die.
Many writers have grappled with this issue, and far and away the most common approach I've seen is to keep the threat of death on the table, because what they've got is conditional immortality. That could be being cursed to live forever because you stole some medallions until someone breaks that curse, in which case you become just as mortal as anyone else. It could simply be being ageless. The elves in Lord of the Rings are perfectly
I mean, the
mortal.
stakes,
They just
it's
live
pretty
for a
basic.
stupidly long time. It could even be vampires. A
Like, I'm
vampire's
interested
got
to
have
see
their blackout
something
curtains
beyond
ready to
that.
go
Like, how do
and
you
be
keep
extra
a
vigilant
character
during the day.
interesting that's
Dorian
immortal,
Gray, he's immortal.
that's also
unless
literally
he sees his
immortal?
painting, in which case all of those years catch up to him and it doesn't end terribly well. It could be drinking from the Grail and being immortal so long as you remain confined to the temple. Should you leave it, your immortality leaves you.
That is the boundary
See, that's better.
and the price of immortality.
There are so many kinds of conditional immortality out there, those are only a few. But ultimately, here's the rub, and here's a way of totally recontextualizing this entire problem. Writing a character who has immortality is very similar to writing a character who has plot armor. Doctor Who isn't technically immortal, he's just
Interesting.
ageless. He's functionally immortal, because the show is named after him, he's not going to die. There's even an episode where he gets shot and conclusively killed, only no one bought that one for a second, because guess what? As
Then that
everybody
looked wild.
predicted, it turns out he didn't die after all. Both with plot armor and immortality, we know they will never die. Deriving stakes from their death is folly. Perhaps it's the people they have relationships with. While we know the Doctor can't die, we do fear for his companions and the characters of the week,
Pause it.
all of which can meet nasty ends.
Have we ever seen an immortal character where the story is about their immortality and how everything and everyone around them dies, and exploring that aspect of immortality. Have we actually, because like he spoke about it a little bit, but like have we actually seen a depiction of this in media? Because I feel like that's a pretty interesting thing to dive into and discuss. I can't think of one.
It's Morbin time. Hey, do you like polls? Hey, maybe some movies in that polls that's in there will be about immortality and vampires. You know, you never know.
You need to add the movie that I said onto the list. It needs to be there.
Yeah.
So you have to add it to the next one. I sent you a message. Write it down. The Upside Down film.
Red State, though. I mean, like, movies gotta cycle out for other ones to come on, you know?
That is true. You'll you'll like the movie that I picked though. When it eventually gets in. And it's only an hour and a half too, which is not bad. It's literally archived like screenshots and talking about it and all that shit in like the National Film Archive, which is really interesting. Figuring out a way that I could watch it. Found some pretty interesting information. So I'm interested to watch it again because I haven't seen it for a hot minute. I might have seen it when it came out. So, anyway, continue.
Even if you don't like a character like the Master, you can still have powerful stakes because their death means a ton to your immortal.
You can't end like this. You and me, all the things we've done.
In that vein, you've got Logan trying to save G.
I love you.
Not very successfully. It could be Bootstrap Bill covering for his son and paying a terrible price to save him from a terrible fate.
Bootstrap Bill, you're a liar and you will spend an eternity on this ship.
But if you feel like conditional immortality is a bit of a cop-out and killing the ones they care about is just a bit too blunt, you can get freaky with it. You can go to some incredibly dark places because all throughout fiction, even through mythology, we've had so many horrid fates for immortals, ones worse than death. In Doctor Who, and Christ, this is turning into a Doctor Who video, isn't it? There is a group of aliens desperate to steal the Doctor's agelessness and immortality, killing many innocents along the way. They fail, and so the Doctor punishes them by giving them what they were after.
He wrapped my father in unbreakable chains forged in the heart of a dwarf star. He tricked my mother into the event horizon of a collapsing galaxy, to be imprisoned there forever. My sister. He trapped her inside a mirror. Every mirror. As for me, I was suspended in time, and the doctor put me to work standing over the fields of England. We wanted to live forever.
That was brutal.
So the doctor made sure.
First rock band used.
This
instantly
is a
fails,
storytelling
unit
stake
gets
that
destroyed.
You cannot have without immortality.
That was
and
fucking
eternity
brutal.
of
That's
suffering.
hilarious.
Turning something to be a blessing.
I didn't
into
even
the
know that could
worst
happen.
Curse imaginable.
You'll see
Take
when
Mimir
you're
in God of
using
War,
them.
immortal and cursed to be fused with a tree.
He tortures me, you know. Every day, brother. Odin himself sees to it personally, and believe me, there is no end to his creativity.
That also reminds me of Harold from Fallout. He fused with a tree sapling, and as the centuries ticked by, it grew and grew until it took root in the ground, pinning him in place. By the time we meet him in Fallout 3, he's finally had enough.
I had you brought in here to ask a very simple favor. Would you please kill me?
This mission's so
Dark
fucking
stuff
good.
If you get creative here, the stakes for your immortal can be even worse than death. Again,
that mission is what really
every
made
character is
me
immortal, but
really
eternal
into the
demon
Fallout
is a
universe.
living, broken corpse.
Because like
the stakes in that story,
it's like it's a side mission, but like it like depending on how you choose, you can like basically like bring like an agriculture and reforestation boom to the wasteland that you're in. And like I always like the idea of rebuilding more than like the theme of like New Vegas is good and all, but like the theme is really that like the old systems can't rebuild humanity, and in like their failure is inevitable. But like, you know, I just wanted to be the Minuteman and build a whittle outpost, even though the outpost mechanic in the game sucks. I like to like act like I'm rebuilding the world.
That's fair.
higher because everyone is immortal. Then you have the Greek myths. Tithonus was granted immortality, but not eternal youth, so he aged like a mortal to rather grim results. Or Prometheus being chained to a rock and having his liver eaten by an eagle every day. And here's a really bleak one. In the short film Control Z, the protagonist has a device where when he dies, he resets back to a certain point. It ends with him setting his reset point as he steps into a road. And he tries his best he can to avoid it, but he can't. So he's trapped in the loop dying, not just
this is like when I kept pressing the quick save button on my buddy while he was playing Max Payne.
Reset point, you can see it right here.
And I got it to save right before a bullet hit him to kill him.
Right there, that's right. He didn't install NordVPN.
That's a great ad transition.
NordVPN doesn't just give you immortality, it means you can browse the destroyed. This could be
well done.
Fighting to protect the students in X-Men 2, or Omni-Man fighting in the name of the Viltrum Empire. It could be Legolas trying to save Middle-earth, a Hellboy protecting the public from monsters. You get the gist. You could even explore the apathy of an immortal, and that can be the main thing at stake in the story. Will they find meaning, or will they descend into the nihilism of thinking nothing matters, so why bother? And speaking of, how would immortality affect the mind? This, to me, is the most interesting part of immortality. There are so many weird, fascinating ways to explore your immortal's psyche. Here is one. Living well beyond what the brain is supposed to, it might mean the mind breaks. Not only will this mean your immortal might accrue all kinds of complex traumas,
We need to start training the rocket spies to get them into Nubia.
Okay. Did you not turn Science Victory off?
No, it's still available. They have a long way to get there, but I'm telling you ahead of time that we need to start making sure that we're blocking her.
Well, I am training spies in Russia and stuff.
So if you get rocket spies, make sure you use them to get into her spaceport.
I'll get into your spaceport.
Also, I'm sure she has neighborhoods. Recruit partisans will also fuck her up and hold her. It's like basically the effectiveness of sending your own raiding force, except you don't get grievances and shit.
Yeah.
PTSD over one event is bad enough. Imagine having it because of 50 events over 1,000 years. Murphy's Law is a hell of a thing. If you live for long enough, you're getting PTSD somehow, somewhere. Take Immortal from Invincible. Despite being one of the more powerful characters in that show, his degrading sanity is a massive liability. When he comes to after Omni-Man kills him, he doesn't do the sensible thing and regroup with Cecil or other heroes and try and take him down. All he sees
Omni-Man.
Where is Omni-Man? Where is he?
He charges right at him in a blind,
It's a fucking great show. If you haven't seen this show, watch this show.
Well for him. The whole ordeal's taken a massive toll on his mind, and from here on, his psyche only crumbles further, because this was his breaking point. He becomes paranoid, quick to anger, and consumed by sadness.
I could have cost us that fight because I didn't trust Invincible.
And then I almost started an interplanetary war with his one-eyed friend! I was already broken, Cecil. Kate's death just finished me off.
If you live for long enough, yeah, that will probably happen to you. The idea of being like Captain Jack, always so cool, calm, and collected, it is a bit outlandish. It's unlikely your character would be like that after a few thousand years. They'd probably be a lot more broken. And take memory. A brain can only hold so much data. Think of Ashilda in Doctor Who. She writes all of her adventures down and has a library just for her journals, and she needs it.
I can't remember most of it. That's the trouble with an infinite life and a normal size memory.
Can't have been easy, outliving the people you love.
According to my journals, hell.
Or Hoyd in the Cosmere. He uses a magic system to store his memories externally because his brain just can't hold all of that information, and that leaves him vulnerable to manipulation. A popular number thrown around is that the brain has 2.5 petabytes of storage, and I hate to piss on everyone's parade. Okay, who am I kidding? I love
the Panama Canal.
The 2.5 petabytes number is bullshit. Complete.
I was able to build it.
Bullshit. It came from not even a study, but a glorified blog.
Hell yeah.
When a 2010
look at that.
blog post is the primary source, you know that's some quality science you can rely on.
Huge
It is just a
neighborhood numbers.
psychology professor saying, I reckon it's vaguely 2.5 petabytes, and there are no sources, no calculations laid out. So yeah.
Your cities are built properly
after doing a lot of
for
research
each
into this on the
task,
video,
a place to
nobody
perform
has
it.
even the vaguest clue what the memory capacity of the human brain is. We can only guess.
Hey,
We
it
have a
was
lot of
Fallout.
dramatic license here. You could make it 200 years, or 500, or even 1,000. There is no evidence out there to prove you wrong if you go for 1,000. That being said, there are still rules by which the brain works, and as fun a depiction as that Doctor Who character is, it doesn't sound plausible, because the death of a parent or spouse would leave such a powerful impression on the immortal, it's unlikely they'd ever
Yes, religion.
forget it.
Spread.
Even a
It's okay if the rock
5
bands fail. I mean,
When
look
we
at how much
remember
faith I
something,
have
we
saved up already.
reinforce it. As long as you're remembering a detail every couple
Spread
of years
religion,
or so,
spread.
the brain will hold on to that.
Spread
A
Salafi
more reasonable
jihadism.
picture of Someone who's run out of memory capacity of their brain is them remembering the highlights of their life, the key formative moments that made them feel something powerful. So anything traumatic, deaths of loved ones, or even
I need to get
positive
the
moments, the birth of their
names
children,
of
perhaps that
ISIS
one
cities
holiday
back
where they
up.
had an unforgettably good time. But all that stuff in between would fall through the sieve of time, irrevocably forgotten.
Sieve?
Your character losing old memories has a lot of storytelling potential. Maybe they're retracing
Say
the
Dragonborn.
footsteps of something that happened deep in their
Baldur's
past,
Gate
but they've
Dragonborn.
forgotten all about it, so it's like a mystery for
Oh, is
them
that what
to
they look
solve.
like?
Or maybe it's like
Yeah. Well, they look like there's different ones, but like they have there's default characters, and you get them anyway in your party, right?
Okay.
But you can choose to play as them if you're like really interested in their story, and they'll be like the center point of the story instead of like the custom character, because like, it's very interesting because the custom character doesn't even like make like noise. Like Link at least made noise, you know?
Yeah.
And would have facial expressions. So it's always feels like the custom character is out of place. But one of the default characters that won't be in the party is the Dark Urge, and he's a dragonborn sorcerer.
Okay.
And it's like if you want to play the ultimate evil, because he has a totally unique story, where he can do like more evil things than anyone else can in the game.
Okay. Interesting. Goodbye.
Wolverine, Stryker wants to kill him, but he can't.
Like, it's
He's
still
immortal,
really the
so he
same game
settles
at
for
the end of the
next
day.
best thing.
His brain may heal.
Because, like, it's fairly open-ended, but like, you're gonna come to these focal points, and then like some cutscenes will be swapped out, you know? So like, it might be a totally unique story and stuff, but like it's still like the same game. It's not like it's
Yes.
that different plane as the Dark Urge.
Those memories won't grow back.
Which makes perfect sense. An immortal might have every cell heal back, but neurons aren't cells. Brain damage could very reasonably cause your immortal to totally forget who they are, and due to this severe brain trauma, he's lost all memory of his life.
What's my name? What's my name? Your name is Logan.
Even if they don't get shot in the head, the effect of them losing their memories would still happen given time. There might just be a great deal of personality drift because of that. Formative moments that made them the person they were might gradually be forgotten, so they would stop being formative, and other, more recent events might replace them as their new formative memories. An immortal might change quite dramatically as a person given time, so it somewhat breaks believability when your immortal has been around for an incredibly long time and they haven't changed one bit. Take Rory in Doctor Who. Rory's girlfriend is trapped in a sci-fi prison, so Rory, now ageless,
I'm surprised they haven't talked about
102 AD all the way up to the modern day.
2,000 years, Rory. You won't even sleep. You'd be
Kang
conscious every second. It would
in
drive
Marvel.
you mad.
The Doctor makes an excellent point. That would drive someone mad. So why doesn't it? The guy was
I
about
wonder if he'll
30
touch on it.
when this started. He then lives for 2,000 years, and when we meet him again after all that time,
That's just
he's
Sisyphus.
still the same guy.
No, too fast. I'm
Kang.
After 2 millennia,
No,
he'd
a guy
practically
pulling
be
a brick?
different person.
Oh.
He'd have met
Oh.
so many
That's
people,
just
and that would have
Sisyphus.
changed him. He would have gotten so much wiser, perhaps even a bit loopy, as the Doctor himself
Who likes
suggests. There are lots of ways in which he might have changed, and we got none of them. He still talks as he always did,
Oh, fuck.
despite
I
now
have
being
a,
2,000
alliance
years
with
old, a shy guy from the
Nubia.
2010s.
Must be like a recording or something.
That's
Yeah.
just not cricket. Would he have grown to be
Can
way
I still
more...
put spies?
Just no. It's this. She's only launched a satellite. It's not a big deal.
No, I know, but can I put spies
So like
in
the
their
alliance
territory
will
if
be
I-
over by the time you have Rocketeers trained. Like this is
Yeah,
setting
yeah.
up for like preventing her endgame is what I'm saying.
Okay.
So like you want to get really, really good rocketry trained spies and not lose those spies. Like as soon as you get somebody with disrupt rocketry, you want to not
Pull them out.
put them in risky situations.
Mhm.
Like you can fucking put them in counter spying and or stuff like that.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Or recruit partisans, also very good.
Mm-hmm.
Confident. And that feeds into the next bit. Wouldn't living that long give you so much time to discover who you are? Because one of the knock-on effects of immortality would be giving off an aura of true authenticity, one most mortals never manage. And as a consequence, all of the sharp edges of who they truly are on display. They'll happily engage in the kinds of behaviors that their society might look down on. The idea of a gay immortal character who hides their sexuality is unthinkable. It just wouldn't happen. The same for all of the other shadow traits. Your immortal might be a pariah in their society because they're utterly unafraid of being authentic. A great example of it done right is Doctor Who. He is always himself in full bombastic form. He is whimsical, dark, arrogant, compassionate. He embodies the full spectrum of how a person might be. He doesn't care what others think of him, so he
I think this
fully
guy's just a
embraces
Doctor Who
his
fan.
eccentricity.
Why, what is it?
Yeah, it's like a thing, isn't it? People don't question things, they just think, it's a thing.
No, bunk beds are cool. A bed with a ladder. You can't beat that.
Oh, look down there, you got a little shop. I like a little shop.
Never mind that.
He has no peers to judge him. This authenticity means he has all sorts of sharp edges that are magnetic to some and repugnant to others. Some love him for it.
He's like fire and ice and rage. And he's wonderful.
And others fear him.
Don't care.
No, Colonel Mansfield, I want you to tell your men to run away.
Don't care about
What?
Doctor Who.
Those words, run away. I want you to be
I've tried.
famous for those exact words. I want people to call you Colonel Runaway.
I've tried.
Dialect race wiped out in 1 second.
Kind of shit.
Made it happen.
He never raised his voice.
I mean, like Star Trek is more interesting.
The fury of the
to
time.
me.
Yeah.
Why this
And like even then, I'm not about to watch Star Trek.
demons, why he'd run away from us.
But if somebody wanted to watch Star Trek, I would be fine
There is a
sitting through.
darkness
Like if I was
comes out
dating
whenever
a
it's
Star
triggered
Trek
because
nerd and
it's
they wanted to watch
unabashedly
the
his
entire
true
show,
self,
I would
and
be
that's bang on
fine
the
to
money
be
of
able
how
to sit
someone
through
nearly
the entire
1,000
show.
years old would behave. Not necessarily.
I don't know
whimsy,
if I could
but
do that
whoever
with this
your immortal
show.
Truly is deep down, they will fully realize that given time, and your immortal's
I'd
got
give it a
nothing but time.
I wouldn't want to watch the
Another
newer
example
Star
is
Trek
Sabretooth
stuff
in
that's
X-Men
really bad,
Origins.
of course.
We see in the opening that he's just a normal kid, then he's fighting in the Civil War with gusto and genuine concern for his brother. Then in the next war, he's scratching people's faces off. In the next war, he's leaping around like a beast, then smiling as he shoots fleeing soldiers in the back. And in the next war, he's about to do something very naughty to a woman when his ally stops him, so he just kills his fellow soldier, then goes on a killing spree, killing his own platoon. Sabretooth became more authentic with each passing war, fully realizing his true awful self. Again, there's a reason why most people aren't authentic. It runs the risk of making you ostracized, though Sabretooth is taking things to a frankly dramatic extreme. For the Doctor, though, he's unflinchingly honest about his self-confidence.
So what you're saying is the entire world revolves around you?
Sort of. Yeah. Oh, Lumi, you're a clever man.
Sort of.
I call you a genius, except I'm the room.
Having that degree of confidence in yourself is incredibly taboo. People will perceive you as cocky and arrogant if you do it. It is usually a shadow trait. A lot of people beat themselves down without really noticing, often to avoid the label of arrogant. But the Doctor doesn't really give a shit. He probably did give one when he was a young man, but after 900 more years of life, nope, he's not holding back. If he has an opinion, no matter how people will react, he's going to say it.
And your name?
Stahl the Undefeated.
Oh, that's not a very good nickname. What if you do get defeated? Stahl, they're not quite so undefeated anymore, but never mind.
Or take Juan in Highlander. He wears red clothing that the local Scots find ridiculous.
You look like a woman, you stupid.
That was a good joke.
He doesn't care. He likes the look. He's going to wear it if
It's some
only
dad
for
humor.
himself. Exceptions can be found, though, in societies
Fucking
made
British
up
humor.
of immortal or
You
long-lived
Americans don't
characters.
get it.
Take the elves in Lord of the Rings. While an elf will live for a bloody long time, so will their friends and family. So in such a society, yeah, it's more reasonable for a character to hide who they truly are. Or Omni-Man. He's from an expansionist, brutal culture that views compassion as a weakness. So despite being extremely old, due to the influence of others in his society, he still has a massive personal shadow. To inspire you, if someone is like Omni-Man, brutal and callous, then what's probably in his shadow would be the capacity to embrace empathy, to show compassion, to be emotionally vulnerable with others. And on the flip side, if you have someone filled with compassion, being
Why are you
endlessly
sending
nice to
down
everyone
gun
they
people?
meet, what might be in their shadow is a capacity for being brutal
Why are you
or
sending down
angry.
gun people?
Both can be shadow traits.
What do you mean gun
Alright, so
people?
memory, authenticity.
you're sending gun people
but what's
down.
also really juicy here are immortal
Just leftover
character
units that they
How
send out.
they'll learn lessons will be
okay.
radically different from the way a mortal would. People are inherently stubborn, and that's something I refuse to change my mind on. Immortality
Oh, that
boosts
Skirmish
this to
is
the
definitely
nth
gonna die.
degree. There are lots of reasons why an immortal character would have a disposition to being way more closed-minded than a mortal, so it requires a lot more to get them to learn a lesson. The longer we've had a habit, the more ingrained it becomes in our brains. If you've had a habit or firm belief for 2 years, it's going to be a lot easier to change that versus somebody who's had that same thing but for 50 years. So what happens when 50 years becomes 500? Well, the trend would hold. They would become increasingly stubborn. It might be the case that your immortal is so utterly locked into their habits and worldviews, it's impossible to convince them to change. How can you give your immortal something they fear? It's a tricky question, but if you get a bit creative here, there are all kinds of arcs you can give them. Take Kratos. There's a reason he looks the way he does. He is caked in the ashes of his dead wife and daughter, whom he murdered, haunted forever by his biggest mistake. In earlier games, Kratos is a man of pure, uncontainable rage. But in the more recent ones, he's
woke.
When a man appears at
Dad
his house
man.
and threatens him, while young Kratos would have instantly attacked, this Kratos uses all of his self-control to try and find a peaceful outcome.
You do not want this fight.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I do.
He's still a very angry man, but he's clearly learned to control it because he fell in love with another woman and had a son, and this new family caused him to change. He knows he lost his loved ones before because he was a wrathful, angry killer, so for the sake of his new son, he has to change. He's doing all he can to be a better man.
I know you're not the god you once were. And now is your chance to prove it.
Return my son, or you may meet the god I once was.
That's a great way to approach this. Come up with something
Goes
they
hard.
fear, and to stop that fear from occurring, that's why they change. But a
Yeah, I
different
fucking
way
love
to
God
do it.
of War.
Take Omni-Man.
Like,
He's
I don't give a
really
shit
not
about the
many
older
people
ones
like Dead.
at all.
There's always a fleeting thing that paled compared
That
to
game
his
is
loyalty to Viltrum.
so
Only
good.
when he has a son,
It's one of
a
my
moment comes where he has to
favorite
choose
games
between
for
his son's
sure.
life or his loyalty to the Empire. A crossroads,
I really
and
liked
that crossroads of deciding between the two things.
Like, there was
he cares
no
about the
reason
most
for
in
me
Though,
to
like,
put,
I really
like,
liked some of the
120
side
hours into it.
content too, like what it takes to beat the final
He's an
harpy,
immortal god, and in that
and
first
how
one,
hard
he
she
had
actually is.
Oh my god, I did one of the harder ones first. I didn't realize.
Well, this is the final fight.
Oh yeah, she's
Yeah,
nuts.
what, after you-
It took me forever.
And so like, I even on like the lowest difficulty, it was hard to get because I actually got all the trophies. That and Death Stranding are the only games that I've done that for. But they actually had realistic gettable ones.
I
That
think
meant
I
you
did
did
as well.
everything in the game. You know, that was actually
also really
100%
enjoyed the harpy fights.
type of thing. But like,
The Valkyrie fight.
the Valkyrie, when she kills you, she often kills you with like a grab, right? But she like kills you by stomping her high heel into the side of your throat. So like the first time I fight her, that's how she kills me, and she just goes, "Unworthy, unworthy." It's like one of the greatest moments for me. It's fucking brutal when she does that shit.
Yeah, like the all of the Valkyries, because I stumbled across one. I didn't even know that they existed, and I'm like, ooh, what's this?
That's what you're meant to do, yeah.
It was one of the... I was so fucking underleveled, but I'm like, fuck it, I'm determined to win this. I think I had... I don't even think I had the whips.
It's like, on the easiest difficulty, with my character maxed out, it was still... I mean, it didn't take me long, but like, I still was able to be beaten by her several times.
See, I play it on like semi-difficult most times, depending on the game.
Well, I turned it down
run
specifically
at the
for that
highest.
fight. I know that.
Oh,
I played on the easiest difficulty for that fight.
Big sook. I probably still have recordings of it.
I was just trying to complete the game.
I think I might still have recordings of it, because I got because like you're supposed to, I sort of figured out the rhythm, and I got really good, and then I would fuck it up towards the end because I'd get excited and be like, oh my god, I'm almost there, I fucking almost beat this cunt, and then fuck it up because I lose focus. And I don't know if that kind of thing would be good for stream, because I wouldn't be paying attention. I would just be fucking locked into trying to win this fight. But I don't know. I would happily replay the game. Happily.
The old creator doesn't like it. Yeah, that's what happens when somebody makes your product better than you do.
There's a lot of issues going on.
You are a vain, greedy, cruel boy. You are
It's an evolution of
Something
Kratos. I don't know why he doesn't
extremely
like it.
dramatic needs to happen in order for a stubborn Thor to learn his lesson. And that's having all of his powers stripped, going from mighty god to puny, powerless mortal. It holds in every example I found. If you want an immortal to believably change who they are, that lesson needs to be learned in a grand, dramatic way. But then you have a specific arc that's been done again and again with immortal characters, going from apathy to passion, going from detached to connected. So how might they escape the black hole of nihilism? The pain of living such a pointless hollow life might be so intolerable, seeing as they can't escape into death, they simply have to choose between a life of meaning or one where they wallow in depressed pointlessness for all eternity. And let's be honest, that's a fairly easy choice to make, and that's why immortal characters really shouldn't be nihilistic for too long, because it just doesn't make much psychological sense. You can look at Bruce Banner, he had such an arc, though it did happen off screen.
I got low. I didn't see an end, so I put a bullet in my mouth, and the other guy spit it out. So I moved on. I focused on
It's a great
helping
line.
other people. I was good.
The truth is, nihilism is self-defeating. It's surely something your immortal would grapple with eventually, but it's such a miserable way to live that your immortal, given enough time, would eventually find their escape from it, finding meaning somehow in some way. You've got Omni-Man too. He's about to end it all when he sees some aliens in peril, and that gives him the idea to help them and find meaning at his lowest point. Then Wolverine.
Eternity can be a curse.
In one film, he's weary with life, so someone makes him an offer.
I can end your eternity. Make you immortal.
He wants to take
this
Logan's
is the bad one.
immortality for himself. In theory, the bones of a great character arc were there, but it's not an amazingly written film, because they didn't properly set up Logan being weary with life
really
at the
like
start
it.
of the film. They didn't properly explore him rediscovering
I like
how
bad
to find
movies.
meaning in the middle, and in the end, we're given the conclusion
like
to
The
his
Baby?
supposed arc, where it reaches the most stupid
No.
conclusion.
Your
You didn't like it?
To believe that a life without end can have no meaning.
Well, no, seriously, you didn't like The Baby?
Wait, remind me?
The movie we watched last time.
The horror one.
I mean, it wasn't really a horror movie. It just
Yeah.
kind of ended as like one of those movies.
A little boring.
A little boring. I mean, I think the ending and the beginning are a little drawn out. Like the whole house sneaking in sequence, they're sneaking into the house for like 10 solid minutes and then they're just dead in there, you know? Like we could have snuck around for 5 minutes. You know what I mean? And then that opening music took forever for the story to get established, but it's still only an hour and a half, but it definitely feels its length. But
yeah. I mean, it was super fucking
it was
weird.
something else. I've never seen anything like that.
It's a very fucking weird movie. So, like, I don't know. I feel very weird about it.
I think the end house scene is the best part. I'm just saying that the amount of times they dedicated to them just sneaking into the house was too long. The reason why it's that long is because they were trying to make time to make sure it was 90 minutes. And that's what makes movies feel their length. There's stuff like that.
Filling time.
Only life that can.
Okay, I got a Master Thief.
What bullshit. So the moral of the story is everyone who's not immortal should just give up, because only immortals can live meaningful lives? What were the writers smoking? In theory, this is a great arc for an immortal to have. It's just this particular film really dropped the ball with it. But it's not unreasonable for your immortal to become aloof. Doctor Who.
Not the whole town. Just save someone.
You have the Doctor believing he can
I am
never
not
interfere with important events,
lucky with
no
rock
matter how
hands today.
tragic, detached from the human cost, only to be convinced otherwise by Donna's compassion.
Come with me.
Or take Vandal Savage. In an episode of the Justice League, Superman is sent into the far future where everyone on Earth is dead, apart from Vandal Savage and immortal. He's always been a
This episode
stubborn,
sucks.
power-obsessed villain to the Justice League. He's never showed any signs of changing his ways, but in this far future,
This episode
he
fucking
has.
sucks. This is one of the worst episodes. Hot take.
It's
What's awesome? Huh?
It's pretty funny.
So this show is actually really fucking good because it's like really short seasons, but most of the episodes are like 2 and 3 parters. So it's like little like animated movies.
Small
You just
movies.
watched the 2 in a like it would be a 44-minute slot if it was on, you know. But like you can watch like an entire like storyline, but I want to say this is one of them that was only one episode, or if it was 2 episodes, it needed to be 1 episode because it was too dragged out. But like it's only for like the first 2 seasons that it's like that, I think, or even only the first. The first season I know of the Justice League animated show is really, really fucking good. And then when it gets to season 3, they do Justice League Unlimited so they can rotate cast of characters out. And that one will have good episodes, but like not as good viewing front to back like the first season. You could look up what are good episodes of the Justice League Unlimited and then like watch 3 or 4 and then avoid the rest of the shit.
Yeah,
but it's really fucking good. It's really fucking good. And ironically, it has a lot of development on heroes that haven't been used a lot because it's DC and the MCU hasn't drawn out it as much, you know? Like, not many people can have the success that Spider-Man has had, where he continually can make a movie that's like, I mean, he even had failures too.
Spider-Man's awesome.
But like, you know what I mean?
That's true.
But like, this is a very Superman episode, which is probably why it sucks. But like, the Green Lantern you get is not the typical Green Lantern that you see in other shows and movies, right? And then also like Hawk Girl is in it. And like, when do you see her?
Never.
Exactly. And so like, they also like it, like her and Green Lantern have a thing where they be fucking.
Sure.
And it's cool.
What them wings do.
Yeah. Well, also like there's 2 different versions of Hawk Girl as well, and so like you know how they'll do like this one's a different universe now, but
yeah,
I think they fused it together, but like she used to be an alien, and so she was an alien race that was that's all of them flew like that.
Yeah, okay.
And then it became this thing where she's like an immortal being reincarnated, and it's like a lovers across time type of thing.
Yes. Well, I kind of like that backstory, honestly. It's kind of neat.
But I want to say the one in this cartoon is the alien one, but I don't remember exactly.
Just to reconsider.
It
took you that long
breaking
to figure out that you're a
new
power
mega
mad
disinformation.
despot?
They're posting a picture of Obama with Anthony Bourdain and claiming it's Epstein. Idiots.
I'm sure this like there's at this point I'm like just thinking how everything is just literally just Russia playing these people. They fucking own the Conservative Party, and it's so fucking wild. Like, I don't even know what could fucking be dumb enough to be organic anymore. But, like, stuff like that, it really makes me think that if they're like, if we just push it enough, they'll pick it up because they fucking are idiots.
They're dumb enough, yeah.
Yeah.
No ability to fact check.
But then I've seen other Russian ops, like, trying to, like, fake crucifixions and stuff. And I'm like, wow.
Damn.
People believe this?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
So...
Control was meaningless.
But they have more diversity of thought.
Everyone on Earth in his bid to control them. And that horrific mistake, combined with tens of thousands of years of solitude, was finally enough to make him realize he's the villain.
I'd intended to leave the Earth and search the universe for other life, but I never did. Too difficult? Not at all. I decided I deserved to be punished.
And so he ends up doing something that the original him
bro.
would have never done. He helps Superman go back in time to stop his past self, essentially killing his current self because of the change he's undergone. It is a powerful episode. Be sure to give them
Boring
a complex
episode.
psyche, consider the costs they pay for their immortality, and keep the stakes alive. Each is its own plate for you to spin, but do all three and you're setting yourself up to create a fascinating immortal. Anyway, thanks for watching, keep writing, and I'll see you guys next time on The Chloe.
See you next time on The Chloe Cut.
Hell yeah. Got a fucking one of those little tribal villages and cleared a camp. Fuck them. And you're about to take the other one. Cunt.
I found him. I sent
Leave
the
my fucking
explorers
tribal
out.
villages
I sent my
alone.
ships out in advance to fucking explore every part of the ocean I could reach.
I was correct, by the way. My
Now I'm doing my land survey cruise.
the barbarians killed my shit up here.
Good. I hope you learned a lesson.
Well, I only sent a scout up there. One envoy. What is this? Have I named all my cities correctly?
Respond to for the past 2 weeks. And I'll be honest
There's
with you, I
two
explained this a
missing.
lot in my community post. I haven't responded to it because the topic itself just fundamentally depresses me. Over the last 15 years of trying to advocate on behalf of both repair shops as well as customers that want to be able to fix their own stuff, and not even want to fix their own stuff, just want the manufacturer to take accountability and responsibility when they've released something that they know by their own internal documentation has
I haven't
design
put
flaws that are going to
Fallujah yet.
screw over the user and don't do it. The fact that I've made so little progress on this has just made me not want to cover this particular topic. There's a, I don't know how to discuss it, a fundamental emotional block or just aggravation when I do it. But there's a video that came out recently that is just, in my opinion, one of the biggest pieces of propaganda that I've seen from a tech YouTuber or somebody like that, and this is something that needs to be covered. Now, the reason I've decided to cover this and the reason I've changed my mind on it is because Apple has released a propaganda piece that's about 24 pages that's going over how they are actually a very, very green company that values longevity by design. So I wanted to go through this entire document and demonstrate why every single one of Apple's points that they're making here, besides a couple of them, are complete garbage. And I'm going to have a lot of quotes here. To be clear, just to be upfront with you, I never use a script when I do my videos. All the edits you see in my videos are typically because my cat has run in my room and screwed with me in a way that should not be on camera. And it would take a 7-minute video and turn it into a 1-hour video if I kept all that in. This one I'm going to be reading off of a wireframe that I created for myself, a little bit of a template, because there's so many topics to get into here that I don't want to wind up, missing any particular piece because I missed something. So let's go over this document in full and just go over why that piece from MKBHD's channel, as well as this document from Apple, is a giant piece of just, let's just be real, like complete
Nubia
propaganda. So the main topic here is
successfully done a
Apple's
moon
claims
landing.
on longevity and repairability. One of the statements that Apple made in this paper, they state that they aim for a balance between durability and repairability, and they suggest that they design products to last long while considering repair feasibility. So to read from this document over here, the reason is simple. The best repair is the one that's never
deal.
needed. For example, early generations of the iPhone were susceptible to failure if exposed to liquids like accidental spills, getting caught in the rain, or drops in water. So our design teams iterated until they were able to achieve robust liquid ingress protection, which decreased repair rates by 75% for the iPhone 7 and iPhone 7 Plus. While these changes may require the addition of adhesives, seals, and gaskets that made repairs more complex, the remarkable improvement of product longevity justified a slight increase in repair complexity. So one of the things that they're claiming here is that the iPhone 7 is more durable than the iPhone 6 as a result of what they've learned, that they design products to be more repairable and to have more longevity. However, do they actually learn from their lessons? Is this propaganda or is this real? The iPhone 6 had an issue with flexion. That's when the board bends inside of the phone case because the phone was made like complete garbage. And as a result of that, you wind up with an issue on the iPhone 6 and 6 Plus that came up in a class action lawsuit where the touchscreen would just stop working, where this did not happen on other devices. And Jessa Jones, my good colleague and friend, goes over how to fix that in this video. Now, court documentation came out that demonstrated that Apple knew that these phones were damaged and breaking at a rate higher than their other was when it came to this particular issue. And they did not fix it until the class action lawsuit came out. Now, every company is going to make a mistake. No big deal, right? However, they're claiming that the iPhone 7 is made to be more durable than the iPhone 6. They had to do these things that made repairability more difficult. However, it made the device more durable. That's fundamentally untrue. If you take a look over here, you'll notice that they have audio IC failures in addition to baseband failures. Baseband failures are failures where the phone won't be able to connect to a cellular network even though it'll connect to Wi-Fi. And a lot of you may have had this issue and noticed that Apple finally covered it under warranty after being threatened to get sued. However, they did not cover under warranty audio IC issues. Audio IC issues are when you get this little icon on your screen when you're trying to make a phone call. You'll notice that speaker is grayed out. You'll notice that recording failed when you try to make a voice memo. And down here, you'll see the problem. Is that these particular parts become detached from the motherboard. So this means that Apple made the exact same mistake in the iPhone 7 that they made in the iPhone 6. Not only did they make the exact same mistake, but they didn't cover this mistake in the iPhone 7. So if you had an audio IC failure, you didn't get told, oh, let us cover that under an extended warranty because we make one of the most expensive high-end phones in the market. They told you to go fuck yourself, which they didn't mention in Marquez Brownlee's propaganda piece shit-ass video that Apple then based that PDF on. Further, let's take apart that claim in that propaganda piece on two levels. Not only did they not make the newer device better, it had the exact same failure. Not only did they not cover that failure, but they're lying about the fact that the reason that their devices are not repairable is to make them more durable. There's something they could have done that make this device considerably more difficult to repair that I would agree with because I think that should be done so that it's more durable. What they could have done with these chips that they knew were coming off of the boards because they're designed like shit is they could have used something called underfill under the chip. For those of you who don't really understand how soldering works and how all the stuff is put together, BGA means ball grid array. It's a way of attaching a chip to a motherboard. You used to have chips so you could actually see the little legs coming out of them, but for stuff to be miniaturized, you need all the connections to be happening under the chips. You have all these little solder balls, and sometimes those solder balls will break, or when the board flexes, they will wind up moving around. So underfill is something that you put under the chip in order to keep that chip on the board and to keep it from popping off like this. Underfill would have fixed this problem. It would have made my life as a repair person considerably more difficult. However, that is a trade-off that should be made because that trade-off would mean that your phone didn't have that issue and you wouldn't have a phone that you have to throw away or pay me $100 to fix because it would have been designed properly to begin with. I don't need phones to be designed so it looks like what Gordon Gekko had in the movie Wall Street. That's not where I'm going with this.
I fucking like this guy.
I am more than happy for devices to be more difficult
real
to
no
repair
bullshit.
if that means that it's going to be something that lasts longer for the customer.
Don't give a fuck.
The problem here is that Apple is lying about their reasoning for this because if they cared about that, they would do these things that cost 5 extra cents to do that resulted in you getting a more repairable product that I think the entire repair industry would be okay with. While we most certainly curse when we have to deal with a chip that has underfill, we understand that that's part of the job. That's not the kind of thing that drives right to repair. That's not the type of thing that drives legislation, that drove me to make thousands of videos on this channel going over this particular thing. But I think it's really important to actually document their design flaws because they claim that these products are made for longevity, and I'm going to argue that that's not the case. Not just with the iPhone 7, which is the example that they gave, which anybody worth their salt would have dressed them down for immediately if they weren't a propagandist that cared about keeping a good relationship with the manufacturer. They've done this with just about every device that they've come out with. I'm going to argue that Apple's design choices do not prioritize repairability. They prioritize getting hardware out there at the expense of the end user, who they will never admit when they've done something wrong to. Making design errors is forgivable, but repeatedly failing to correct these errors and not taking accountability and responsibility for them is the type of behavior you expect from a $300 HP laptop or an $80 smartphone. You don't expect that from a product that's premiumly priced. So let's go over all their old failures that were never addressed in that propaganda shit video. This is a video that I did 7 years ago. It's called The Horrible Truth About Apple's Repeated Engineering Failures. And I provide a citation and I demonstrate on camera every single one. I'm not going to repeat every single thing in all these videos, but I will include citations down below because if I did go through every single one of them in detail, this would be a 5-hour-long video, which I almost think is necessary to respond to this propaganda crap showing up on a 19 million subscriber channel. Let's go through every single one of them. The MacBook Pro, the A1226, A1261, had GPU failures. These GPU failures would result in the device not being able to turn on. And it would also result in, if you were doing video editing or video capture like what I'm doing now, the device would kind of flicker, it would turn off, and it wouldn't work right. Now, if you had that problem and you took it to an Apple store and you said, I want to get this replaced under warranty, actually, in the beginning, they said no. They had to have a class action lawsuit against them because they really care about things being designed for longevity. But once that occurred, once they got sued, do you think that they said, okay, it looks like your device is not working? No, what they did is they came up with a requirement that your device fail a test. So you had to have a test run. This is from a colleague. I'll include a citation down below. A trusted colleague at High Tech Electronics, 47 Canal Street, great shop. The overheating GPU more than likely cooked itself and created a short in your logic board that won't allow it to boot at all. This fact doesn't matter to Apple. If they can't do a diagnostic, then it's not a GPU failure. They'll say it's the logic board, which, by the way, is where the GPU is on that failed and integrated into it. So in their eyes, they are off the hook for the extended service repair. So if you have a device that's not turning on, you died, they will say we cannot run the test on it to confirm that that's the case and say that we're not covering you under warranty. So your GPU died. Your GPU dying on that model results in you having a black screen and it not booting. Because it doesn't boot, they cannot run the test. Because they cannot run the test, they can't confirm it's the GPU. Because they can't confirm it's the GPU, you get fucked. You care about longevity? Gargle my fucking balls. Next one on the list. Let's go over every single one of these. It's probably going to turn into a 2-hour video. I don't know how to do this without it being a 2-hour video. MacBook Pro A1226 or A1260 hinge frame problem. Didn't cover any of that in the warranty.
I shouldn't have done
you would
that.
Screw the screen into the frame rather than screwing it into the back plate or anything like that. Again,
I should have waited
the hinge would
for
be
the
screwed
next
into
era.
The frame rather than the hinge being screwed into the back plate. Again, this is Apple. Why
But
would we
I'm
actually
just
design
clicking,
things in a manner
you know?
that makes sense when we could design it in a
Yeah,
manner
you
where it's going to fail in a
you
year or
just gotta
two?
be clicking.
The unibody. They created a device that was
Oh
called the
my God.
unibody.
Always
It's
be
actually two
clicking,
pieces
that's what I
glued together.
say.
And guess what the glue is? Yes, on the exhaust of the fan, because they care about fucking longevity. That's in the video that I will cite down below. This is what they call a unibody. It is literally two cheap-ass pieces of metal that are glued together, and they are literally located right at the point of the fan exhaust, because that's exactly where I want the part that's glued together in a laptop to be, where the heat is being exhausted out of it, which is going to be a lot of it because they use thin heat sinks, because they want their devices to be sexy, because they care about form over function. We have the power circuit failure for PP1V05, S5, MCP, and the A202610, A202532, and A202330 motherboards. This was a failure that also just so happened to carry in not just 2008 and 2009 and the 2010 models. They had GPU failures in the 2011 models. The buck converter for the GPU power rail on the A1398 is not even soldered on properly in these models, as you can see over here. And the way that Apple fixed it under their extended recall program after they finally got sued was to put a fucking piece of rubber under it that smashed onto the board, because that's how little they care about the end consumer, while doing these bullshit propaganda pieces with 19 million subscriber YouTubers claiming that they design things for longevity. You know what I do when I care about longevity? I solder the chip to the fucking board instead of having a recall program that puts a piece of rubber in there that looks like some piece that I tore off of my shoe to prop the board up by the casing. That's disgusting. But you guys care about longevity, right? And again, my favorite, the iPhone 6 and 6 Plus Touch IC issue, where they literally knew that this device was bending inside the case more so than any other phone that they had released by a factor of about 10. Were they covering that under warranty? No, they weren't. Did they fix it in the iPhone 7? No, they didn't. Did they cover you on the iPhone 7 when you had an audio IC issue? No, they didn't. But you care about longevity. Gargle my balls. Next. Let's see. Oh, one of my personal favorites right here. The design flaw where it sends 50 volts over to the GPU. So on these machines, they have a screen connector, and on that screen connector, there are about 43 or 45 pins.
It's so
Pin
funny.
1 on the screen connector is a line for the...
So I'm in an alliance with Russia, right? They have 356 grievances against me because I
Amazing.
fucking wiped out his religion.
That's funny as fuck.
When that alliance breaks, it's gonna go to being my enemy.
graphics data. That goes from the CPU's integrated
Why
GPU
can't I buy a Rock
over to
Band?
the screen. This is a very low voltage line
Do you
because
know
it's a
what
data
they
line
are?
that's very
Have you
sensitive.
researched
Now
them?
pin 43, which is supposed to be all the way on
They're
the
at the
other
bottom
side,
of
pin
the with the
43
religious stuff.
is a power line. This is going to be carrying anywhere from 35 to 52 volts for powering the screen's backlight. This is not a data line. This is kind of like a buff power line. So obviously you'd want pin 43, which is this 52 volt power line, to be further away from pin 1, which is this 1.7 volt data line. Apple engineers care so much about longevity that when they designed this shit, I shit you not, they said that pin 1 is going to be this and pin 43 is going to be this, and then they literally designed it so pin 1 is next to pin 43. And what do you think happens when you do that? You get this. You get 52 volts right next to here. You have humidity in your room that is too high. You are going to send 52 volts to your CPU, which is an overclock that even Steve at Gamers Nexus is not going to recover from. Now you may think, well, again, they care about longevity, so they fixed it, right? This was present in 2016, 2017, 18, 19, and 20. This was there for 5 fucking years. I
Shit.
haven't even checked. For all I know, this shit is still there today. Do they care if 50 volts goes to the CPU? No. They care so little about longevity, they put pin 1 next to pin 43 when there is a 52 volt line right next to a data line going to the CPU. Did they give two shits of a fuck about this? No. Did they cover you under an extended warranty program? No. What they did is what the South Park Cable Company CEO guy does. This. That's how much they care about longevity, and that's how much Marquez Brownlee cared about doing proper journalism before interviewing somebody that works for that company. Shame on you. Next up, this computer can get killed by dust. You may think, well, listen, every machine's going to get dusted in the fans and overheat. I'm not talking about overheating. No, here's the thing that's special about Apple devices. They always fail in ways that you would never imagine them to fail. Apple is a company that could even fuck up a SATA cable. On the A1278 MacBook, you will find a device. It is the only device on planet Earth where the SATA cable fails when it's not even moving. But they managed to make a machine that gets killed by dust, not even from overheating, simply by virtue of the dust existing. So Apple decided to put the cable for the screen in some proximity to the fan, which is going to be intaking and exhausting out air. So there's going to be a lot of dust there. Now, if you get dust in this particular spot, a piece of dust will destroy the screen cable to the point where you have lines on your screen. Screen cables dying from being moved back and forth in the hinge? Sure. Screen cables dying from dust? That's Apple longevity. This came out in the news 2 years after I did this video, and once it got to the point where it was so popular that even outlets like Forbes that typically report on other types of news were reporting on this. Your screen will usually look like this when it happens, and at that point you are going to be dealing with a fairly expensive repair. Either A, you're going to replace the whole assembly, or B, you're going to find somebody that's going to fix just the cable, who again, if he has the skill to do that, he's going to be charging you some good money to do that. Let's go on the rest of it. Let's talk about FlexGate. Let's talk about when it's not long enough, because every now and then you have people that'll complain that it's not long enough. Over here we have the flex cable that deals with the backlight to the screen. Now, why do I say you're getting effed in the thumbnail of this video? I'm saying that because you may notice that the cable length is different in the 2018 one that iFixit is showing in their picture on the left than the 2016 and 17 one that they're showing in the picture on the right. This results in the cable ripping as you open and close the device. Now, Apple realized that this was an issue because in 2018, they decided that they were going to change the design of it, and they made the cable longer. Now, if they knew it was a mistake, then they realized it was a mistake because they changed the design.
Wait.
Surely they're going to cover that under extended warranty program, right?
Get your fucking
no.
settler off
my
my island.
Is they only covered one of the 6 models affected.
No.
This affects a 2016 A1706.
I'm already planning to put shit there. I'm building shit to put it there.
2017
Go to the other island.
And 2017 A17.
You've literally got an
please.
entire extra space down here.
Just go ahead and send me the grievances.
Number. The only one that they covered over here was the 13-inch model from 2016, which
Same
is the
thing.
A1706 and
Same thing I'm going to tell
but they did
Peter
not
when
cover
he
the
cries about
A1707
me
from that
settling
year, nor did
another
they cover
city
any
next
of
to
them
him.
from
Just go
2017,
put it somewhere
even though the
else. I
display
don't
assembly from
understand.
2017
I'm going to put
used
them
the
where
exact same
it's
fucking
good to put
cable as the one from 2016. Further, if you bought a 15-inch model,
like I literally showed you,
you paid more money
where I was
Apple has
settling
a higher
shit.
profit margin on the machine that they did not cover under warranty
And
than
you
the one that they
consistently
did.
do this.
So if you gave Apple more money,
This
if you were
settler
loyal
here?
to them and said, I want to buy a better device from you,
Yes.
I want you to have a higher profit margin as a result of our sale, they treated you worse. Because it's only at Apple that the more money you give them, the shittier they treat you.
It looks like he...
It's like dating a dismissive avoidant
When did you
person.
put this
These
tech
design
here?
flaws continue into today.
That's been
If you
there
ever
for
had an
literally
iPhone,
50
or you know, friends
turns.
with iPhones, you may have dealt with problems where it randomly reboots. There are a number of reasons that they randomly reboot, and I document them as well as document how to fix them along with the help of Jesse
Like, I
Cruz,
scattered
Jazz
out this
Repairs,
entire
and many
area
other people
for a
on the Repair
reason.
Wiki so that you can figure out how to fix them. Just because
How
I
do you-
stopped
what-
listing
you know,
design flaws at
like, where do you
2020
think
does
that
not mean that
settler's
they don't
going?
exist after 2020. It simply means that I don't want
There's
this video
literally
to be 2 hours long,
2 other
so I'm going to
cities
address the rest of it.
to
First,
the
I want
right
to address whether they make
with
the devices
area that you
for
can put
longevity.
it.
Do they care about longevity, and do they care about the customer when
And
they
then
fuck up
there's
making a device for longevity?
the
I'm
other
just
half of
saying,
this island.
where do you think the
because
settler's
there's
going?
numerous levels of propaganda that need to be debunked here, and numerous
Like I
levels
said
of
him a
propaganda
while
that
ago,
Marquez didn't do
thinking
any
there would
research
be a
on.
friendly
Access to
city
repair
there, 'cause I
services,
moved
'cause you
them.
might have thought at this point that
I
I have
moved
something
my
to say about it.
settlers along my sieve, so it will take them like many turns to get where they need to go, but I keep them inside my territory and move them along. So I put them here expecting there would be a friendly city here already.
Yeah, but you know how I was building up my main cities?
Okay,
I'm
so
pushing out now.
Do you understand what I'm telling you? Is that I'm moving this settler 50 turns ago because I thought a city should have been here by now, that I wouldn't be in danger of barbarians from.
Yeah, because I cleared it.
No, just forget it. Mind your own business.
Principle 2, access to repair services. Repairs
If you
are
can't
inherently
comprehend
disruptive,
what I'm
but if
telling you,
repairs
then you
needed,
have no
we
business
seek
telling
new
me
ways
what
to
I'm
offer
doing.
convenient access to safe, reliable, and secure repairs. Whether
Like,
by
you've
Apple,
got
third-party
three
repair
cities
I
to the
don't.
west.
Shut
You've
up.
got
You don't even know what I'm
Hemisphere
doing.
as well.
You're complaining
Most
about
west
shit that
of
isn't
the
happening.
US.
Just shut up. Just shut up. You're complaining about shit that isn't happening. I tried to explain it to you. You failed to get my point.
Repair program in 2022, providing customers access to genuine Apple parts, tools, and repair manuals. And that's why we continue to expand access to more products and regions. In fact, 85% of the U.S. population is within a 30-minute drive of an Apple store, Apple authorized service provider, or an independent repair provider location. I'm not going to spend too much time on the authorized service providers because most people who watch this channel already know that those options are garbage. Let's just show you one example of that. In this video, if you fast forward it to 1 minute and 50 seconds, you will hear somebody from an Apple authorized repair shop telling a customer two pieces of information. One is bad and one is just frankly false. The first piece of misinformation that they give them is that the headphone jack on an iPhone 6 is hard soldered to the motherboard. It is not. It is a flex cable that Jess's toddler children have replaced with a screwdriver. It takes 5 minutes to replace this thing. Secondly, they said that he would have to replace his entire phone. It's going to take 1 to 2 weeks. He's going to lose all his data. It's going to be $350.
Discovered with no unit down there.
Do you want to use an authorized service provider? These people know less than my receptionist on how to fix Apple products. Let's get into the independent repair provider program, the virtue signaling garbage that Apple has put out there so that they could write a document like this that they could show legislatures to try to squash the idea of all this. Forget about this consumer protection legislation. We got this. We're making repair available already. These programs are mostly useless. Firstly, you have to sign an NDA. Those who have signed and broken this NDA, that I am going to respect the confidence of in this video, have made very clear everything that I'm saying is true. They cannot get access to screens. They cannot access to chips. They cannot repair anything. They're still locked out of the entire supply chain that is necessary to be able to get parts that they actually need. They get access to what is called an assembly. An assembly is like saying that you have a flat tire, so you need to replace your wheels, your hubcaps, your axle, and everything on your suspension because you have a flat tire. We do not want access to an assembly. I do not want to buy a $700 part to fix a device that has a resale value of $600. I want to be able to buy the part that is between $1 and $30 that is actually necessary, and I'm willing to pay a markup of 100 to 200% on that part because, again, there's some money to be made there. I'm not saying the manufacturer can't make money. These programs are virtually useless. There is you cannot get access to a headphone jack flex cable under this program. You cannot do repairs under these particular programs. They don't allow you to buy chips from chip vendors for $10. They give you an entire motherboard for $1,000. They don't allow you to buy a $38 LCD. They sell you a $350 to $750 assembly. Screens. We used to be able to buy screens for these devices, and they would be good screens. The first video that I ever did on this channel was explaining the difference between grade A plus and grade A minus screens. I took pride in the fact that I got top-tier, top-quality screens from the manufacturer directly, whether it was AU Optronics, LG, Samsung, Chime. We had screens in my store that fit over 5,000 different brands of laptop, and we were able to do those repairs same day, 20 minutes. You'd be in and out. Now, we can't get access to those anymore because Apple closed up the supply chain. We have to go and buy either used displays, which are very expensive, look like crap, and require all sorts of other nonsense to be able to work properly that we don't get access to, or we get to join Apple's IRP program, which means I cannot do repairs like I used to, and I get access to assemblies. I cannot buy the screen for $38 to $150. I have to buy the hinges, the webcam, the backlight layers, the aluminum on the back, because I know Dave Jones watches this channel every now and then. Respect to Dave Jones. I have to buy the aluminum on the back. I have to buy the Wi-Fi antenna and all this other crap that I don't need. You know what that means? Instead of replacing a part that's $38 to $150, I now have to replace a part that's $350 to $800. And you know what happens when that's the customer experience? A 1-star review, because I can't get access to that stuff. I have to go through the used market and freaking dumpster dive to find the screen, whose availability changes at any given time. I edited my website last year to essentially say, no, in a little bit more professional terms, we suck. Don't use this for screen repair. We suck. I have to say that, because if I don't say that, I'm going to give customers experience like this. Above all, these programs allow Apple to audit your facility to see if you have the aforementioned items that are necessary to do repairs at our business. So if I buy the chips that I need from, as I like to say, the Nicolas Cage Lord of War supply chain, they could see that I have a CD3217 in my store. They could see that I have an ISL 9240 in my store. They could see that I have an LP133WP1 TJA or an LP154WT1 in my store and tell me, you're out of this program and we're going to get you in trouble because you went against our agreement. How dare you have access to parts that you did not buy from us? Well, actually, I did do the repairs your customers want you to do. You know, the ones where you don't have to spend $900 to fix a $600 computer. And I've shown you several of these over the course of here. This is the video that I did going over the IRP program being a scam. This is the video that I did, we're going to get to this later, where they talk about privacy and security, where I'm apparently required, if I join the IRP program, to take all of your information, your address, your phone number, your name, your device, your serial number, and Make it available to Apple. You know where you don't have to make your personal information available to the people repairing your device? Independent repair. You could walk into my store and say, my name is John Smith with a phone number of 111-111-111, and we'll fix your stuff anyway. We don't need that information. We keep it for warranty, but we don't need it. It's because we actually care about your privacy, unlike the companies that virtue signal at it. I go over here, the fact that chips are not made available to independent repair shops, to the user, and people who join Apple authorized programs, whether you're an Apple authorized service provider or you're part of the independent repair provider program. You cannot get them. If you ask over here, this person is asking Renaissance Electronics, aka Intersil, who makes the ISL 9240 charging chip, as well as the ISL 658, 659, ISL 9239 that have been used for charging chips, but also buck converters for the GPU and everything like that, and CPU, vCore, and many of these devices. If you ask them to buy this chip, they will tell you, no, thank you for messaging Renaissance. Would you tell me which country you're in so we can try to get you the chip? He says
42 turns away from victory.
Rejected. This post is no longer available. Renaissance Electronics has removed this post from Facebook. I can't find it anywhere. Nobody else can find it anywhere. I featured it in a video a long time ago that got hundreds of thousands of views, and it is gone. If you take a look over here, you will see this is a response that somebody received from Renaissance. This is a different one. I found out that the ISL 9240 is a custom part for a specific customer we are not allowed to sell to others. You will need to find another part. We have quite a few other battery charger management parts to choose from according depending on your application. So what this means is that, again, this is one of those things where when we talk about repairability and we talk about balance.
Okay, so you'll notice how our number is different from everyone else's. Okay? Now, I will tell you, it is not like that because we're on a team. If I was solo, you would have the same number as everyone else, and I would have basically this number. So what makes you think that our number is lower than everyone else's?
No clue. It could be literally
Okay,
anything.
so if you look at the suitcase next to my name, it's 269, which rounds up to 270. The next highest is Nubia, who has 338, which rounds up to the 339 that we have. Right? So basically, for somebody to be culture dominant, they would have to produce more than us. Right? So we're culture dominant, and they need to get us to stop being culturally dominant. And if we continue to be culturally dominant, we'll get closer and closer to victory. So we've had the lower number pretty much the entire game. That's what I've been trying to go for pretty much the entire game, is to set us up to where we'll steamroll and nobody will be able to stop us on culture right at the end. Because they're not even going to have... so there's a policy. They'll often invoke it like right when we only have a few turns left to win, but it makes it so it's a Cold War policy, so you need Cold War, and it makes it so it bans rock bands from your territory, but it costs amenities instead, and you invoke it when you need to block somebody from using rock bands to get a culture victory. And if they don't have that policy because they're behind in culture, then you can just butt fuck them with rock bands. So that's my priority right now, is I'm going to Nubia to continually hit her with rock bands, so our number that we have to get to gets lower and lower. So I'm working it from both sides, making our lower number higher and our end goal number lower.
Yeah.
Balancing repairability and longevity, or we talk about rebalancing repairability and the price of the product. The arguments that they're making, which I already proved false with the iPhone 7 and 6, which they did not want to spend the extra 2 cents to put
Hell
fucking
yeah.
underfill in. They
What's
tend to
this?
deal with the design
Cities
of the
with
product.
governors
This is
receive
dealing
tourism
with the
from
process
world
of
not
corporate
wonders.
decision-making, which has nothing to do with
100%
the
tourism
durability
to
or
all
the
national
longevity of the
parks.
product.
If only I had
Apple
more than
has
one
to make
national
a
park,
conscious choice to tell
we
Renaissance,
would have already
if
won if
somebody
I could
asks
get
for
3.
a charging chip to the device, to not make that available. Right now, my laptop is plugged in and it is charging because it is a Lenovo, which have battery lives of about 20 minutes, especially if you have one of the P-Series ones and you run Linux on it. This machine is charging. If it stops charging, very often it's the buck converter that takes the 20 volts from the charger and converts it into a 12 or 13 volt power off for the rest of the machine. That tends to die. When that dies, this is a chip that costs anywhere from $1 to $20. They could sell this for $20 and have like a 50,000% profit margin on this device, and they don't. And now, I understand Apple not wanting to stock it themselves. They don't want to be in business with that. But why do you have to go over to an electronics distributor and tell them, don't make the charging chip for our product available? because they want us to buy an entirely new board, which is what you have to do if you are part of the Apple Independent Repair Provider Network. Right now, Apple cannot walk into my store and take legal action against me because I have this chip in there. If I signed up for these IRP programs, they could take legal action against me. And the people who have signed up to these programs are not able to speak out about them publicly because they have an NDA on them, which I've been trying to convince people to, break away from. It's like, as I've said, listen, one of you guys has to speak up and show this and take the first step and be open to getting legal action taken against you if you want things to change. But again, most people who sign these things, they're willing to talk in confidence, but they're not willing to talk to the press. I understand that. That's why you don't hear about this program being as restrictive as it is. If Apple made a program that was actually meant to be a repair program, why would they have to make the repair shops that sign up for it sign an NDA that means they could have their life ruined by a $3 trillion company taking part in lawfare against them if it was a good repair program? The answer is that it's not a good repair program. The repair program is so bad that they have to tie you up. They have to handcuff you legally in a way that's not fun, because some ways of getting handcuffed are fun, and just to keep you from being able to talk to the press about how bad of a repair program it is. Let's talk about repair documentation, because they...
So also, if you open up the culture screen and you highlight over the people, you can see that it says trade route open borders, right? So you want to make sure you have the trade routes to everyone that you can. See, I don't have trade routes to Nubia, so if I did that, I would get more.
Where do you say that?
If you go to the culture score screen, you can highlight over them, and it can quickly check who you have trade routes to, who you have open borders with, and you can see where you need to change stuff, where you need to put traders and stuff.
Claim that we're going to get access to repair documentation. This piece of shit propaganda piece over here, they actually show you this over here. They say coverage, diagnostics, repair documentation. They say that everybody can, including Apple authorized service providers and independent repair providers. So if are they lying? Are they not making it available? No, that they're making repair documentation available. They are. Here's how you take the bottom cover off of the computer. Here's how you take the 2 screws out of the side of the iPhone. I know how to take the fucking 8 screws off of the bottom of the computer, thank you very much. You don't have to tell me that I'm not that stupid in spite of some of the shit you've seen me do on camera. I know how to do this. What I want is a schematic. I want a board view. Next up, Apple certified training. You think I want training from people that think that the iPhone 6 has a headphone jack that's outside of the motherboard? These people have literally never even opened the phone to see how it's put together. You can tell that an Apple authorized repair service is essentially at this point a mailing depot. They take your device, they mail it back to Apple, they will get a refurbished one back, and they will charge you half the device for a new one. That is what Apple authorized repair usually is. I don't want your certified training. I don't care about your certified training. You don't train us to actually do anything. Your training teaches your employees how to misinform and mislead customers, and that's not what we do at Rossman Repair. Next up, my favorite one, privacy and security. That's why, during the repair process, Apple and authorized service providers only use genuine Apple parts.
But the reason why you want to try to be friendly with everyone is so you can
third-party parts
get
because
the
you cannot guarantee their
embassies.
safety, privacy, and security protections, or their quality and performance. My response here: I am not going to criticize Apple for using Apple parts in their repairs. Why wouldn't they use originals when they're the company that made them? You're allowed to use Apple parts in your repairs, and I've never in a million years criticized Apple for using Apple parts in their repairs. I'm criticizing you for restricting manufacturers of these chips, screens, and parts from selling them to us. Further, when it comes to security and privacy, how do I put this? There is no documented case of an aftermarket part leading to a customer's sex tape being posted to her own Facebook account by a technician. You know where that happened? Apple, using OEM parts. You see, the issue of customers being spied on, the issue of privacy, security, safety, this does not occur with aftermarket parts. This does not occur because you got the wrong fingerprint sensor put on your iPhone. This did not occur because I replaced a fuse on your motherboard, a charging chip on your MacBook. This occurs when you send the device to Apple. Everything they are accusing us of is something that they are doing. Knockoff ports do not cause customer data breaches. Perverted, sick-in-the-head repair people do, and those sick-in-the-head repair people are contractors for Apple, not us. I actually screen my employees because I give a shit about my reputation. I cannot say that a contractor of a contractor of a contractor of a contractor messed something up and then, my $3 trillion market cap goes to 2.99999. My business matters to me. My reputation matters to me. If that happens to me even once, I am out of business for the rest of my life. My personal reputation is tarnished. I don't get to say it was some random other department's problem. It becomes my problem. I will never be able to get a job again if that happens. I will never be able to run a business again if that happens. Jessa Jones won't. Tim Herman won't. Mark Schaefer
I'm
won't. Jesse
voting
Cruz
for
won't. We care about our reputation,
players,
which is why we do
weapons
not take
of
part in this
mass
behavior.
destruction
You know who
equal
does?
to
The manufacturer.
Nubia.
And you know how much parts has to do with it?
Why?
Nothing. Nothing. We also have a very interesting article from the Washington
because
Post
she's
about
the
an
most
Apple
likely to
store
have
employee
nukes.
helping a customer by
So
texting himself an intimate
either
photo from her
everyone
phone.
gets nukes or
OEM parts, man.
anyone else.
OEM parts. Yeah, if we're talking
hiding
about
with
privacy
nukes
and
will have
security, I'm
them
just going to
cut
continue
to
going
zero.
back to this independent repair program that I have where I'm required to take your information and make
And
that
then I'm
information
voting
available
for
to
me
Apple
for
upon
the
request.
victory
I was
point.
reading over some of these agreements, and they literally, again, you cannot not give them your data. If you go to an IRP, you have to give them your personal information. You have to give them your phone number. You have to give them your address. In this video, I went over Samsung's repair practices where they're trying to copy Apple now, and not only requiring that their independent repair providers that go through their programs take all the customer data, but if the customer has a part in the device that is not made by Samsung, they want that customer ratted on, meaning you have to report to Samsung the name of the device, you have to interrogate the customer to figure out where that part came from, and then you don't give the customer back the device. Worse than Apple, but in that same vein. Because Apple's gotten away with it, others get away with it as well. Every time the manufacturer talks about danger when it comes to independent repair with your safety, your security, your data, they're actually talking about themselves. Because time and time again, the objective evidence demonstrates that your sex tapes are most likely going to be uploaded to Facebook when you send your phone to the manufacturer, not to us. Not only did they upload her sex tape, they couldn't just put it on Pornhub and call it a day and say, LOL, you got hacked. They signed into her freaking Facebook account and uploaded her own sex tape as her, which creates the implication that it was actually her intention the entire time to share her sex tape with everybody. And you have the balls to talk about security, safety, and privacy when demonstrating what makes you different. Fuck you, and fuck the people who propagandize your bullshit without questioning any of it. The security of Apple's device is designed so that no one at Apple
No,
or
they
anywhere else
voted
can
for
gain
me to
access
lose them.
customer-sensitive data. This extends to our repair process as well. In 2018, Apple introduced
my
a
backup
secure diagnostic
victory
repair mode to allow a technician to diagnose and repair issues with the customer's device without requiring the customer to disclose their passcode. Replacing security components such as the Face ID or Touch ID sensor in a device should never allow someone to bypass the protection of the customer's passcode or biometrics before, during, or after a repair. Again, here we're dealing with a straw man argument. They're doing the politician shit. They're responding to something that's not what we said. We're not saying that you should not make a secure device. We're not saying that you should not create your device in a manner where the manufacturer or the independent repair shop cannot get access to their data. Just me, but I think if you can trust rapists with these tools, you can trust us as well. The bar seems pretty low there, Apple. We are not advocating for less secure devices. We're asking that if the guy at the Apple store who can access your sex tapes, who can access your photos, who texts himself your photos, can get access to that tool that allows you to pair something to the device, we should have access to it too. When it comes to calibration, none of us are mad that calibration exists. We are mad that there is not a transparent and sensible process for repair shops to be able to get access to these tools. If calibration of these parts is simple enough for a genius bar employee or a rapist contractor to do it, it should be simple enough for all of us to do it, even an idiot like me. Spotlight on reliability testing. We are committed to building the best products for our customers. Our engineering teams look for every opportunity to achieve high levels of durability for every material used, parts selected, and product assembled. To do this, we have a rigorous reliability testing process that goes hand in hand with the development of our products and repair processes. Reliability testing is not a step that comes at the end, it's intrinsically part of the entire product development lifecycle. Not only do insights from early testing help inform component design improvements, but we begin exploring potential sources of failure even before the first prototype is built. This tight integration allows us to identify any issues early on and make changes to materials, parts, or product design accordingly. Okay, so your product teams are so integrated that the person who says that pin 1 and 43 need to be as far away from each other as possible doesn't ever talk to the dude that actually lays out the PCB. You realize that when the guy that designs the PCB puts the low voltage data signal on the opposite side, pin 1, pin 43, 45 pin connector, that he's intending for that to be separate from the 52 volt backlight line. You call that intrinsically building this into the design? You left that design flaw in there, as I said, 4 fucking years. And you have the balls to say that you intrinsically design these products for longevity. This has been reported to you over and over and over again. I know if that shows up at my shop every day, you have to be getting them by the truckload, by the pallet load, by the boatload every day. Do you change the design? No, you don't, because that would cost you an extra few fucking cents that would result in you having a market cap that's a teeny tiny bit lower. And you can't have that because you will have less money to fund your influencer marketing campaign so people with 19 million million subscribers can propagandize the world into thinking that this document is not a steaming pile of bullshit. Spotlight on reliability testing? Your own internal documents demonstrated that the iPhone 6 Plus failed at a higher rate than every other iPhone by a factor of 10. Did that inform your design at all? No. Did you cover that under extended warranty program? No. Did you decide to make the next device in a different manner? No. And did you ever cover a single fucking customer that had an audio IC failure with the iPhone 7 under an extended warranty program? No, you didn't. You intrinsically design your product to save you as much money as humanly possible, and your design and engineering teams don't fucking talk to each other at all. The guy that lays out the PCB never talks out to the person that designed it to ask why this is done that way. The person that made the iPhone 7 sure as fuck didn't talk to the dude that did the iPhone 6 or 6 Plus, because if he did, maybe he would have decided with the audio IC, maybe we should put a little bit of underfill under there. It looks like it's in a similar region of the board. It may wind up bending the same way and ending up with hundreds of thousands of people not having audio on their fucking phone after a few years. No.
Like there's a tribal village.
You don't care.
There's
You
two
don't have the
here,
money to
actually.
spend on the engineering, but you
If you
sure
look
should
where
have the
this
money for the
cab is, you
influencer
should
marketing
totally go
budget.
get
You can
those.
pretend that you do. Above all,
No, I'm
what does this
already
matter if this
doing
doesn't
it. I've got
benefit
a
you?
Oh, great.
You know where they're learning?
scout out
They're not
there
learning
doing
in the
it.
design process.
Great.
They're learning after it fails on you and you pay for a new one. When you have a FlexGate issue with a 2017 MacBook Pro, and that 2017 MacBook Pro was designed identically to the 2016 MacBook Pro that they cover under an extended warranty program, you don't get covered because they were experimenting on you. That device is improperly designed because they decided to use a design that's different from every other hardware manufacturer that uses time-tested, proven, trusted designs. Apple has to do things differently than everybody else. As a result of doing things differently from everybody else, they're experimenting, but they're not experimenting during the design phase. They're experimenting on you after you pay $3,000 for the device. What does it matter if they figure out what's wrong with it and they change the design, if they change the design on the 2018 version but leave you fucked over with the 2017 version? Who cares at that point? You just gave them $3,000 and they did this to you anyway. Did anybody in your QA/QC department do this? This is what you would have had to do to see that that cable is too short. But you didn't do that, did you? 52 volts to the CPU. Have you ever used that device in a human environment? You ever leave California? You ever leave your little bubble? Maybe you go to some other part of the world where they have 95%, 98% humidity all year round? Because if you did, I guarantee you'd see a lot of 52 volts going to the CPU, and you might have fired
Watch
a
the
fucking
movie
PCB
Fisher.
layout
You gotta
person
vote in the
that
poll.
decided that was a good design. No, you didn't.
This is
In
democracy.
conclusion, this is complete propaganda. I could go on about 2021 design flaws, 2022 design flaws, 2023 design flaws, 2024 design flaws. This video will wind up being 6 hours long, and I will have to take blood pressure medication to be able to relax at the end of it. This.
How long is this video?
I don't. How should I end the video?
Okay.
I think it's almost
I was about to say, does he keep
I
going?
hate this word,
This could be
not
an
because
hour
of
at
what
this
it's supposed
point.
to mean, but what it means now. I don't like the word influencer because the word influencer has come to mean somebody that a marketing manager or a marketing intern believes is capable of manipulating large swaths of people into believing something that isn't true, into believing that a product is good when it is not, and getting people to sign up for products and services that they don't need that won't best serve them. But everybody on this platform is an influencer. We
All
are
right, play
trying
the
to
third
influence
link.
you. When I do a video that demonstrates that LG's televisions are spying on you by default, and I show you the settings, I'm doing that because I want you to understand how you're being screwed, not just to be mad and angry at it, but because I actually want you to know that you shouldn't buy this product. I want you to know that you should turn that off. I want you to know to not connect that to the internet. I want to influence you to not connect that to the internet so that your private data is safe. Something tells me LG is not going to call me up and ask if I'm going to take a sponsorship in a video for the LG Gram. I realize that other companies are going to look at this channel after I talk about these issues and realize that I am not brand safe. I am not a YouTuber that they can feel safe giving money to say good things about their products, because even if I do it then, I probably won't into the future, and I'm not going to mince words about it. I'm not going to say it in an advertiser-friendly, brand-safe way. But that doesn't matter. I'm here in service to you. I'm not here in service to a company. I'm not here in service to a brand image. I'm here in service to my viewers, and that is what the word influencer was supposed to mean. When I show you how to do these repairs, when I write 100 guides for Repair.wiki or fund other people to do it, I'm trying to influence other repair shops. Instead of saying, I can't fix this, this is a board issue, I'm not able to do that, I'm not qualified, I don't know how, I am trying to influence you to perform repairs that you otherwise wouldn't do. I'm trying to influence people to care about these things. Influencers have responsibilities to their audience. And nowadays, influencer doesn't mean what I'm talking about. It doesn't mean demonstrating to your audience how to fix things that they otherwise couldn't fix in an honest, practical, economically reliable way, economically viable way, and reliable way. It doesn't mean telling your audience when they're getting screwed. It doesn't mean telling your audience when you're reading something that's a pile of bullshit, if it means that you're less likely to get a next generation device for free, or less likely to be on good terms with a C-level executive at a company that you may be able to do an interview to that essentially does this to the entire repair community. Being an influencer is about caring for your audience. It's about, even if you get things wrong, having the best of intentions. And I do believe on this platform, we all are influencers. It comes with the responsibility of doing real research if you're going to be in the room with a C-level executive of a $2 to $3 trillion company, rather than just taking their balls and gargling them down your throat for the purposes of a fluff PR piece. We have a responsibility to our audience. We have a responsibility to let them know when they are being gaslit. I am not speaking simply from my own repair shop. This is not just selfish. If you look back through these over 1,000 videos I've done on my channel, I am suggesting that these things be covered under a recall program. Recall program means that I don't get paid. Recall program means Apple provides a free repair, which, again, hard to compete with free. My employees do like their paychecks, and they do like their food. I am advocating for you, the user, to understand when you are being gaslit so that it can be rectified. If you are told that these products with all of these design flaws are actually designed with longevity in mind, and like, yeah, you know, it must be how you held it. It's how you looked at it. You used, I don't know, you used DaVinci Resolve instead of Premiere, so that's why your GPU died. You're gaslighting the people. You're gaslighting your audience.
It will do that.
Believing the bullshit that Apple executive told you. That's not doing a service to your audience.
Resolve
That's doing a
is
service to the C-level executive. That's doing a service to your sponsors to let them know that you are a brand-safe content creator. I don't care if you do a video every now and then that's critical of a manufacturer. For the most part, most influencers in this platform,
here, see this big sort of
they let the
inland
marketing department to this company know that they're brand safe.
Little
and they
sea
put
here.
them before their audience. I don't think that we should.
I
be
only want 3 cities
and
on
the day
the
that I
edge
start
here.
doing that, call me out on it.
So if
as
you want to
often
put
as humanly
stuff underneath
possible,
it, go
and
for it.
unsubscribe. This moment that I don't have your interest in mind,
It'll
the
make
moment
it
that I
easy
have
to
the
send
interest
trade routes
of a
between our
marketing
shit
manager,
anyway.
the moment I have the interest of a sponsor or somebody who's
Well,
paying
that's
me
what
in mind
that's
over
what I'm
your best
doing.
interests,
Is I'm getting.
you should stop watching.
I'm trying
and tell
to
your friends
get
to stop watching too. Do not listen to people
my
who gaslight
own,
you, and do not allow yourself to be gaslit,
cities
whether
where
by
I
an
need a
influencer
trade route
or a $3 trillion company.
Yeah.
going to.
That's
like
it for today.
I need to get
And
a
as
trade
always,
route
I hope you
into
learned
those
something. I'll see you in the next
city
video.
states right there.
Bye now.
Does it surprise you to learn?
So I was
that the
going to
oldest
actually
story
go
we have carved onto this
into the center of the city states over here.
Okay. Like where
But,
this aluminium is between the mountains.
Yeah, but I've changed my mind on it, and I'm now going south. Yo, your guy went out into the ocean instead of towards where the tribal village is.
Oh yeah, no, I'm going to clear the barb camp.
Oh,
That's
I have that
right there.
taken care of.
Are you already doing it?
Yeah, I have a tank right there and a battleship.
Where are the villages? Ah, there. Ah.
2 tribal villages.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my alliance with Russia ended.
Stone tablet in
You think he's
2000
mad?
BC is about a
He's always
kid
mad.
chasing immortality. From the literal
Watch
dawn
this.
of our species,
Nope, he accepted my
immortality
friendship.
has sat.
He accepted my friendship, and now I'm gonna go back into an alliance with him, baby.
Oh, there's so many.
He literally can't say no to me because he loves how far ahead I am in culture and science.
That's hilarious.
What's dark, mysterious, and drains all of your dopamine on social media? If you guessed a goth girl, you'd be correct. For the last 6 years or so, social media has been overflowing with goth girl related content. Whether it be an actual girl dressed in dark alternative clothing, dancing to metalcore, or a 34-year-old man with a 9 to 5 and 3 kids, thirsting over what he may consider to be a goth girl, is pretty much impossible to avoid, and raises some real issues in regards to objectification and of course the degeneration and perceived watering down of subcultures. These creatures have become
Oh my god, I
staple of any
finally
alternative or
had a rock band
countercultural
place a
algorithm
successful
in my way,
show.
which got me thinking. I began to ponder the
To
deep
get a
and rich
promotion.
history of the gothic subculture that was born out of the 1970s UK post-punk scene, and how the current perception of a goth differs from what it once was. It seems nowadays anybody who dresses somewhat alternative and utilizes dark colors in their outfits is immediately slapped the label of goth. The term is no longer related to a style of music in the same way it was in the 70s. This is mainly because the people who listen to gothic style post-punk in the modern day do not look like this. They look like this and are extremely Eastern European. Since the concrete birth of the gothic subculture in the 70s, the representation of individuals within the scene has evolved and of course devolved countless times as media representation has shifted. They went from being presented as freaks obsessed with morbidity and deviantly sexual pastimes to quirky, endearing outcasts, and somehow all the way back to deviant freaks obsessed with sexuality through the development of social media, with the goth girl meme dehumanizing countless individuals who relate to the subculture. Despite the negative representation being the same, the vast majority of people nowadays that are labelled as goth look vastly different from the over-the-top and clearly recognisable style of the 70s. It's become a lot more subdued, with goth essentially becoming anyone who wears black or utilises aspects of fashion that traditionally range from grunge to emo to nu metal. Although the way in which goth's definition has changed in the past 50 years may seem extreme, it's nothing compared to the ways in which the term was utilised when goths first rose to prominence around 1,700 years ago. Despite the original definition of goth seeming ancient and completely unrelated to this motherfucker, it's essential in understanding how the aesthetic and definition developed throughout history, and of course became essential to understanding the goth girl paradox. Let's go all the way back to 300 AD, drop the typical mall goth amongst these motherfuckers and simply see what happens. This was at a point in history where the Roman Empire was going pretty sicko mode, laying claim to the vast majority of Europe. This had been the case since around 27 BCE, with much of the art and architecture reflecting Roman culture. For example, the vast majority of buildings at the time would typically receive admiration from motherfuckers like this as opposed to motherfuckers like this. There is a reason, however, that we don't see dudes rocking tunics at the function in the modern day. Well, most of the time, as the Roman Empire saw a significant loss in power due to goths. This may raise a few questions. How did a group of social outcasts overthrow literal Romans? Well, these were the first incarnation of the Goths, which were vastly different from what we see today. The Goths were a group of nomadic Germanic people that lived around the borders of the Roman Empire. They were composed of two main factions named the Ostrogoths and the Visigoths, with the latter being the most prominent. The Visigoths were descendants of an earlier Gothic group named the Vingi,
It's just, I think he's
who had
just
a pretty
giving
nasty
history
habit of continuously invading the
where
Roman
it comes
Empire.
from.
Although every time they invaded, they had the shit beaten out of them by the Romans. It wouldn't be until 378 AD that the Vingi would defeat the Romans in a prominent battle, resulting in an alliance of some sorts. Well, it is slightly more complicated than that. The Gothic victory at the Battle of Adrianople led to the deaths of prominent Roman leaders, creating a power vacuum which caused barbarians to absolutely desecrate the Balkans
Barbarians?
for a few
Where?
years. This continued into a new emperor rose to
I'll
power,
get 'em.
who quickly signed a peace treaty allowing the barbarians to settle on Roman soil as unified people. This was a huge mistake, as it was only a matter of time until the peace treaty would be broken. Things would become well and truly cursed for the Romans when this absolute Chad named Alaric became the first king of the Visigoths and immediately decided to completely desecrate the entirety of Rome. This monumental defeat resulted in the Romans losing a huge section of Europe. The Goths took advantage of this, and much like the modern day Goths laying claim to cemeteries and the algorithms of extremely down bad finance bros, the Visigoths laid claim to land stretching from current day Germany to Eastern Europe to the Baltic Sea. This is potentially the period in history when a group of people considered to be Goth were the most powerful. They weren't stuttering their way through a social interaction at a coffee shop. They had literally overthrown a huge section of Roman land, setting off the first domino that led to the fall of the Western Roman Empire, which, believe it or not, likely allowed this motherfucker to exist through centuries of development in terms of art and culture stemming from the Visigoths. Although the Goths were successful, the wartime techniques they utilized were considered destructive and unethical, with the word Goth becoming a derogatory term to describe anything considered barbaric. The Roman Empire's influence over Europe began to fade. A huge portion of land previously owned by them got split between various nomadic groups, with perhaps the most prominent being the Goths. This led to a period known as the Dark Ages, which is perhaps the perfect time in history for a term like Goth to evolve, with the word slowly becoming more related to the definition commonly utilized today. Due to a more Germanic influence upon Europe, much of the architecture and art began to stray away from Roman
Another top-tier performance.
styles. Much of the buildings no longer focused on realism and aesthetic proportion, instead utilizing religion and symbolism. One of the first examples is the Abbey of Saint Denis, utilizing pointed arches, large windows, and a spooky, almost skeletal structure. This style that would eventually be known as Gothic became extremely prevalent between the mid-12th and 16th centuries. The style was over the top and intricate, exaggerating small details to ridiculous levels. The buildings were commonly utilized for religious purposes, inspiring many of the key details and outrageous elements. For example, architects often attempted to build the structures as tall as feasibly possible in an attempt to reach closer to the heavens and therefore closer to God. This in turn meant the buildings often became the largest structure and therefore landmark of the city or town it was built. By the time the Renaissance period rolled around, this style was considered well and truly whack, with the architects of the time once again looking towards ancient Roman and Greek architecture when designing new buildings. It was around this time that the term Goth began to see actual relation to the dark and macabre as opposed to the chaotic and barbaric.
Theme
When
and
the
art.
1500s
If
rolled
you haven't
around,
done
the
your
term
art,
Gothic was
you
still
should
seen
probably
as
try to do some
inherently
theming
negative,
too. I don't know
inspired
how
by
much
the
I can
Gothic
theme at
tribes
this
that
point,
overthrew
though.
the Romans all those years ago. In the
I
eyes
can
of
get two
many, the
here.
medieval art of the past that came as a result of
fuck is
nomadic
this?
power over Europe reflected the down.
Oh, you're
Art
swapping
theming?
around things.
Okay, so what you need to do is you need to open up Great Works, keep it full screen so you can see what I'm doing.
Yeah, 1 second.
Okay, so you open up the Great Works tab right here. You go to Art, and then you have to click Theming on and off, right? So here's how it works. You see how these are all green? But they're different numbers. You basically need 3 greens with 3 different numbers. Right, so this has theming 2 out of 3 because it has a 26 and a 25. This has an 18 and a 23, so it's theming 2 out of 3. And then I could take... See, the thing is, the Natural History Museum does not have theming, though.
Do you want theming?
Yes, that's what. So that's what I'm saying.
Them all green?
Well, basically, the more you raise your theming structure, the better. But like, there's a few of these. If I had more art museums, that I could get themes out of. But for the most part, I can only get 2. But I'll build more art. I was never going for an art win anyway. But, like, you can just buy great works. So if you have a lot of art museums, you can just buy art from other people and then quickly theme it, and it will boost your tourism really high.
Full of a culture and style that was at the time being seen as beautiful by the vast majority of influential artists. One of these individuals was architect Giorgio Vasari, who began describing medieval architecture as Gothic, utilizing the term in a derogatory manner to refer to the style as crude and barbaric. The term became common lexicon and was used to refer to a period in time ripe with darkness and superstition. It just so happened that this darkness and superstition bred artists and writers who focused on the dark and the macabre. The 18th century saw an overabundance of architecture inspired by the ancient Greeks and Romans, and by that I mean just white pillars everywhere, just white pillars. The style had truly become mainstream, and of course, whenever something becomes popular, there's always a group of greasy, sludgy artists lurking in the background, ready to produce a style of art that is antithetical to what is popular. This resulted in architects fighting against what was essentially the mainstream by increasing their usage of Gothic techniques and styles within their buildings. Gothic architecture slowly became a trend within the upper class. Rich motherfuckers would have mock medieval buildings crafted for them on their property, and even began creating follies in their garden. This counterculture began to seep into literature. The 1700s was a period that valued scientific reason over anything else, with writers going against this typical convention by utilizing a style that focused more so on dark spirits and a fascination with the medieval period. These early Gothic stories were designed to be frightening and began to signify a generational divide in the art that was mirrored within society at the time. The older generation were often portrayed as villains and oppressive establishment, whilst the younger generation were seen as individuals attempting to escape a dark past, often spending long periods imprisoned or journeying through dark, dangerous pathways to escape the oppression of the older generation, which sounds a little bit like something we're going to get to later. See, this does all add up. I'm not schizophrenic. It was at this point in time that this style of writing was given the label of Gothic, with the term at that point finally being utilized to define a particular aesthetic or style across various art forms. The dark romanticism labeled as Goth began to meld with the architecture and art. It became a certain vibe. Goth became indicative of counterculture and was seen as a term to describe art created by individuals that
vote
sought
for
to
drama
shape the
that is
status
2 hours and
quo, whilst
17
also
minutes.
using a particular aesthetic and style inspired by architecture that was only possible due to a barbaric Germanic tribe that defeated the Romans centuries beforehand. This laid the groundwork for the birth of filmmaking, with early Gothic films perhaps being the most important aspect contributing to the modern day goth girl. Many films created in the early 1900s were directly inspired by the dark romantic literature that had received the label of Gothic, and prominently utilized the femme fatale archetype. This archetype essentially defines a mysterious, beautiful and seductive woman who leads unsuspecting men into dastardly traps, which sounds like something we are all very much aware of in the modern day. This character has been utilized within Western literature since the Middle Ages, although only began to see real influence upon modern goth culture in 1915 with the film A Fool There Was. This film featured the actress Hedda Barra as the vampire. Barra is seen as one of the earliest sex symbols within cinema and utilized various modern goth staples within her visual style. Examples include dark clothing and makeup, with the latter directly inspiring what these motherfuckers would eventually lather all over their face in the modern day. Other films such as Das Kabinett, Des Dr. Caligari took the aesthetic and vibe described in early Gothic literature and presented it in a visually digestible manner. Although this is all starting to make a lot more sense, you're probably still wondering how a term's definition can go from barbaric warriors to a specific aesthetic used in architecture and art, and then suddenly literally anything alternative or quote-unquote different like in the case of the modern day. Well, unfortunately, we still aren't quite there yet. First, we need to explore what led to the explosion of goth music and therefore aesthetic and fashion within culture. The late 60s saw a countercultural
Why are you
explosion.
showing a
Only
Star
this
Child?
era of counterculture was more so tie-dye, colourful beads and untreated STIs than black lipstick, fishnets and still somehow untreated STIs. That's right, the hippie explosion in the 60s saw psychedelics, peace and love skyrocketed to the heights of popular culture, although this would be extremely short-lived. Every time
You don't know about
counterculture
that?
goes too far into popular culture, it can't even really be considered counterculture anymore, with this leading to another antithetical countercultural scene inevitably grown in the underground like fungus. This music scene was described by some as gothic rock, with the term first seeing usage by journalist John Stickney to describe the music of The Doors after meeting Jim Morrison in a dimly lit wine cellar and pretentiously describing how it was the perfect location to meet the mastermind behind gothic rock. The term saw occasional usage throughout the late 60s, often being slapped onto the darker and more edgy bands of the time, such as the Velvet Underground. The term wouldn't see enough usage for an actual subculture to form, however, more so just journalists and critics attempted to sound intelligent by utilizing a term you read in a history book while slurping overly expensive brown caffeine sludge. I can't chat though, I drink so much of this shit, my heart constantly hurts. Whilst we're on the topic of chronic heart pain, the term goth would once again rear its head in relation to
You
music
fucking
after
cunt
punk
took
in the
my
United
oil.
Kingdom consequently gave every middle-class white British person heart palpitations. Unfortunately, however, first
they
wave
were
UK
set a
punk
long time
died in
ago.
about as
Look,
much
that's
of a
fine. I'm
spectacular
not.
fashion
I
as it
forward
rose to
settled that one
prominence,
to
with
be
the
able
genre
to
splintering
send
into
shit
various
to
different sections of
Johannesburg. So
post-punk. Punks had
that's
had
fine.
enough
As long
of
as I don't
attempting
lose
to
loyalty,
lyrically
I don't
insult
give a
the
shit.
politics of the time in the most caveman
That was just
brained way
a
possible, and
convenient
instead
city.
shifted into bands that avoided the brashness and speed of early punk and instead focused on atmosphere, echoing drums, and macabre lyricism. The first song that can truly be considered goth in the eyes of many is Bauhaus's debut single, Bela Lugosi's Dead, named after the iconic horror film actor from the late 20s.
Two
with the
for
same
one.
name, known for playing Dracula in the 30s. This was the first time
Damn,
the
look at all
genre of
this
music was so
offshore
clearly
oil
inspired
here.
by the aesthetic and style of art that utilized the traditional label of goth. The song utilized tongue-in-cheek lyricism alongside a visual style from the band that paid respect to the gothic films created 40 years beforehand. This style began to spread throughout the United Kingdom like some sort of sick bat-related disease, and I don't mean this one. Bands like Joy Division, The Cure, and Susie and the Banshees signaled a new era for punk sonically, with the latter two specifically inspiring much of the later goth fashion. Robert Smith and Susie Sue took elements from the more macabre aspects of
Susie
gothic
who?
symbolism and utilized it alongside the typical punk rock anti-establishment style. Specifically, Susie Sue, who had been a prominent member of the punk scene for years, received the label of goth mother, which meant something a lot different back then than it does today. As opposed to being a heinous label used by freakazoids
Let's
and dating
go.
apps, the label
Another
goth
okay
mother referred
performance.
to the way in which she inspired the fashion of every goth to come after, as her style was quickly replicated by countless individuals within the scene. Although the UK goth scene originally came as a result of music, the subculture wasn't entirely defined by the sound. The early music of the Smiths, for example, would sonically be considered very similar to bands like The Cure, although Morrissey just simply did not have the same
my
level of
God.
steez as other goth bands.
The
You
Owls
couldn't
of
just rip
Minerva
your shirt off, place a
are
rose in your
so
mouth, and be
good.
extremely racist against Chinese
For
people.
your type
There
of
had
play
to be
style.
a particular aesthetic.
They get
it's
you,
pretty similar to why Glenn Matlock was
they
kicked
get
out
you a
of the
lot
Sex
of
Pistols
Diplo
for liking
favor.
the Beatles and looking like this.
Yeah,
Fashion
Envoys,
image has always
and
been
you also
incredibly
get
important
Science,
to the
Culture,
music,
Gold, and
especially
Faith
during the
of the
70s,
Target City.
when a lack of streaming meant that visuals were essential to receiving
fine.
new
Yeah, they're
fans.
pretty-
The
they're
goth
pretty good.
style utilized the raw, rebellious attitude of early punk rock alongside a more introspective aesthetic, with the style of dress focusing heavily on dark aspects. Androgyny became a key
Why do I have a
element of
settler
early
here?
goth fashion,
This was
with
a
many of the
misclick.
outfits taking inspiration from punk in terms of its sexual nature. In the late 70s, Vivienne Westwood
on,
became the most influential designer within early UK punk and inspired
Friendship?
many of the trends that would seep
Christina?
their way into goth. Westwood's designs prominently used items such as the corset, which in the past were designed and used
My
to
spies come back
sexualize
to their
women by
territory.
accentuating the curves and quite literally destroying a woman's ribs and insides. Although the corset was created with sexual intentions, it was seen as disgusting when
No, it
actually
doesn't
viewed
go.
on a woman as opposed to being placed
It's only
underneath a
alliances
dress.
you
Westwood
can't
took advantage of this, utilizing the
with, yeah.
corset as a statement piece to protest and take back the sexualization
Yeah.
of women for decades. This became a common theme of punk that in turn made its way into goth fashion, inspiring many of
Okay,
the
it's not gonna
aspects
go
that
over.
made girls extremely rich
the
in the
fuck was
modern
all of
day.
that?
The fashion became an
Just
outlet
testing
for the moves
cultists.
set by the music.
I don't
The
really
punk
use them.
offshoot utilized the angst and
Normally
rage of
because I don't
70s
really
punk,
care,
although
'cause, like,
combined
that's
it
why I
with the
almost never go
atmospheres
these
created
guys.
in early gothic literature.
Because,
this in turn
like, if I'm gonna
resulted
flip
in
something on
Victorian
loyalty,
and
it's gonna happen
Edwardian
eventually
styles that
anyway.
were prominent during the birth of gothic literature being utilized amongst more punk-inspired elements such as fishnets and heavy makeup. The makeup was
Jesus Christ,
specifically
look at these
prominent,
barbarians
designed
up
to
here.
make the wearer look like
They're
a
sitting on
goddamn
a tribal
vampire.
village,
although
these
more
fuckers.
realistically made them look like a Victorian child.
Is that the one I pinged?
illness. Of course,
Yeah.
every subculture needs a home base.
Yeah, that's
a
what I-
place
yeah,
where
that's
each
why I
There's
individual
like
can
there's
feel
like
comfortable
4
expressing
modern
themselves. And this would
infantry up
come
there.
in 1982
Yeah, I know, that's
with the
why I
opening
pinged it.
of a weekly
'Cause I'm
club
like,
night named the Batcave
I'll deal with
in
that
Soho.
later.
This allowed the subculture to slowly brew and gather mold within the underground. The club's door would be a hollowed
The
out
Velvet
coffin
Underground?
with bin liners and fake spider webs hung from the walls and the ceilings. The club would prominently host singers integral to the genre and style of goth, such as Robert Smith, Nick Cave, Susie Sue, and the entirety of Bauhaus. It essentially became the birthplace for the most prominent incarnation of goth. The style became synonymous with the term, and goth had finally become a subculture. Although the club closed in 1985, the subculture would only spread from here, seeping out of England and into Europe and the United States thanks to a countercultural magazine named Propaganda. Propaganda magazine would document the origins of goth and describe its slow growth into a global phenomenon. This allowed the style to reach more eyes and ears across the globe, with the influences of various other cultural aspects and genres seeping their way into goth culture. This started in the 90s with cybergoth, which looks like this and is incredibly stupid. The 90s also saw the rise of steampunk, which is essentially the Victorian elements of original goth fashion with a
then
bunch
you're really-
of nuts and bolts
that's too
glued
far
on.
for me.
Goth would then make its
How
way
dare
to
you.
Japan with Gothic Lolita, which in typical
Steam
Japan
and
fashion
punk?
takes
Absolutely
the Gothic
not.
style and makes it perfect for f***ing PDF.
That's where I draw the line.
These various Gothic offshoots began
You
to
can't go
warp what
punk
was commonly
fusion, you
considered
know?
Goth.
It's-
This was
it's-
only
don't
made
blame
more
me, it's
confusing
because of
by
the Nazi
media
punks. They
representation,
ruined it for
with
everyone,
the film
sorry.
representation of goth straying away from the femme fatale archetype and slowly portraying goths as quirky outcasts that were meant to be seen as endearing as opposed to feared and overly sexualized. A clear example of this is Alison Reynolds from The
Damn,
Breakfast
50.
Club.
Oh my-
which, although
but everyone
can be
wants to
considered a
fuck
more
her.
positive representation, further began to skew
Wait,
Not
what goth
sexualized.
even was in the public eye. Despite the confusion, Gothic culture was still able to come back
So
in
much
a big
oil
way in the 2000s,
and none in
although it
my
was slightly
territory.
different to simping
Great.
over Robert Smith, mainly because Robert Smith
want oil?
looks like this in the
What do you need?
2000s. It was more
Here,
so
I'll max
simping
you out on
over
whatever
I don't need it now.
All jokes aside, it was actually
hang
more
on, I
so
got
the
you.
culture and fashion blending
I have
with
tons of
other
stuff.
popular
My
alternative
cities are
subcultures
whinging
at the
'cause
time.
there's no
Mainly
oil in my
heavy metal
territory.
with bands like Typo
Hopefully
Negative,
it's
Evanescence, and Cradle
full of
Filth,
uranium.
essentially being both goth and metal visually. The mid 2000s essentially saw
I will
everything
find
that
out
was even
shortly.
slightly related to
My
alternative
science
or
is
heavy
lagging a bit
music
behind
being
my
molded
culture.
into one big ball of clay, chucked to the label of counterculture, and sold to you over the counter in a trendy new countercultural store such as Hot Topic. The record labels couldn't tell the difference. The store CEOs couldn't tell the difference. So why
didn't
should
give
you
me
be able to
copies
tell
of
the
the luxuries
difference?
you
This
have.
led to goth
And
being
sold them
marketed
away.
as a fashion trend targeted towards
I
people
needed to.
outside of
I got
Susie and the Banshees
even more
listeners
luxuries
or
for them,
Germanic
sorry.
tribe aficionados.
Rude.
This has caused a shockwave that still extends to the modern day. The prevalence of 90s and 2000s
I'll do it from now
countercultural
on.
movements such as grunge, new metal, and pop punk / emo
No, I
still
know.
ring
Too
true
late.
today and have a huge influence
I
on
have
modern day fashion and trends.
10
This has
content
therefore
cities.
skewed the common definition of what a goth is. The early
But I'm gonna
2000s
get
saw
more and
little
more.
differentiation
So,
in terms of media
as I expand into the
representation
ocean,
between various
there's
subcultures
some out
and
there.
styles that differed both visually and in terms of their rich history. Everything
I just reckon
became
goth chicks look
alternative,
cool.
and instead of being targeted
They look
towards
great.
small secular
Like, the
subcultures
fashion is
on the
great.
fringes of
Better.
society, it was
Punk
marketed
is
you
towards
reckon?
literally anyone who
Yeah.
enjoyed alternative
You
music.
prefer the
also,
battle
like-
jacket thing?
Also, like,
where
if
the
it's
goth
attached to,
label
like,
is
music, then I
utilised
don't
to
care.
describe people with a wide range of different
True.
styles and influences. Although modern day goth culture is
It is
still
funny
related to music,
how many
it's not the
times I
same
see
as it
like
was in
a-
the 70s. Goth
a
e-girls aren't
conservative
listening to
person
modern
come up
post-punk
and be
bands,
like,
are
"Conservative
listening to any trendy
goth," or,
subsection
"I'm a
of
conservative
heavy or
punk," and then
alternative
the-
music stretching from
the
emo
comments
to
are just
pop to metal and punk. Don't get me wrong,
them getting
traditional goths
fucking
do
roasted.
still exist and typically receive
By,
the
like,
label
goth
romantic
girls who are
goth,
like,
although
"You're
they're
not
often
goth.
found
Shut
at
the fuck up."
festivals and gatherings specifically for gothic culture. This section is not prevalent in the slightest when comparing it to the internet's usage of the term goth, which has seen significant prevalence with seedy and negative connotations within the past decade or so. Fashion has always been a gateway into somebody's personality. What an individual is dressed in can define whether you see that person as attractive, likable, unspeakable or disgusting. Regardless of how detached from images you claim yourself to be, this just simply is the case. This intense judgment based on fashion has only gotten worse due to the prevalence of social media. Now this gorpcore, opium, cottage cheesecore, more styles of dress and fashion have spread, with inherent traits being immediately given to anybody that fits into that style of clothing. When it comes to music-related styles such as goth, crust, or mincecore, an entire subculture is immediately attached. Your first assumption is based on what they listen to, what activities they partake in, and how they live their lives. This just makes sense. It's easy to look at me, for example, and make a generalized guess on what I may be listening to or doing on a daily basis, and unless you guess slam metal and staring at the inside of my four-wall flat, eating scrambled eggs and playing blast beats, you'd probably be wrong, but I digress. This concept seems to be lost in translation when it comes to the goth subculture. Upon viewing the typical goth girl, or even in some cases goth guy, most people don't assume they are a big fan of Susie and the Banshees and spend their time learning post-punk bass lines or studying 1800s architecture. The assumption usually strays towards something sexual. You've all heard it: step on me goth mummy, I need me a goth GF, goth GF drag me into the basement.
I said that before.
Trust me, I've seen it all. I had to place my algorithm into an extremely dark place to research and find clips for this video. The most common connotation of goth in the modern day is
it was research.
Sexual, although the worst kind of sexual, chronically online sexual. So how have deodorant designers shifted the common idea of goth from a punk subculture offshoot obsessed with eyeliner and Robert Smith to a hyper-sexualized figure that will drag you into a dark, dim basement before dominating you and proceeding to make you a warm glass of milk and your favorite brand of seed oil-ridden tendies? Well, for some reason, as the 2010s shifted into the 2020s and things became increasingly cursed to the point where even I find it hard making jokes about it, the idea of receiving a goth GF became a mainstream meme, to the point where finance bros and gilets, who have never even clicked on a Pinterest image of a gargoyle, are seeking out their perfect goth GF. This may make zero sense to individuals actually aware of goth's deep subcultural roots, although it can be easily explained by the early 2000s countercultural sludge I discussed earlier. As the lines between subgenres and cultures become blurred as a result of mainstream meddling, the common consensus of what something is changes. Most people can't be f***ed to research the history of goth culture, so they're just going to assume it means a certain thing based on the mainstream media and common representation they've seen.
The cool thing about goth girls is it's pretty consistent how their politics are going to be.
First wave emo,
they're usually pretty cool.
Goth, they saw a woman with big tit, black lipstick and pink hair and went awooga awooga. Online culture has degraded the way in which we communicate with each other, with the awooga awooga being a common example. This extends to friendships and socialization, with heinous applications like Discord, join mine by the way, and even core aspects of our species and humanity with dating apps. Dating apps are pretty heinous overall, and for some reason, an alternative or quote-unquote goth girl increases the potential degeneration tenfold. Any girl that even happens to have a septum piercing will receive consistent messages from men or even women encouraging them to ruin their lives in one way or another or partake in an outwardly sexual act. This clearly connotes that the typical goth girl is packaged with a sprinkling of overtly negative mental health issues, with the stereotype obviously stemming from the negative emotions portrayed in a lot of the music consumed by the typical alternative individual, as well as the media portrayal of first wave goth. This obviously becomes harmful when a goth girl is simply trying to live their life and is unable to escape the unhinged label, regardless of whether the person is suffering from mental health problems or not. This may seem like just the fault of crusty male gooners, but it doesn't seem to be the case. During my research, which involved attempting to mold my Instagram Reels algorithm into a goth girl lover's paradise, 70 to 80% of the memes and posts I saw actively promoting the negative stereotypes surrounding the typical goth girl were created, posted, and encouraged by women, clearly in an attempt to divert traffic to an page. It seems like the aesthetic has been taken by people who aren't interested in the culture, apart from, of course, having Sex Tape by Deftones appear on their Spotify rap. They just utilize the style to sell a certain product, with that product just happening to be extremely sexual content. Although the goth culture is still thriving in the background with healthy scenes and festivals encouraging the traditional subculture, the mainstream idea of goth is becoming overcrowded, with individuals utilizing a subculture that has become
Nubia, what are you doing with these?
To sell a product. Goth has completely degraded into a
Military
sexual
units
subculture
over
as
here.
opposed to something that traditionally didn't see much sexualization outside of the clothing-based protests utilized in the traditional punk offshoot. So why has goth become so sexualized? Well, there are plenty of clues to look
trying to
towards within the
start war?
subculture's history. The first example can of course be the fact that one of the first representations of goth within a visual medium was a character under the femme fatale archetype, which is
She's big
inherently
mad at
sexual
me.
in nature and primarily designed
She's
for the
got a
male
lot of
gaze.
these
We can then
satellite
shift our
units
very
that I
male
have no
gaze
idea
to
how to
early
fight
punk,
against.
which utilized overtly sexual themes to protest against the status quo within Britain at the time. Aspects of this then seeped into early goth culture, with many of the prominent fashion items being based on clothing that traditionally had sexual connotations. We can also, of course, look towards social media and a certain style of, let's say, content becoming increasingly more acceptable when attempted to analyze why everyone is so goddamn horny all the time. This ever-increasing sexual culture, alongside
And
connotations that link goth and alternative women to sexual aspects due to a misunderstanding of its deep history, has resulted in a culture that is just deeply sexualized. This all, of course, raises issues in terms of both the health of the goth subculture and, of
it's
course,
not
more overarching
their
problems in
fault
relation to how people are
that men are
treated based
stupid
on
and
the way in which
sexualize
they
how they
look.
dress.
I see the subcultural issues as less prevalent. As I've mentioned previously, aspects of traditional goth
The nature
culture are
of it.
still
Some
very much
people
alive
find it
today,
attractive.
with people alive during the subculture's
Get over
birth,
it.
as well as newcomers who are well educated and appreciative
Sounds
of the
like he's being
history,
beat out
continuing
by-
to give back
by
and show
another guy
immense
for a
passion
goth girl
towards
and
the
he's salty
scene.
about
This
it.
scene has, of course, strayed away from the music somewhat, although let's be honest, punk wouldn't be punk without the safety pins and Adam's apple, and goth wouldn't be goth without the fishnet tan lines and permanently deformed rib cages. It just so happens that punk saw much more development musically in the decades since its birth than goth has. I think the more prevalent issue is more so caused by our continuous evolution into an online world as a society. Only the boldest of motherfuckers would go up to a girl with a black lipstick in public and start furiously barking. But on dating apps, it's as easy as literally getting out of bed, although that task is probably quite hard for these motherfuckers. Most subcultures that can be sexualized in the modern day are being sexualized. You see it in the hippie movements, punk movements, even country and traditional farmers are being sexualized. It's just a fact that sex sells. It always has, it always will. And it is just an unfortunate fact that aspects of goth's
deal.
history has resulted in it receiving a more sexual label than other subcultures, whether that label is ignorant or not. Although this is a problem, goth culture will stay alive. The original subculture is cool enough to always have fans and appreciators, and it just so happens that members of the real subcultures are incredibly passionate and appreciative and will always give back to the goth scene. And this, ladies and
girl
gentlemen, is
appreciator.
where I present the goth girl paradox. If a modern goth girl took a time machine back to 300 AD, entered a Visigoth territory and immediately reduced the morale of the warriors due to her unstoppable yap session, which ranged from topics such as Knocked Loose being on Jimmy Kimmel to the price of black lipstick, would this reduce the Visigoths' power, aura and motivation
might have
to a
crashed.
level that would leave them unfit to overthrow Rome? If they were in fact unable to overthrow Rome, would
no,
Gothic
it seems fine.
architecture and literature cease to exist?
You
Would the term
crashed.
goth be lost to time? Would this said goth girl then morph into a motherfucker in a
Great.
toga, or would this goth girl simply cease to exist? If this goth girl ceased to exist, surely she would be unable to go
Bye.
back in time in the modern day and lower the morale of the Visigoths, meaning they in turn would overthrow
Yeah, you
and
know how
sack
much it
Rome,
hates it
which
when you
means
open
she
other
should
tabs.
poof back into existence, creating a never-ending paradox.
Are you still in the
I'm not
game?
gonna lie, I actually have no clue what the f I'm currently yapping
it said
about.
you left.
I actually
Yes,
don't know what paradox even
but it
meant
is
before I watched this
processing the
video.
turn.
It said you left.
Yeah, so you could probably rejoin my game, but
Because
would
I
say
haven't
just-
processed the turn yet.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying is I don't know if I can join you.
Do you want to just start from the last turn? Just wait.
Well, I mean, how do I?
Migration.
If I look at you,
I am now the host.
let me see if I can just join you. We'll see what happens.
We should just reset the lobby.
Yeah, I'm just gonna see what happens.
Okay.
Because regardless, if we reset it, we're just gonna fucking create a clean save.
Yeah.
You know, because we're getting down to, I don't know. We'll see.
Movie time.
Yeah. That's why I'm opening other tabs. I'm trying to make sure everything is able to be found.
Our generation, I think it's safe to say, are probably the most primed to being radicalised. What brings this to my mind is Ollie Dugmore just went on Question Time and he did this debate and he had this brilliant moment that's gone super viral where he starts talking about student loans and how unfair they are. There's some recent introduction of new conditions to the loan, which basically makes it penalise people more. So, like, you know, as they earn a bit more money, you're meant to only pay back the loan once you've earned something, like 29 grand. They're now freezing that point. So every year when inflation rises, people are maybe earning more on paper, but not in reality, and therefore they have to pay the loan back earlier. It's very unfair. And Ollie Dugmore goes on, he explains the situation, and he's talking to this panel, and it's in this moment where I see the dynamic between, like, the divide in the country between young people and old people. Millennials, Gen Z, I'm the last year millennial, I believe, and then just Gen X and what's it called, the boomers, etc. Right? You see this dynamic in this panel because he goes and does this spiel about, you know, how unfair his loan is. He's paid £30,000 just in interest alone on this loan, and these people, they, you know, everyone listens to him. He makes a very good point, gets a lot of round applause, and the one thing that the one panelist could say, and these are all, the other panelists are all like sort of 50, 60 years old. The one thing they say is, well, how would we fund it? You know, like, because he's trying to explain, you know, this is unfair, the government should do something. They say, how could we fund it? And he turns back to him and said, well, how did they do it for you? It was free for you. You lot all had it free. And it gets big round of applause because it's obvious, right? The government did it. And that was sort of, that is right there, the pinnacle, the split in society, is that we had this era where the people grown up sort of after Tony
Final
Blair
vote call
were really fucked.
for
I
the
know obviously
poll.
Thatcher onward were doing all the cuts and bringing about the neoliberal economics, but there was
Second
still
place
certain things that were
matters.
still in place that made living better for
Just
them.
in
They had
case.
more opportunities. If you were a
Just
working
in
class
case
or
first
lower
place
middle,
can't
middle class person,
be
you had
used.
opportunities even in the Thatcher era where you had free university. You could
That's
go
why
to
it's ranked
university
choice. You know,
for free.
even third
You
place
could
could
buy
matter.
your
I doubt
council
it.
house for a
Considering
reduced rate.
what
right?
second
You had
place
these
is.
two massive things, education and housing. You had this heavily subsidised by the state. Okay? And from doing that, university, they went and got good jobs, they did well in life, and their house prices appreciated and they became wealthy. You know, 1 in 4 pensioners are millionaires in this country. Okay? And then you see Ollie Dugmore, and he represents our generation. And there is just such a obvious imbalance and unfairness that has been done to our generation. Like, we were the, I think it was 19, I can't remember roughly, it was Tony Blair era, where they brought in students have to pay for university, and it started at £1,000 and now it's £9,000 a year, and probably it'll go up, and they're doing all this fuck shit with the loans, so people get in massive debt, and the premium, because the economy is fucked, the premium of a degree that we were all told that if you go and get a degree, you'll have a good life, it'll be easy to pay back, it'll get you a good job. The premium of degree is going down. Like, just, you know, there's less opportunities in this country. People are just fighting over these high
Every
certain
movie
jobs
that
in
gets
London.
suggested
More and more
goes
people
into the
fighting
big
over
list.
these small amount of jobs. So our generation basically, we
And then
all
things
did
are
what we were
pulled
told.
out of
We
the
all
big
followed
list.
The script. We all, you know, I never went to uni, and actually,
Depending on
I
what
kind of
wins.
saw this loan thing. I was like, well, I don't know exactly what I want. I don't
Like,
really
if I
want to go
put
into.
that's the thing is, if I just like if I just replace horror with horror, it's just gonna win again, you know.
Sure.
Looks like I was able to actually rejoin, but I am going to just make the lobby and have a clean save.
Yeah.
On the autosave. Put in mirror mask. There's this movie I found out about the other day, and it's like Big Trouble in Little China, except that style of movie, but there's frog people in it, like They Live style. Roddy Piper is in it, and the frogs are in it, and they look fucking gross. I don't know if it's a good movie. I just saw it and was like, ha! That's about it.
Where you at?
Because I'm not about to if I put a movie on and I'm like, I genuinely want to die while I'm watching it on stream. Because it might be one of those movies where I'll like, oh my god, this movie's so boring. The frogs are not even used enough. Okay, I'm creating a lobby.
There, so I just didn't take it, but everyone else did. And like people who didn't directly know exactly what they wanted to do, or people who did and that job required university, they just went to uni and did that. And that's, they followed the rules. And then they got to, in their 20s, and maybe the first few years you get your job, you do something, you don't know.
Well,
but it's when you get to your 30s and you're still
how
living,
many people have
some people,
pets named after the frogmen?
Who are living in
I think they're called frogmen too. I think it's something like Adventures in Frogmanville, or it's something like that.
In their
Frogman
30s
isn't the main title, but it's a sentence title that has frogmen in it.
Man? Like I always say about my dad. My dad was a carpet fitter, self-employed, and he worked. He did well, but he wasn't
was a
multi-millionaire. He was just a normal person with a normal job.
He was just a normal person.
And he was able to buy a whole house, and he was able to raise kids. Okay, so in your early 20s, maybe when this sort of our generation were getting into the 20s, there was always technology and stuff, and maybe for a period of time we were like, oh, life's kind of okay. Like we have iPhones, we have all this stuff, and it's kind of interesting. The new gaming consoles, we can kind of afford these things. It's okay, and we're getting our jobs. Get a job in market, and it's kind of exciting. And so for a period of time, maybe 20 to like 25, 26, you're maybe okay with the system because you don't really expect much more. You don't really reflect and think about it. You're just like, life's okay. But then you start getting older and older, and you're like, hang on a second. Sort of 20s, your life's progressed. You moved out your parents, and then, you were living at home, moved out with your parents, got a place, so life felt like it progressed. And then you hit the stalling point, where you're stuck in renting accommodation, and you're stuck in that scenario.
It's a great name for a dog.
And it doesn't seem like you can get out.
Once this loads in, I just need to check.
Start renting. And you get into your 30s and you start thinking.
I'm just getting some vibes off the first movie based on like how they base it off the difficulty it is to find it and what exactly shows up when I'm trying to search for it, right? And there was some flags.
A world of information rests in the
some red flags for me. So I need to. I think that
communication span
it may be one that I can't show on stream because Amazon might have distribution rights to it. And you know how much they love that.
Amazon have distribution rights.
Huh?
Why don't you just say, like,
I don't know.
Type into Google.
I need to check.
Does Amazon have distribution rights to this?
I will check once this loads. I'm not about to open tabs and crash shit again.
Fair enough.
That's what I was doing.
I will look it up. Send me the name of the movie.
Yeah, okay. I don't have that right now. Boop, 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 boop.
Why did that not work? Did you hear soundbite? Oh, I know why.
I sent you a link.
This be why. Oh yeah.
That little link I sent you?
Yes.
That's what it is.
Eventually, about having kids. A lot of us do. Like, I know this goes into the second part, but...
Oh my god. It's on YouTube?
This one is, yeah. I don't know how good the subtitles are on that one. I found other versions of it, just in case. I always
This
check
is
for
the
a
one
few
that's red
versions when it's a
flag?
foreign film. Yeah, so when I was looking it up, basically the first results were Prime Video and stuff. And because it's like it's an Indian film, right? So they actually have a reason to protect that property because I'm sure a lot of people are looking for this movie considering the population of India, right? So I'm sure that I wouldn't be surprised if they're more protective of Bollywood films. You know what I mean? Because that's going to be a bigger part of the like market share for them. Like if nobody else has distribution for some of these movies outside of China or outside of India.
And it says distro rights were handled by Blooming Lotus Media.
Yeah, I think it might be fine, but I am nervous. But the backup is also a very good movie. Okay, I had to load 2 turns back just to make sure it was stable. I finally got in. Creating a save. But that version, how do the subtitles look on that? What do you think?
Sorry?
Like it says that there's subtitles, but they're kind of shit. Like the quality of the subtitles. But also my quality on this shit isn't in like low quality. Do you think those are fine subtitles? Are you gonna mind that there's another different language subtitle on the top? So there's 2 subtitles on the screen?
Just auto-translate the Google ones.
Well, yeah, well, we have other backup channels I'll figure out. I just know that this one is the one that I actually have linked to another Google account that I use for the chinchillas, so the other ones I just forgot passwords to because it was like extra accounts.
Yeah, it might be a bit annoying. So we're saving and quitting?
Yeah. So, Jackie, you can be the judge. I sent you the link of probably the one we're going to look at. Take a look at it real quick.
The one you just sent me that I've been looking at?
Yeah, so just let me know if you think that, if you have sus vibes, you think it's going to be okay. Because it's old enough, that I think it will be fine on age, but the fact that it was really hard to find online, it's either because it's a foreign movie or because it's super protected of the license.
It's
and I know
literally
that,
on YouTube.
Yeah, but sometimes you're able to get by, and it's only 5 months old. You know, like normally I'll find them on right now. What's been good is that one Russian website that the Allentown shooter post his manifesto on.
Okay.
That one's pretty good for finding stuff. Well, obviously it used to be Archive that was the best, but not anymore. And then Bilibili will always have shit on there, but anytime I click Bilibili, it's always been disabled by the copyright holder. So I think Bilibili is more strict on copyright than you would think.
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Is it Bilibili or Bilibili?
No
What's
clue.
the one? It's the Chinese YouTube.
Yeah, I'll ask. Yeah.
Whoops, wrong one. This one was one I put on the list, and I was like, who the fuck put this on the list? I've never heard of this. I definitely put it on there. I can tell you that much, that I definitely put it on there. And I know basically nothing about it, but I did put it on there. Like, it wasn't something that somebody else recommended. Oh my god, it's so funny. In the sidebar, it's recommending The Seventh Seal on YouTube here. Yeah. Well, I checked this one. That's why that's, I already checked it in advance. And the thing is like, for all I know, this is like the sequel. And that one's easier to get through. Because it's not the same length as what I have on my list. On here. So it might do something annoying that trimmed the length to get past the sensors, for all I know.
Maybe.
And I'll get really annoyed midway through, But I did save an alternate link as well. That's called Thinking Ahead.
Dying. We're all dying.
Okay, hang on, I gotta pause the black ad blocker real quick. Oh, and even on the side here, there's another version of it. So the one on Daily Motion is the correct length.
Okay.
But who knows who knows what language it will be in. But I do see another one that's on the side of the same movie. Two of them, actually.
Okay.
So Daily Motion will at least have backups if it's not successful.
I'm going to refresh and see if it fixes my microphone.
While you're doing... you might as well stop streaming to... let's post... let me start going live on the other channel real quick.
I'll pull down Kick now.
Well, we gotta post a link to the channel for the people.
Nobody's watching on Kick.
Oh, fuck them.
Well, it says 2 people, but I don't believe it.
They might be.
Maybe.
So the other one will be going live shortly after the delay. While that happens, here's, oh my god.
What?
Nothing. I saved it to the list for next time.
Okay.
But I was just looking for something to here we go. The perfect mid-roll while we get ready for the movie.
Okay, today I'm going to be making hot chocolate on my 1917 Hughes electric range. Let's get started. Look at all those orbs. Okay, first things first, let us gather our milk out of the fridge. I just purchased this at Family Dollar. I need to go purchase some more raw milk and pasteurize it myself. Pasteurization is just the act of heating up the milk to about 120 degrees and maintaining that temperature for a set amount of time, and that is pasteurization. That's all it is. People have a cow, pardon the pun, when I cook with raw milk, but little do they know, as it cooks, it pasteurizes the milk. Anyway, let's get started making this hot chocolate. So this is a super simple recipe. All the ingredients you will require to make this yourselves, if y'all would like to do so, are right there. You have cocoa powder, you have vanilla extract, you have sugar, and then the rest is just water and milk. Oh, and you can't forget a dash of salt. The salt's behind the vanilla extract right there.
Can't forget that. Didn't fix it.
Okay, let us gather a saucepan, because that's what we're going to make this in. I'm going to use this tinned copper pot. A lot of people are always like, your stuff must have lead in it. Just because something's old doesn't mean it has asbestos or lead. I mean, this does have asbestos in it. The oven part is wrapped with 3/4 an inch thick asbestos sheeting all the way around. But I never come into contact with it. People don't realize how asbestos gets you. You have to breathe in the microscopic hook-shaped fibers, and they hook to your lungs, and then 40 years down the line, after your lungs have grown over it, and your lungs have scarred and stuff, it can become problematic. I can't even talk. It can become cancer, like mesothelioma. I mean, this whole ceiling in here is asbestos, but as long as you don't disturb it, it won't disturb you. Treat it like a yellow jacket nest. Don't disturb it, and it won't disturb you. Anyway, let's get started. Yeah, most of my stuff does not have lead in it. So they actually knew back in the day that lead was poisonous. They knew a lot of their stuff was poisonous, like the arsenic in wallpaper and stuff. The Paris Green, which I have a tin of Acme Paris Green. But anyway, a poison is a poison only depending on the dose. Water could be a poison if you have too much of it. I mean, take anything that you take in internally. It could be a poison if you have too much of it. Anyway, so there's that. Let's get started. Enough of that side quest. Okay,
This
we're going to start
has
with a
made
fourth cup
me
of cocoa powder. And
less
she's gonna have a
confident
third
than
cup
ever
of water.
in this guy.
Let me get the water.
You know? Like, well, people think it's got asbestos because it does!
Now we're going to add a half
Like
a cup
that,
of
you
sugar
literally
to
said
this
it has
with
it.
the sugar. Also, if you're wondering what outfit I'm wearing today,
I don't know why it's so quiet.
Only the second time I've worn this outfit.
The
It's
mic?
my 1897 Lowenstein and Sons suit. So it's from 1897. After I finish this, I will take off the suit coat and show y'all the vest and everything. But yeah, that's what I'm wearing. Now we're going to turn on this burner. I don't know why I didn't do that already. I mean, I could have had this heating up this whole time. We'll wait for that to start glowing. Any day now, it'll glow. Let it glow, let it glow, let it go. Oh my god. Bahamut. I'm like the Grinch, y'all. Okay, it's glowing.
Okay, anyone who is watching who hasn't seen it, this is where you have to go here to watch the movie. You have to go here to watch the movie. If you do not click the link that's in there, you will not go there to watch it.
If you know, you know. Okay, so now we're going to cook this until it's a little bit darker brown.
Also, gonna say hard disagree with what he said about
for the people who were,
you just need to cook the raw milk to pasteurize it. That's not how it works. You have to do more than that.
Thinking those switches are fire hazards and stuff. I just love all the pocket electricians. If you go back and watch my previous videos, which somebody got mad and said, I used to think this person was so nice, but he always says go back and watch my previous videos, and he's rude about it and stuff. But if you go back and watch my previous videos, you'll see the videos where I sent electricity wirelessly to Chicago. Anyway, when I was 3 years old, my dad, who is a master electrician and owns his own company, taught me how to wire stuff. And from there, curiosity. So I would read a lot about electronics and stuff. And I self-taught myself a bunch of stuff. So, anyway, I know what I'm doing. But thank you. Anyway, that's that. So this ties into my electrical stuff, but I bought this stove on Facebook Marketplace, or this range
That's a little
on
bit
Facebook
better?
Marketplace for $400.
Go to 40.
It was in,
Better.
where was it? Starts with a G, Georgetown, Texas. And I drove there to go get it. Here's an ad for the range from 1917.
Let's see what the processing does.
He's electric range. It's electric.
Impressive.
It's electric. But anyway, so I actually restored this stove myself.
You can
If
stop
you
streaming
go
to
back and watch my
Twitch,
previous videos,
YouTube, and everything.
You can see the first videos with it,
Okay.
and this is all rusty. The nickel-plated chrome stuff is all rusty. The paints was rusty and stuff.
I bid you good day.
And I actually recoiled all of the burners on this thing except for the